Tak sangka lah Cik Ya dapat tengok Datuk Seri Tengku Zafrul, Menteri Keuangan Malaysia berucap tadi. Macam-macam yang Datuk Seri kongsi pasal pentingnya literasi keuangan dalam fasa pemulihan pandemik COVID-19 ni. Pasal voucher perlindungan tenang. Semuanya untuk manfaat kita semua. Selamat datang Cik Ya ucapkan kepada semua ke Bulan Literasi Keuangan 2021, Anjuran Financial Education Network atau FAN. Sebelum itu, daftar diri anda terlebih dahulu dengan menekan butang daftar dan anda berpeluang untuk join pertandingan cabutan bertuah. Tahu? Jom ikut Cik Yo kita masuk ke dalam. Cik dengar kata ada macam-macam. Apalah agaknya yang macam-macam tu? Jom. Wah, seronoknya. Walaupun secara online aja, tapi Cik Ya dapat rasa meriah dia tu. Cik Ya yakin mesti ada yang tertanya apa sebenarnya Bulan Literasi Keuangan. Bulan Literasi Keuangan 2021 atau FLM 2021 dianjurkan oleh Jaringan Pendidikan Keuangan atau Financial Education Network FAN. Ia bertujuan untuk memberi panduan dan pendidikan keuangan bagi menguruskan keuangan dalam waktu susah macam sekarang ini. Ada macam-macam program dianjurkan secara online. Antaranya pertandingan, webinar, pameran, klinik hemat nasihat keuangan, klinik perancangan keuangan, ada sudut kanak-kanak. Jom ikut Cik Ya, kita ke tempat lain pula. Sekarang ini Cik Ya dekat sudut klinik hemat nasihat keuangan. Dekat sini ada 22 institusi perbankan di bawah satu platform maya. Program ini memberi peluang kepada anda untuk berhubung secara langsung dengan institusi perbankan bagi mendapatkan hemat nasihat atau perundingan berkaitan produk. Elok sangatlah kepada anda kat luar sana tu yang memerlukan bantuan atau hemat nasihat berkaitan pinjaman atau pembiayaan. Dekat sini pula sudut pameran, satu saluran untuk anda dapatkan pelbagai nasihat dan panduan pendidikan keuangan. Ada program peningkatan kemahiran dan latihan semula upskilling, reskilling, macam tu lah. Dan peluang untuk menjana pendapatan di bawah satu platform. Menarik kan? Ada pameran secara maya dari kementerian, dari agensi, persatuan, syarikat dagang, macam-macam lagi lah. Sesuai sangat untuk yang mana-mana baru habis belajar kat universiti tu. Yang mana baru habis sekolah, usahawan untuk mengetahui cara macam mana nak nguruskan kewangan. Janganlah dapat gaji terus habiskan. Sebelum Cik Ya terlupa, jangan lupa layari laman mycoverage.my untuk dapatkan maklumat berkenaan voucher perlindungan tenang. Yang tadi YB Menteri Keuangan kita sebut tu lah. Ini pula sudut webinar. Webinar pendidikan berkenaan pengurusan keuangan peribadi untuk golongan muda, ibu bapa, keluarga, orang dewasa, peniaga mikro kecil dan sederhana dan pekerja gig. Sekiranya anda mengikuti webinar ini dari awal hinggalah ke akhir, anda akan mengumpul mata ganjaran yang tinggi dan melayakkan anda untuk menyertai pertandingan cabutan bertuah. Cik Ya dengar ada hadiah dia menarik. Ada voucher Lazada, ada voucher Shopee, ada voucher Grab. Sukalah tu. Siapa yang suka shopping online tu? Yang penting anda kena daftar diri terlebih dahulu ya. Program-program yang dianjurkan bukan untuk orang dewasa aja, untuk kanak-kanak pun ada. Dekat sudut ini ada macam-macam aktiviti online menanti anak-anak dekat luar sana. Ada pertandingan, ada game, ada juga pameran Datuk Lat secara online. Inilah tempat paling Cik Ya suka, tempat bergambar. Dekat sini anda boleh bergambar untuk kenang-kenangan. Dah bergambar nanti bolehlah ngepost ke Instagram, Facebook kan? Seronok kan? Macam-macam program berbentuk pendidikan keuangan ada. Semua secara maya. Dari rumah aja anda dah boleh mengetahui cara untuk menguruskan keuangan dan mendapat khidmat nasihat dari institusi perbankan pilihan anda. Yang ada adik ataupun anak kecil pun boleh join dekat Kids Corner. Menarik kan? Jadi, jom sertai FLM 2021. Ajak sekali kawan-kawan, saudara mara semua tahu. Bagi tahu dia orang ada cabutan bertuah. Di kesempatan ini juga Cik Yan nak mengajak pelajar-pelajar institusi pengajian tinggi untuk menyertai pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story. Maklumat lanjut layari aja fenetwork.my. Okeylah, Cik Yan nak balik dulu ya. Cik Yan nak mengajak semua orang kampung Kajah Temenung join program FLM ni. Ingat, jaga diri, patuhi SOP.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar, The Growing Gig Economy, Importance of Financial Literacy to Gig Workers. This is being held in conjunction with the Financial Literacy Month 2021, which aims to provide financial education and support during this challenging time. My name is Roshan Kanesan with the Ringgit Plus Financial Planner, and I'll be your moderator today. Now, the gig economy, it's a term that I think most of us have become familiar with over the last year or so, and is typically characterized by temporary or short-term work. The people basically that take you to your next meeting or delivering your food that you just ordered 5 minutes ago. And with this more fluid and flexible form of income generation comes a new form of labor market, which has generally been criticized for not providing enough social protection. So the big question for today and moving forward is, what can we do about it, and how do we move forward? Today, we discuss and explore this with Mr. Sean Goh, Country Head of Grab Malaysia, Ms. Francesca Chia, CEO and co-founder of GoGet, and Mr. John Riba, Deputy CEO at Perkeso di Pertubuhan Keselamatan Sosial. To the three of you, a very good morning and welcome.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, no worries. It's, in this new norm, it's always got that the little bit of social graces you have in that good morning is not as natural, but I think we survived. So moving on into, basically, let's just get into the main topic at hand here, right? And there's a lot we can talk about the gig economy, about platform work and where it's going to go forward. But let's start a little bit about some of the, I guess, the key concerns on the ground floor level here, right? So there was a report in December 2020 by UNCDF that found that while flexibility of hours and extra source of funds were top reasons in Malaysia for gig economy participation, they also found that the uncertain income outlook was a primary concern. With that in mind, and given the lack of financial literacy that we generally talk about here in Malaysia, and is, I guess, part of why we're doing this entire event over the last month, is that, I guess, is financial education enough to help gig workers with their finances, or do platforms and policymakers need to take a more active role here, particularly with social protection measures? Now, this question is open to all three of you. Would anyone like to take a stab at it first? No volunteers?
Sure, I will go first then. Yeah, I think that's a great introduction, and thank you so much for having us here. It is such an important topic for us, at least in GoGet, especially because we are that platform that connects people to part-timers, and also part-timers then connect to what we call jobs that are flexible. And you're right, with every job then comes income. And what do we do with that? Do we only just provide education, or do we do more? At GoGet, we believe really in thinking about it comprehensively as an entire ecosystem. Actually, one of our words that we use in our vision is actually to bring flexible work to the world sustainably. And the key word here is sustainably. What we mean by that is, genuinely, we believe that if we want to think sustainably, which means long-term, and if you want to be treated as a long-term solution and as a serious option, we need to be able to ensure that people get very similar benefits to full-time jobs, but instead of full-time, of course, it's on demand. Now, I think your question was really, do you do more than just education? I think the short answer is yes. We do in GoGet, obviously, education, and we've teamed up with players such as UNCDF or PIDM as well, that does financial literacy. And we conduct also basic financial literacy in-house education that we create the content and we push it out as well. But what we do find as a platform player, the key role is also to provide financial access. So education is one, but financial tools or support in terms of access to them is very important. For example, since we started in GoGet, we've also created insurance, basic insurance for all our Go-Getters. We recently teamed up with UNCDF to push out in on-demand savings for our Go-Getters, so they can click and save as low as 1 cent. But now what's great, since Panjana Gig has been rolled out, we also have partnership with SOXO to provide social security to the Go-Getters with a click of a button. But also at the same time, we're in talks for working with the pension fund of Malaysia as well to ensure that they get that. So I think access and easy access is important. Like anything, it's almost the equivalent of making sure banks have branches everywhere so that people can get access to finances, and that the branch teller is easy to understand to get someone their tools. We need to do the same thing, but through our apps.
Francisca, that's such an important point, right? Because we can have all the tools in the world, but if there's no access or a lack of easy access to it, it can be, as good as not having the tools at all. And I'm glad to hear, and we've been hearing a lot of this over the last year, where the pension fund, EPF, so everyone is adapting to this more fluid style, because it's not something that's going to go away. It's something that's going to be around for a long time coming, I think, especially as flexibility becomes a bit more high value going forward. But of course, I would like to take this over to Mr. John for your thoughts on this, right? How active, I guess, the question here as an introductory factor is, how active should policymakers be on this side in the gig economy? Because, in the formal economy or formal jobs, you've got EPF, you've got SOC, so it's already inbuilt into our to our wages and taken out. How active do you think we need to be in terms of the gig economy?
Thank you, Roshan. Pleasure to be with everyone here. There are 3 tiers when thinking about social protection. First layer is our social welfare system. Second layer is our social insurance system. And third layer is private insurance. Under the second layer of protection, Perkeso provides replacement of income and productivity to 7.2 million formal workers, or 8.7 million including foreign workers, in the event of work injury, invalidity, loss of employment, and even death. These benefits also include employment services, including rehabilitation, case management, career counseling, and job matching services under the Return to Work program. However, the situation is much different for those in self-employment or the gig economy, since they do not have an employer-employee relationship. Recognizing the shift of workers from formal to informal work, the Ministry of Human Resources has established the Self-Employment Social Security Act in 2007, or what we call it Act 789 in 2007, with the purpose to provide protection to self-employed workers against work injury. Despite efforts to organize over 9,166 engagement sessions across Perkeso networks of 54 offices across the country, our coverage rate remains only at 12.9% of total self-employed, or about 343,000 workers. Even under the top layer of social protection or private insurance, coverage remains among the middle 40 or top 20 of the income group. Life insurance coverage rate are around 41% of the working population. Health coverage is slightly less than 33%. Over 220 accidents and disablement cases reported to Perkeso or SOCSO, but were not covered by Self-Employment Social Security Scheme. This year alone, there are more than 60 deaths recording on the e-hailing and p-hailing riders on various platforms that were not covered by Perkeso. This is hundreds of households falling into poverty within less than a year. So, as an implementing agency, I see so much room for financial education and financial literacy organization, and campaigns can improve the awareness among gig workers, especially those related to social security protection in the event of unfortunate event due to accident or death. Back to Roshan.
Mr. John, thank you for that. And I think the key thing there was the stats, right? And just the number of what was it? 12.9% of only 12.9% of self-employed are currently covered or protected. Amongst the other statistics there about the number of accidents, and this can be one of those things that really makes or breaks your financial status, right? When something happens to you and you aren't protected, this is why we always talk about medical insurance or insurance in general. But Sean, before I go on a bit too long, I throw this over to you now, because I think from our previous discussions as well, I like the view that you have here, right? Because essentially it's a bit more individualistic, but also important, right? To have that flexibility. Could you please elaborate on how you think about how active platforms should be in terms of financial management of the individual?
Yeah, let me unpack a couple of key concepts when it comes to the topic of income and the broader economy as well as the gig economy, and then sort of I guess tie it back to why I think financial literacy is important. So the three concepts that keep coming up are rising cost of living, insufficient savings, and then the third one, I think, unless you're economist, you don't use as much, but underemployment in general. And the three are quite linked, right? Because when cost of living goes up, we keep thinking about how do we keep prices low, but you can't fight the market, right? What you can do is help people save. What you can help people do is fill up their time, make sure they earn well. And so, something Francesca mentioned is access, right? And, the gig platforms, and actually a lot of platforms, not just gig, is focused on the earnings side of the equation. If you think about somebody who is, for example, earning, say, 2,000, which is the median salary, and if your outgoings and your commitments are higher than 2,000, then tough luck, right? That there's no safety net beyond that. You're not going to go and hollow out your EPF savings, right? I mean, you could do that, but that's not something you can keep doing. And if you think about the ultimate safety net, the first safety net that kicks in is really the flexibility to ramp up your earnings. And that's where the platforms really come in, right? The platforms are the first safety net where you say, hey, I need 500 more this month for my commitments. Guess what? I have a bit of excess time because most of us do, i.e. I'm underemployed. I can actually work more and earn that 500. If I have a bit more excess, I can earn 1,000 and then save 500 for a rainy day, right? So that's the first layer. Now, I think why financial literacy and social protection comes in is if I'm doing really well and I'm working really hard, I can earn, our full-timers earn 4,000 or 5,000 a month. It's really good, actually, that kind of places you well above the average in the nation, and basically in M40 households, if you have like 2 people working in the household. That's great. The problem is not the earnings. The earnings comes easy. I mean, not easy, sorry, it's hard work, but it's within your control. What is not within your control is the emergencies and the commitments that can come after. So then that second safety net, I think, that comes after is financial planning, financial literacy, and social protection. One key concept within the self-employment, I guess, like sphere, is that all this money that could have been contributed to various schemes, like whether it's SOCSO or EPF or insurance funds, all end up in the pockets of the people who are earning it. So basically, we're giving a lot of power over to the self-employed individuals to decide where to allocate that funds. And that's where the literacy comes in. I think just awareness around where to best place it.
Sean, I feel that sentiment a lot, right? I think that having control over your finances is important, but at the same time, we do see that there is a lack of that awareness, right? Because for most of I think the last 50 years or so, there's always been some kind of government agency, whether it's EPF or SOCSO, that helps fully employed workers get certain levels of protection, help save. So there's a certain top-down element to it. But then when we enter the gig economy, it changes, because that gross salary that you get, that gross income that you make, because you're essentially a self-employed person on a platform, now it's your responsibility to start doing these things, which is something that a lot of us are not used to. And this kind of, there are access to lots of tools, but that knowledge gap is not there. So in your view, how do we bridge that gap?
Yeah, so 2 things, right? First, if you think about traditional employment, and back to the median example, if you earn 2,000 a month, somebody essentially says, here's how much you need to take out of that and put it into EPF and SOCSO. Now, when you get into a field like the gig economy or any self-employment, and like for us, 70–80% of our gig workers are part-time. So it could be that they already contribute, but nobody really knows that. And so it kind of, a lot of this power and responsibility is left to the individual to decide. For sure, I think the awareness is not strong enough, because in some cases, maybe they don't contribute enough from their other sources of employment, and they need to be thinking of it as a portfolio. So I think that's where that conversation needs to come in. But at the same time, if we said, hey, you're already earning 2,000 fixed, plus you're earning, say, another 2,000 from the gig economy, it's a bit simplistic to also say, hey, you should contribute based on that second 2,000 that you got. So I think the individual circumstances vary, and the trick here, I mean, the tricky part here is finding that balance. How do we account for that?
Yeah, because what's essentially happening is it's a form of, I mean, if you think about it, it's modular work, right? We're entering a phase where you can add on other things. You can, if you've got a 9 to 5, you can do a 7 to 9, and then you can do a 5 to 7 thereafter to earn a bit of income. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what we want to do, but I think going back to your earlier point, Sean, it's something that can be done to monetize those hours that you currently aren't already monetizing. And then the question comes to, how do you create some kind of social protection around that, right? Should it be voluntary? Should there be a top-down method to it? It's complicated because it's not as scalable as something like full-time employment is, where everyone has a certain structure in place. Francisca, I know you guys at GoGet have introduced some programs here. So I would love to hear how you have gone about it, why you've gone with these certain programs, and maybe how it's done, if you could give us some examples.
Sure, definitely. And it's very linked to actually what Sean just mentioned. I'd love to quickly build on that. I mean, I think that's 100% such a good point, which is a lot of people think it's just full-time and then it's against the part-time, or what we'll call gig work in this conversation. And most of the time, it's just the rhetoric is like, oh, you're either or. It's not an and. And that's something that firstly for the general masses of awareness education, exactly what he said. It's the same thing on GoGet. 80% of our workers actually are not full-time on GoGet. That means they are highly likely working on another source of income. And we know that for a fact. They have full-time jobs. And so very much so, we can't, with that thinking, and also then your question of how do we really build then that social protection, but for this then, and think around that, it means that we definitely can't take, we cannot assume the traditional way of social protection can be then just shoved into this new, what we'll call a new world, or modular work is a really great word that you used. It's almost trying to, we cannot do apples to apples here comparison, and it just doesn't work, right? So on our side, how we've been trying to think around this is actually to provide access, but to essentially make sure that the access still incorporates the on-demand aspect of the benefit. So not forcing a structure of that 9 to 5 that you were mentioning. It's very clear, 9 to 5 options. If you have a full-time job, the rate on EPF is 7% or 11%, and you opt for it, and the employer has to do the exact same, right? But for actually platforms like us, what I think is very important, just like how people are coming in to be flexibly working, they want to flexibly get protected. So that is so important I essentially just mirror what the nature of the job is. It's on demand. Then can you create the protection to be on demand, right? So for us, some of the examples we did at first, we tested it with savings at least. And so we have a fully integrated private savings feature where it's via APIs. So it means that for like the go-getters do not have to walk into a bank to save. They just can click with a button on the app to say, I would like to save with our partnering app. And that partnering app has an onboarding flow online. And as long as you set up your account on to that app, it starts saving, and you actually get rewards with this savings app. And then you can cash out, or you can keep going. They actually give you bonuses if you hit your target as well. And they keep their bonuses and target setting very modular as well. And they keep it very simple. Just save 100 ringgit. So it's not like a very big thing as before, right? But it can be also, you can even set your own, and what's great, for example, with this app, you set your own target, again, on-demand target setting, completely flexible, and you give that power to the individual, and they can choose, I would like to save up to 50 ringgit this week. And then the app triggers you to remind you. So these are some of the ways that we do think about how to create that in our space. Yeah.
That's really interesting. And I really like the incentivization, right? Because a lot of times, and maybe it's a bit cliched now, but a gamification seems to be very powerful in these senses, right? And I mean, the concept of social media also kind of uses those likes and all these kind of things to integrate a little bit of a dopamine hit, which can be good or bad depending on what you're doing it for, I guess. Well, that's very, very interesting. And the accessibility is really important, right? You're doing it on demand and very directly. Really, really like that. Have you, I guess, in the implementation of this, because it sounds very seamless, but was it always like that? Did it start off seamless, or did it take some time to get people used to this?
Oh, it's definitely not. In fact, actually, this is also probably a great argument for why we actually would like to work with the government for this. So one, when we rolled out anything to do with income and setting aside that is very scary to a gig worker, of course, right? So when you say you're going to save it with an app called, we partner with Pod, they would say, well, what is Pod? Is it trustworthy? Is it safe? Right? So the trust factor is, especially for financial products, is super high. And that's where I was just mentioning the argument to also work with, of course, the pension fund is very, very strong, because then everyone knows EPF and everyone will not question whether it's trustworthy or not, as long as we partner with them. So that was firstly the biggest challenge at first, definitely the trust. The second one is then definitely the education. Why should I save? I'm only earning just a little bit to cover costs. And we know statistically from our data, the more you earn, then the more you will save. But if you do not earn enough, you will not even save, because you do not have enough to save, right? So there is a bare basic, and then you will save. Saving is actually counted as a luxury, of course, for a certain level of income. So so the education of, oh, but I haven't been saving this whole time, so I don't really need to, and trying to tell them, hey, please, do save for a rainy day. We've had to use ambassadors, we've had to use testimonials, and then we do actually matching funds and incentives to say, hey, save with this program, and it does help. And once they get into the habit, definitely there's a sense of habit here that it does help. And then we look at trying to ease it with automation of saying, hey, let's just set a regular pace, so you don't even need to touch it anymore, and it will just regularly save for you. So these are definitely things that that help the traction. But initially, because we didn't have any of those, it was very, very difficult to get off the ground.
Maybe
Yeah.
just to add, like on the topic of incentivizing good behaviors, John and the team at Saxo, as well as the EPF team, actually have been very proactive in doing that. Just incentivizing that little bit of extra contribution. And because it's all on an opt-in basis, we hope that once you get used to the idea of contributing some of your excess income, then during a week or a month when you actually earn more, you choose to contribute more, right? So that's a pretty good way to do it. To build awareness, you kind of have to give something back to the community. And then one more just to add to the concept of modularizing the solution is a big, big challenge. Like, Roshan, your question was like, is this difficult? Yes, very difficult. So Francesca talked about savings, one example on protection. When you're driving on the road every single day, you're exposed to various dangers, right? Including your car. Your car could be in danger, and there's a financial risk. So there's an insurance that covers all this. The problem is that the traditional insurance structure is built for people who work full-time. So you have to pay thousands to get this coverage, even if you're just working 4 hours on Saturday and 4 hours on Sunday. It's just really not worth it, right? So we came up, we came up against this challenge, and we said, can we make this a fractional insurance? Can we make this a daily insurance coverage? Super ambitious. All our partners told us it's ambitious. Fortunately, the insurance industry, and big thanks to Bank Negara actually for bringing everyone together and making this happen. We actually came up with the first daily insurance product that I have heard of. I don't know if it's the first in the world. And technically, it's really difficult to do because of existing regulations. But we found workarounds. They are compliant, by the way, with the regulations to do this. So this kind of financial engineering is very important on top of just awareness to get the right products into the hands of the gig economy workers.
Yeah, and I guess this shows even if it's not direct policy making, entities like Bank Negara, EPF, or SOCSO have a certain well, not certain, have a large amount of heft and influence that they can use to guide policy a certain way, to influence the conversation. So, and with that, Mr. John, I would love to get your thoughts on all this as well, in terms of, we're seeing the government over the last year or so has been doing a lot more to address the plight of the self-employed, right? Because a lot of it, we focus on the fully employed workforce, but realistically speaking, the fully employed workforce is not as big as we think it is. There are a lot more self-employed people in this country than we give credit for, freelancers, gig workers. So, Mr. John, maybe you can take us through, I guess, from SOCSO's perspective, how do you go about addressing something like this? It sounds like a big hill to climb at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan. Well, SOCSO recognizes the role of self-employed workers, especially the delivery and food operators who are active especially during COVID-19 pandemic. Together with the Ministry of Finance, SOCSO designed matching contribution program for social security. These are Penjana Gig under Penjana Package, SPS Lindung under Belanjawan 2021 this year, and then SPS Prihatin Wanita under Pemerkasa Package. Since the implementation of these programs from June 2020 until October 2021, more than 270,000 gig workers have registered with SOCSO. Government fund is allocated through matching grant for gig economy platform who contribute for the gig workers to SOCSO SESS. So the incentive under SOCSO's Penjana Gig and SPS Prihatin Wanita allows gig workers to receive SOCSO coverage for a year under Plan 2, or if you talk about contribute, is 232 ringgit and 80 cents per month, per year, where the government contributes 70% of the contribution payment and another 30% by gig economy platforms or gig workers. This means the government contributes 163 ringgit to our SOCSO or SESS Plan 2, while gig platform or gig workers contribute 69 ringgit 80 cents only. Meanwhile, the SPS Lindung program provides free or 100% contribution grant, specifically for delivery riders and public sector volunteers, with the same contribution plan or Plan 2 to promote social protection among all gig workers. So Perkeso is working with all three actors, main actors. There's the government, the platform providers like Grab Malaysia or like GoGet, and the gig workers directly. Moving forward, Perkeso SOCSO is with the government. Perkeso is building stronger legislative framework and slowly transitioning from voluntary to mandatory coverage. This one is from voluntary to mandatory coverage, especially in the transportation and logistics sector. So this one is only two sectors. Working with the Ministry of Transport, Perkeso is pursuing automatic coverage upon registration or renewal of administrative licenses. This is supported by a proposal in budget 2022 next year for the matching of full contribution schemes such as SPS Lindung, Penjana Gig, and also SPS Prihatin Wanita that is fully financed by the government as a soft landing for the implementation. Second, the gig platform providers. We have built collaborative relationship with existing gig platform providers in the areas of data sharing, ease of contribution collection, and promotion or prevention exercises. For example, some platform providers are promoting and advertising in our social protection plans under the SESS through their mobile apps. With the mobile apps, they can also act as contribution collection agents to assist gig workers in setting aside earnings from each task for purpose of social protection. And lastly, Perkeso also engages with gig workers and affiliated workers association directly. In fact, yesterday our CEO, Perkeso, has had a productive meeting with Persatuan Pengantar P-Hailing Malaysia or Pengantar to improve Perkeso social protection coverage for delivery riders. we are expanding our information and promotional network on the ground and with physical campaigns, WhatsApp or social media groups, and even prevention education or defensive riding for our gig workers. In fact, many more tripartite strategies are in the pipeline to ensure that all self-employed and gig workers are protected. These initiatives are supported with our information sharing network under the program Social Synergy. Over 190 government agencies, NGOs, workers' associations are sharing information on cases related to SOCSO. At Perkeso, we believe that no one should be left behind in social security protection. Roshan, please.
Mr. John, thank you so much for that. And it's great to hear that Perkeso is taking such an active role in this, right? And now, if you could just dive into that a little deeper. So, if I heard you correctly, you were talking about how essentially the government is going to take a more active role in terms of funding certain protections. Is that something that we can expect for a longer duration, or is that another temporary measure that's being put in place?
Okay, when we talk about gun funding, actually, first of all, we have to appreciate that the government now recognize the self-employed, they recognize about initiative to protect the self-employed. You can see with gun funding for this year, they did help even 100% in the budget and also matching grants. So to answer the question, actually, that's why we mentioned earlier that we hope that the government in budget 2022 extend the coverage for matching grants also for certain sectors or certain group of people. The government will give 100% what they call grant, yeah, coverage or contribution for them. But personally, I believe that I think this one's only maybe temporary, yeah? Maybe for the next few years, depend on the government budget or the situation, financial situation of the government. But actually, to sustain this social security protection, actually the workers themselves should know about the responsibility to themselves, to their families, that they should be protected, at least with the minimum social security coverage for themselves and the family. If in case any accident happen or death happen related to the work or whatever it is, employment injury, so at least life goes on, yeah? Life goes on for themselves and their family. So this is a very important, that's why today we discuss about financial literacy. That's why we want them to know that not only they talk about today, we know that the gig workers, they talk about, okay, hari ini bekerja untuk hari ini, for today, dan gaji untuk hari ini juga. Tapi actually, they must remember that if anything happen to them, what will happen tomorrow? Yeah. So this is very important. The contribution is very, very low. They only contribute like if they pay themselves, it's only like a few cents, maybe 40 cents per day, so 30 ringgit per month. So it is very cheap actually as compared to if you buy other things, other products. But now our job is to educate them. Actually, financially, we have to educate them on this social security protection. That's why this initiative by your side is very good actually today that we talk about this topic.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And when you talk about how the education, one part of it is awareness, right? And that's, I think, if I heard correctly, John SOCSO has been doing a lot of marketing on that front, kind of getting these emphasis out there, and I'm hoping that this conversation also plays a part in that, right? That we get more people to learn about these different things that they can do to get themselves more protected. Because of all the different elements in financial planning, I think insurance and protection is one of the ones that is most neglected, right? And I think they often say that insurance is a product that needs to be sold and it's not necessarily bought. And that really goes to the psychology behind it. We always think about how to make money, cash flow. Then we think about investing and how to get returns. And a lot of times, maybe fall into certain scams. But the insurance, the estate planning, these are not things that people like to think about. And education is important, literacy is important. Sean, I'd like to go to you again, actually, and talk a little bit about, on the GRAB front, what kind of programs or financial literacy or empowerment programs are you guys looking at in terms of educating the workforce, if at all? How do you guys look at that?
Yeah, I don't think of it as just educating the gig economy, because the broader country could benefit from financial literacy. But when we think about our own platform, our participants, we think of it as a spectrum. So there's the stuff that is so critical that you just have to have it. For us, that's personal accident insurance. So we have a group-wide, platform-wide personal accident insurance. It just covers everyone from the moment they start working. And that's just covered by default, right? Now, if you build on top of that, it starts to get into more and more discretionary topics, like what do I think is important to me and my family? So one level above that is very direct issues like personal accident on your family. And we have these kind of bolt-ons where they can upgrade their free personal accident insurance into a family package. So they just pay for the family. And then one level above that, as you mentioned, is actually the insurance and protection beyond personal accidents. So whether it's inability to work or even just like health insurance, that's where actually we start to really engage with partners. Because at the end of the day, the financial system, while it could do a lot more work to get products into the right shape and form for the gig economy, it is already pretty developed. But if anyone of you have ever bought insurance, and I haven't bought that much insurance, like my very few experiences were very challenging, honestly. Luckily, for our friends in Ringgit Plus actually kind of make it easier. But it's tough. And that's where, when we talk about education, it's not about educating people on how to think about stuff. It's educating people about the options they have available to them. And then when you go above that and you got all your basics covered, then we talk about investments and savings. And for that, we also work with partners to do this. So for example, we have partnerships with Microsoft around financial literacy. We have another partnership that we just announced recently with MasterCard. All these financial gurus to try and get people up to speed on that top part of the pyramid. But yeah, it's sort of like a spectrum of needs from basic to most advanced.
And I guess that's also where the accessibility becomes more important, right? And in terms of, again, I think we talked about this a little earlier, Francesca. It's great to have tools and we can talk about all these different things, but are they going to the people who need it? And I think that's where this upsurge in digital financial services over the last 2-3 years or so is becoming a very interesting topic, right? And yes, there will always be skeptics in terms of what's it actually going to cost to get there. Are there going to be trade-offs when you get something more, make something more accessible? But coming from my perspective, I think it's better to have a form of protection or a form of coverage for your investing for long term, even if it's not EPF, than having nothing, right? Because if you're not protected, it's binary, it's 1 or 0. I mean, yes, you can have some coverage, you can go to government medical facilities should anything happen to you, but again, you want to have something that can protect your income as well. Before we move on from Grab, I do want to ask Sean one more thing though. Have you seen an uptick in terms of adoption of different government programs from your own platform, iSara and Kejaya Gig, all these different things? Have you seen? Has it been encouraging?
Yeah, very, very encouraging. So the EPF contribution has gone up. The one that's particularly successful is the Penjana Gig. Pretty much everybody's enrolled by default because we didn't really make it an option. We just enrolled everybody. I mean, it's free, just to again incentivize the right behaviors. I think the participation has been very good. And I think now our job is basically to build upon that, right? Remember, it's a whole spectrum of things. It's not just to focus on one thing, but really just to get people to level up across the whole spectrum.
Okay, that's encouraging to hear. What about you, Francesca? On your side, are go-getters taking up all these different programs in addition to the programs that you are also doing on your end?
Yes, definitely. I think definitely a lot of really great, I guess, efforts and contributions from the government, because they definitely did make it a lot easier when we were going through tough times in COVID. When they rolled out Punjana Gig, it was basically just rolled out for all go-getters as well. And so it definitely, has been well adopted in that sense. I think the key is, how can we ensure that they are fully aware of what they have been given when they are going to go through a, unfortunate incident? Will they be able to know how to funnel and get help and ask help where they are provided that support, and making sure that after the incentive this time around, that they see the value and they'll take it on themselves. So I think that's the next challenge that we're looking at. In terms of our personal, our internal initiatives beyond the Punjana Gig, we've definitely seen a spike in adoption since the pandemic, because of a lot more income coming through the gig economy, of course. But then also we took this as an opportunity to really educate them about risk and mitigating it. So we also rolled out things such as, they're called bite-size comms, but essentially it's just short as like not even a full sentence, but it's even when they're in the app and they're looking at the job they're doing today, we actually go, do you want to buy your daily insurance today, like now? Because this is really important, right? And then we'll throw in a fact, like, and it's dynamic, so you don't get the same fact every day. So it would be like, this is the chances of this happening if you don't do it, right? And we tend to find, ironically, the content that is around a little bit more of like, let's really showcase, it's unfortunate, but like the risk, and it's like quite a shocking like stat, then those are when actually the insurance purchases go up. So I do think there's definitely value in comms and knowing when to hit them at the right time. That's what they always say, right? Marketing is actually more about the timing and relevance than the actual content, right? So we try to really sell it at the point when it really is relevant, instead of say, hey, think about this when you do it in the future. It's like, okay, when you're really doing it right now, this is the time you need it. Buy your daily insurance, and it's as low as 1 ringgit, right, for a day. So and then it hits, right? So that's something that with the recent emphasis, we've seen a higher take up, and that's really helped. Yeah, so we hope to do more of these kind of education pieces.
And it's such a great way when we talk. That in itself is a great way of. I'm losing words here, but utility of technology essentially, right? It's
Yes.
timed cues, right? It's when you need something, because when you don't need something and you can procrastinate on it, you push it aside and then you don't really think about it and you forget. But when it's a time-sensitive thing, something that, oh, you know what, this really applies to me now, there is the take-up, the retention rate is higher. And this is something that we're learning from all sorts of different, cues and utility of technology. But one of the key things, I think we've come to this, we addressed this a little earlier, but I think both you and Sean talked about it. It was basically starting, right? It's how do you start someone on this journey? And then that's basically where the biggest inertia is, because once someone starts something, then maybe they can build from there. And I think this was something you said earlier, Francisca. It was below a certain point of income, there isn't really much you can save, right? And this is where sometimes it's even just the act of saving, even if it's just 1 ringgit, triggers off a new routine path, right? And then eventually you can grow that with time. That's not a muscle that's typically exercised by a lot of Malaysians. Even those with EPF access, in fact, especially those with EPF access, because that is already done automatically. So, but that's a whole topic for another day in terms of financial literacy. I'm sure it's going to be covered during this event. But I'd like to I think we've got about 15 minutes left. So I'd like to shift this, taking a look forward, right? And I'm really proud of the term I used earlier, modular economy, modular work. I think let's keep using that. But what this has signaled, and I think I alluded to this earlier, and you both have mentioned this many times, it's this lack of definition in terms of the income generation, right? It's not as clear-cut as I'm fully employed, and it's not even as clear-cut as I am self-employed entirely. We are seeing a hybrid, a hybrid coming together of these two different job sources, which is or multiple job sources. And this is where we're going to have to see more financial literacy and more financial education, more financial empowerment, because you cannot, especially in the long run, always rely on the top-down method for someone else to come and take your responsibility and your accountability. And yes, there are many challenges to it. I'm not trying to make it simplistic, but we are here to talk about financial literacy overall, and specifically we're talking about the gig economy, which is slated to get bigger and bigger as time goes on, either because people are moving into it or people are supplementing their income. So looking ahead, I guess, how do, particularly Sean and Francesca here, are we going to start seeing this become, the gig economy, platform work, become more of a full-time endeavor, or is it always going to be a part-time temporary gig event? Is there basically, can we transition over to it being full employment, or is that an old way of trying, am I trying to fit a circle into a square peg essentially? Who would like to take this on first?
Oh, you know, when I was young, my parents said, like, when you grow up, you might get a job doing this, you might get a job doing that, right? Like, there's this concept that you'll have a job. And I think that's kind of the beauty of the gig economy, right? Like, it is, earlier I mentioned, it is a safety net. You have people, and these are real people I speak to, right? Like, you have people who got laid off and it's a fallback full-time employment. And then you've got people who are underemployed, as I mentioned earlier. You've got people who are just in between jobs. That's frictional unemployment, right? I was once in a car with a young uni grad who studied basically biochemistry. And I'm like, oh, so what are you doing now? And he says, well, I didn't want to just settle for a job that is not relevant to my field, like all my friends did. Because anyone can get a job if you try hard enough. But can you get the right job? Well, you have to be patient. So he's actually using driving as a way to tide himself over so that he can get the right job and then move into it. So there's so many applications to something as flexible as Roshan coined, the modular economy. And I think that there's something that's quite special. The income is pretty good. We are talking about people in M40 doing this full-time, people who are boosting themselves to M40 doing this part-time. I don't see why that would change. So I think it's time the industry evolves to match the economy rather than the other way around.
Yeah,
And
I think,
yep.
oh, I would just like completely agree with that, in the sense of, I think I would describe what our platforms are. It's about flexibility and the dynamism that we create in that economy, right? That keeps them able to either use it, like Sean said, in between jobs, but we actually have it for students in between semester breaks. It can be actually retirees when they are just wanting to keep busy. So in fact, actually also and I think that question even is slightly flawed, because we're also creating employment for those that unfortunately are not included in the full-time job employment economy because of either frictions in the labor market that can be caused from prejudice, location of where you live, to your education background, or to even the flexibility of your age. There's age discrimination, and then even the flexibility of the job to your schedule. If you're a mother and you want to have take care of your kids, 9-to-5 jobs sometimes are not the best for that. So then historically they've always been opted for, oh, I will have to be a stay-at-home mom. Today they could actually be involved in the economy, and for the first time we have options for them, right? So it's not even just, hey, is it full-time? Are they going to shift to part-time? It's, did you know that even there were people who couldn't be included in the economy and then now can get one, right? So, and then I would say also, like, so it's flexible, dynamic, but actually inclusive, right? And then I do think the future, though, the definition of one singular employer to one employee is, it will still exist. I just think there would be a larger portion of the economy where you'll have multiple employers or job creators to a single individual. And it's going to be a lot more flexible, not just because of gig work, but because it's easier for you to also have a side business by creating a store on Lazada, and then you can sell, and then you get income there. And then you'll also be a social media influencer, or you could do so many things all at the same time. And therefore, income sources used to be singular relationship. you're just going to get multiple income relationships, I think.
Yes, Mr. John.
Yeah, I just want to add in a bit. Yeah, I agree with the other panelists, Sean and also Francesca as well, regarding this part-time or full-time workers, gig workers. In fact, Perkeso is encouraging employment in the gig economy through our initiative Kedaya Gig, announced under the Pemekasan package recently, where we provide work incentives worth 600 monthly for 6 months. So in other words, I think the total is about 3,600. So the policy objectives were to reduce the time-related underemployment situation as formal labor demands remain low during the COVID-19 pandemic. So many workers were forced into unpaid leave as companies are not producing at a full capacity. So the barriers of gig or platform economy in building sustainable long-term employment is mobility towards higher skill services, entrepreneurs activities. Although there is a higher employment opportunity in the gig economy, most of the gig employment in Malaysia, including those listed under major jobs, are related to repeated and low-skill labor tasks. So, in addition to social protection, employment services that are provided by SOCSO for such benefit recipients that are within our network can gain access to also as an active labor market program, actually AMP, Job Carnival, open interview sessions, and many more. So with the upskilling in between, the idea is to build portability between formal and the gig employment. Okay, Rusha?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, I think, to bring this kind. I think I don't think we're going to be able to package this with a nice little bow over it, but again, maybe also a bit cliched. It's about getting the conversation started. It's also just about emphasizing financial literacy, financial education, financial empowerment. I think the last part is really important, that accountability and responsibility that each of us has over our own financial lives going forward, especially as we go towards a more modular, more flexible kind of working environment, which seems to be the trend forward, right? That's not to say full employment is going to go away, but there are questions, let's just say, over the 40-hour work week, whether it's appropriate for the new industrial age we're in. It was born from 100 years ago. Does it still apply today? These are all different questions we're all trying to deal with, but self-employment or a hybrid self-employment seems to be a way for us to take that power back a little bit. And with that also comes the risk and all of that, right? And so we do have to talk a little bit about the concerns on that front, right? Because maybe to wrap up, because I know we've got less than 10 minutes left overall. So as we look forward, we want to encourage the growth of the gig economy. We want people to become more aware, more financially empowered. But on the flip side, there are going to be concerns. Things like, is it going to be enough income for me? Is there going to be a commoditization element, right? Because that's just simple labor economics, demand and supply. I guess it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and I'm not trying to make this a negative spin, but it is important to address these things from a long-term perspective. So what are your each, I guess, how do you respond to something like this? Some of the negative, maybe more negative thoughts, but also what are your own respective pressing concerns as we see the gig economy continue to grow as we've seen it so far? Who would like to take this? Is open to everybody. So, Mr. John.
Talking about the gentrification towards, from the gig workers. So for Perkeso, we have changed our approach to reaching out to them. So actually, it's not easy to persuade them to contribute to Perkeso for social security coverage. So we have to do something extra, extra effort for them. Actually, just to inform you, we already had about more than 9,000 engagement with our gig workers. So including the e-hailings, P-hailings. So with that engagement, there are many types of engagement through social media, through television, through online, to other medium that we have. Even we have to go to the taxi station, to engage with them, to encourage them to explain to them about social security protection, especially about our self-employed protection under this SKSPS. So, in other words, other initiative we do is we have this what we call it Squad Prihatin, Squad Perkeso Prihatin, that we have this initiative to increase our outreach also on the ground. Our team would monitor various range of media, including WhatsApp, social media, and so on, for these vulnerable gig workers to ensure that they are protected. So cases involving those not eligible for casual benefits are channeled through our network, about 190 social protection partners, including Welfare Department, AKPK, Getmara, MEMDEC, etc., for other and other forms of provision for social security protection. Actually, we did help them. Actually, in that process, we want to educate them, especially about financial. Actually, we work very closely with AKPK to educate those, especially the gig workers. Building upon that network, we established Sahabat Prihatin also as the application used among community leaders to channel potential cases to Picasso directly. They can even take pictures of cases and share it to us. Picasso is planning to expand this to public, so top-down and down-up channel for information. Actually, now we also engage with this Pusat Khidmat for Ahli yang Berhormat, ADUN or MPs, to directly engage with them and to explain to them about this initiative, about Picasso Prihatin, and also what we can do to help our self-employed, especially, and in particular gig workers. So that is the what we have done, Roshan.
Thank you, Mr. John. Sean or Francisca, who would like to take a stab at this first? We've got about 4 minutes left before we have to wrap up. I see Sean is unmuted.
Yeah, so when I think about what the gig economy or just overall digital economy has brought, it's this. We talked about the empowerment of people to work whenever they want, the inclusiveness. In the past, if you are a person with disabilities, it's not easy to just find income tomorrow. Today you can. And if you just lost your job and you really needed the income, today you can start earning in 7 days. It's something that's powerful and something that's inclusive, right? My biggest concern is that we don't fully get it, and then we just put in things that kind of destroys that. I guess, typical topic of regulations is always double-edged. Regulations can be really good and really powerful. It can also be, negative. And when we think about this economy, we got to find ways to protect people without destroying the thing that we're actually trying to protect, which is the income. Basically, we got to think about ways to help them without introducing any friction. Because if they are not even earning, then they're not going to be saving, they're not going to be spending on protection.
Very true. And sometimes I think a lot of us may be using old models for the new economy and all of that. Francisca, to wrap up, talk about the key concerns, pressing concerns going forward, that sort of thing. What are your thoughts?
Sure. So to add something different then to the conversation for me would be, I think you asked, will it be big enough, right, for me to earn if I went to a gig economy? I think my main thing is always to think about essentially gig or full-time, it's a format, but it's based off the denominator industry, which is actually the labor market, right? So whether or not jobs are there, it's actually what format it takes form, what if format it takes form of, right? So whether it will come off as a few hours work distributed to the city, or whether it will come off as a full-time job distribution. So to me, the labor market will always be there. The employment and the GDP of the economy, of ensuring that our companies are running, that is the backbone of the economy. So it's not a question of will it be big enough. It's actually whether or not, my concern will be whether or not certain enterprises or SMEs are not going to be left behind, but will be supported to make that necessary shift where necessary to go into this new world digitally. Some SMEs are well positioned, and that's great. But we can't assume that all SMEs have received the same access to certain tools to digitize, because for you to use gig work or to take new forms of employment that's going to save your company costs or that's going to help you scale, you need to change SOPs, be aware to know how to digitize, be aware how to know access to certain applications and tools and technology. and sell your company in a different way using technology too. So we're all integrated, we're all plugged into this same economy. So I feel like for me, the concern will be whether or not we're ensuring there's also equal opportunities to the employers to upskill themselves to the new norm.
Francesca, a great point, I think, to wrap up this conversation on to the three of you, Sean, Francesca, John, thank you so much for your time today. This has been a fascinating discussion. Maybe I'm just a bit nerdy, but I really, really enjoyed all these different aspects about this. So thank you again for joining me. This morning I had Mr. Sean Goh, Country Head of Grab Malaysia, Miss Francesca Chia, CEO and co-founder of GoGet, as well as Mr. John Riba, Deputy CEO of Perkeso, the Pertubuhan Keselamatan Sosial, on this webinar. And I'd like to thank all of you for your time this morning and for joining us in this webinar held in conjunction with the Financial Literacy Month 2021, which again, as I mentioned earlier, aims to provide financial education and support during this challenging time. Now, before you all go, be sure to participate in our pop-up quiz right after this session to be eligible for our amazing lucky draw prizes. Again, a little gamification never hurts. My name is Roshan Kanesan with Ringgit Plus Financial Planner, and it's been my absolute pleasure to be your moderator this morning. Take care, stay safe, and all of you have a great weekend ahead.
Hi, I'm Nandini and we're the School of Accounting and Finance Club of Neelaians from Neelai University.
So what are your desires and wants?
Being a young adult definitely has loads of perks. You get to enjoy more freedom, lots of new stuff, as you're about to start your own new independent life. But it's also no escape from having loads of pressure, especially when dealing with things that you don't know much about, like finance. Having to see all your friends buy these new stuffs, it's tempting, right? Which might end up in you over-purchasing sometimes. So have you heard of the Malay proverb, Ukur baju, di badan sendiri? It's a simple proverb, but many people fail to understand its true meaning.
It actually means we should spend within our own needs and not just buy whatever we want.
Most people, especially young adults like us, tend to buy of what we want instead of what we need. So why does that happen? Well, peer pressure is there, and that's kind of strong. Anything that you've seen maybe your classmates, study mates, friends, or even same age neighbors bought could likely influence you and trigger you to purchase it. But this will end up leaving an impact on your financial spending, and you might end up buying things that can be used towards saving for your own future. So how do we change this behavior and take charge of our personal finance? 4 tips and tricks that we are going to share with you so you can manage your money like a boss.
First things first, prepare a budget. It can be physically or electronically, but this will definitely help keep track of your own purchases and even guide you on how much more you can save. By doing so, you can ensure that you are able to manage your money efficiently and effectively.
Secondly, set a savings target.
Similar to what you did in wanting to purchase something, apply the same method here. This time you will be challenging yourself to have a savings target for your own self that can benefit you in the future. Start by setting a small target and gradually increase this. It may seem hard and not really benefiting you right now, but it will definitely help you in the future, especially against uncertainties.
Next step is to eliminate the bugs.
Bugs in here mean unnecessary purchases. Upon doing the budget, make sure at the end of each month you're keeping track by checking what you spent, the trends, and observe whether you're able to achieve your savings goals or not. If yes, congratulations, and maintain your current purchasing style and keep observing it for future months' budgets so you can keep achieving your target. If no, it's okay, don't worry. Try to reduce your unnecessary purchases that you've already made and try to be humble when spending. The most important thing is you need to be able to recognize your needs from your wants.
Don't go yet. Here's one last tip for you.
Last but not least, keep going and never give up in achieving your savings target. After all, consistency is the key to succeeding.
Hi, welcome to #My Rich Story. My name is Siling and I'm from University Utara, Malaysia. Today, I'm going to discuss with you about my money management. The first one is earn. As a full-time degree student, earn is a difficult part in money management, especially generating active income. For example, Ting Ting is a full-time student and she also do a full-time work from home job because all classes are announced to be online. This is her routine as a full-time student and full-time work from home employee. And turn out to be she's exhausted. She's not even focused in class and get a bad score in course assessment. At the same time, she's not doing well in her job too. So, the only active income that I'm able to generate is during my sand break. I put effort in Chari part-time job in Facebook, WhatsApp, and blah blah blah. And normally work as a promoter and work for 10 hours and get a 90 ringgit pay each day. And that's how I generate my active income during my sand break. You might say, why don't you earn some passive income from investment or anything else? Yep, you are right. I have my passive income from my investment. I put part of my saving and part-time job pay in my unit trust portfolio regularly. Unit trust is suitable for people who, like me, have no investment knowledge, have no time to review a market investment, and have only little and small budget for investment. So basically, I will earn about 8% to 14% return per annum. I would say it's not a lot, but it's suitable to my risk appetite. Tips for investment! First, understand your risk appetite. Are you a risk taker, risk neutral, or risk averse? And then decide you want to invest your money in fixed deposit, stock, bond, unit trust, and so on. Secondly, establishing investment goal and determine the time frame for investment. Thirdly, learn investment from trusted people, senior, or authorized classes. Next, I will tell you about save. As a risk management student, I always be told that the earlier you start saving, the easier you accumulate your wealth, as your saving have plenty of time to earn interest for you. And that's why I always save what I earn instead of spend all of that. My saving goal is just simple and good. In my saving goal, I will plan what I really want, such as education, travel, settle loan, and purchase a house. I always using the time value money concept to know the present value or the future value. And I'm clear with how much should I earn and save to achieve my saving goal. For example, I want to travel after 3 years and the travel package costs 2,500 ringgit and I have returned 8% per annum from my investment. Therefore, the future value is 2,500 ringgit, rate of return is 8% and the number of period is 3. Using the PV formula, what I need is 1,985 ringgit now, then only I have 2,500 after 3 years to travel. Time value money concept is too important for us to understand because 10 ringgit today is worth more than 10 ringgit promised in the future due to inflation. So, to learn about time value of money concept and save money now, Otherwise, you're going to run out of time. Lastly, I will be discuss about manage. I use 6-jar money management to manage my money. Basically, it split your money up into 6 different accounts, and you can set up your own different accounts such as necessity, saving, education, entertainment, sharing, and financial freedom. This management system is suitable for everyone because it's flexibility and also it emphasizes on habit that always ignored by most people. After I have my own 6-jar money management, I use money management apps to record my income and expenses. Because it's easy to use and also easy for me to track my expense and budget regularly. Come to the end of the video, I would like to say, live and learn. It's never too late to learn. You are responsible for your own money management. No excuse for it.
Sudah bang, ambil barang apa banyak-banyak kat tu. PKP ni berjimat dah sama, tak duk basiak sangat.
Alah, sekali-sekala, bukannya selalu. Dari hang duk beletiak kat aku popek. Baik hang pergi buat ayak. Daga ni hang tahu.
Sak, pergi buat ayak nak. Pada. Nah. Dah weh bang, kopi hang weh. Aku buat kau. Ada masalah apa nak ni bang? Cuba kita main. Dah semalam ni aku tengok hang macam tak okey. Masalah apa?
Aku ni Azim, kena buang kerja. Sebab tu aku tak ada mood.
Oh, kerja ni bang ada kat mana-mana bang. Rezeki Allah Ta'ala tu luas bang. Burung-burung ni ada juga rezeki mereka. Kita manusia ada juga rezeki kita bang. Banyak je peluang kerja yang kita boleh buat bang.
Main dengan PKP ni, kerja apa yang kita boleh buat?
Macam ni bang. Apa kata kita teruskan warisan mak kita buat kopi kampung. Macam mana?
Hei, aku mana reti buat kopi kampung. Mak tak ajak aku dulu.
Allah boleh lah bang. Mak dah ajak dah kat aku macam mana cara nak buat dia. Masa kat you dulu, mak dah ajak aku daripada A sampai Z. Kan? Lagi satu bang. Kita buat kopi kampung ni, kita boleh jana pendapatan kita bang. Kan? Orang kata apa? Benda ni dia akan jadi pendapatan aktif kita lah kan. Walaupun orang kata pendapatan kita tak tetap, at least kita ada usaha juga bang. Kan tak ada usaha dia. Kita boleh je promote kat Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, kan, Twitter. Ikut hang abang. Kan? Lusa juga kita start bang. Macam mana?
Esok kita start.
Aku setuju dengan hang. Esok kita start.
Mantap. Lepas snap ni, promote lah. Malu lah.
Lah, hang nak malu-malu buat apa bang? Hang promote je lah ni. Ni bang, lagi satu nak pesan kat hang bang. Lah ni hang dah kena ada matlamat kewangan hang bang. So aku boleh saja kat hang guna kaedah SMART. S ni spesifik. Hang kena fokus kepada satu benda yang hang nak tu secara spesifik. Lepas tu M, measurable. Adakah matlamat hang tu boleh diukur bang? Kan? Lepas tu A, attainable. Boleh ke tak hang nak capai matlamat hang tu bang? Lepas tu R, realistic. Adakah hang boleh merealisasikan matlamat hang tu bang? Last sekali, time ni bang. Adakah matlamat hang tu boleh capai dalam masa yang tertentu bang? Lah ni hang dah ada matlamat bang?
Ya, apa dah. Kira macam matlamat aku ni, aku nak buat satu kafe, toko kopi.
Matlamat dah cun tu bang. So lah ni, kita kena berjimat cermat lah bang. Ikut bajet. Sesuai ke tak dengan orang tu apa, kedudukan kewangan kita lah ni. Kan. Berbelanja tu pula jangan ikut kehendak sangat. Kan. Memang kalau kita nak kira kehendak bang Fu, macam-macam nak beli bang. Kan.
Habis dah duk beli tu. Amboi, sakan oh. Dah. Yang cakap banyak aku nak share. Oh dia Azim, mudah masuk. Orang pakai duk order. Ramai juga pecinta kopi kampung.
Oh, itulah. Kan? Alhamdulillah lah orang kata rezeki kita bang.
Okey.
Kan? Lagi satu orang kata dalam berniaga ni, kita kena yakin, lepas tu kita kena berani ambil risiko dalam berniaga.
Satu hari nanti aku akan buka toko kopi aku sendiri.
InsyaAllah bang, boleh bang. Hang nak buat kedai kopi ke, hang nak buka warung ke, kafe ke, ikut hang lah. Tapi kau nak besar, duit yang hang duk COD ni, kalau boleh simpan elok bang. Hang bahagi, hang bajet elok mana ni. Tahu? Loh, nak pergi mana kau tu?
Aku nak pergi simpan duit COD ni. Aku ada visi dan misi aku sendiri. Faham tak? Jangan dia cakap banyak. Buat orang-orang. Faham tak?
Ikut hang.
Alhamdulillah, sesuatu kejayaan itu tidak akan datang secara bergolak. Kini, aku berjaya membuka sebuah toko kopi yang aku impikan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera. Saya bagi pihak Financial Education Network atau FEN mengalu-lalukan kehadiran tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ke program webinar sempena Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Saya, Jasmina atau mudah dipanggil Jas, adalah moderator bagi webinar kita pada hari ini ya. Jadi sebagai pengenalan, saya ingin menarik perhatian hadirin hadiran mengenai muflis di usia muda. Sebelum pandemik melanda, Jabatan Insolvensi Negara telah menyatakan bahawa kenaikan kes kebankrapan sangat merisaukan. Dari segi pecahan umur, kes kebankrapan yang berusia antara 35 hingga 44 tahun mencatat peratus kebankrapan yang tertinggi. Ini diikuti oleh mereka yang berumur di antara 25 hingga 34 tahun. Saya percaya keadaan ini akan menjadi lebih merisaukan selepas pandemik ini. Percaya atau tidak, di Malaysia ada yang bankrupt pada umur 18 tahun. Selepas melihat laporan-laporan ini, saya teringat zaman muda-muda saya dululah, masa mula-mula bekerja. Masa dapat slip gaji, pertama sekali kawan-kawan cakap, ambillah kredit kad. Saya pun ambil kredit kad tanpa ilmu. Kemudian ada pula dengar kawan-kawan yang ialah muda kan masa tu nak kahwin pun ambil kredit kad nak beli barang hantaran mahal-mahal. Yang menarik dia, ada juga yang ambil personal loan untuk buat perkahwinan yang grand. Tapi saya bernasib baik sebab saya berkenalan dengan seseorang ni di tempat kerja. Dia cerita masalah dia. Dia cakap kredit kad dia dah maksimum. Sekarang ni dia nak minta tolong mak dia. Mak dia ni dah pencen dah pun untuk bayar kredit kad dia. Saya tanya, suami tak nak bantu ke? Dia cakap, suami dia pun dah gaduh dah dengan dia. Malah suami dia ambil kredit kad yang tak maksimum, potong. Sebab dah jadi konflik rumah tangga. Jadi persoalan dia kat sini, apa punca perkara-perkara ini boleh berlaku di saat orang baru bekerja, di saat orang sudah bekerja? Ni lepasan-lepasan universiti ni yang kita bincangkan ni. Malah tinjauan oleh PwC tahun lepas, tahun 2020 juga menunjukkan 50% pekerja yang tertekan dan rasa terganggu di tempat kerja kerana kewangan mereka. Saya percaya AKPK pun ada buat tinjauan mereka sendiri juga. Nanti bolehlah AKPK cerita ya. Jadi apa puncanya sekarang ni? Persoalannya apabila seseorang itu mendapat slip gaji, memegang slip gaji, mendapat pendapatan, cukupkah ilmu mereka untuk uruskan pendapatan? Bersediakah adik-adik kita ni yang lepas-lepas daripada universiti ni masa dapat gaji pertama untuk uruskan wang dia? Jadi, kita lihat apa yang akan dibincangkan pada hari ini. Selamat datang ke webinar Kepentingan Literasi Kewangan di Kalangan Pekerja. Pada sesi ini, kita akan mengupas pelbagai persoalan dan pengajaran terutama daripada pandemik ini. Bersama saya adalah barisan panel yang sangat berpengalaman. Puan Nirmala Subramaniam, Head of Household Financial Education Department AKPK. Selamat datang, Puan. Saya ada Encik Vena Gadasami, Chief Financial Officer of HRD Corp Malaysia. Dan the famous Captain Mushafiz Mustafa Bakri. Kalau Google nama dia tu boleh nampaklah gambar. CEO of Malindo Airways Sdn Bhd. Jadi sebagai pembukaan, saya ingin menjemput para panel pada hari ini untuk memberi pendapat sedikit. Kenapa perlunya kesedaran tentang kepentingan literasi kewangan di kalangan pekerja. Mungkin saya boleh mulakan dengan Puan Nimala, di mana berdasarkan pengalaman Puan sendiri di AKPK, kenapa ilmu literasi ini sangat penting?
Alright, terima kasih Puan Jasmina. Thank you very much. Terima kasih kepada Fan. We are very happy lah untuk berada kat sini ya. Okay, berkaitan pada soalan ni memang penting. Ramai akan tertanya-tanya kenapa pengurusan kewangan ni penting untuk pekerja. Pekerja dia bekerja kan. Tetapi sebenarnya apa yang kita lihat ni, pengurusan kewangan yang baik ni berkait rapat dengan produktiviti seseorang pekerja tau. Sebab bila seseorang pekerja tu ingin bekerja dengan minda yang tenang, barulah produktiviti dia meningkat kan. Jadi bila kita lihat apa yang perlu untuk minda yang tenang, salah satu faktor yang paling penting ialah kewangan, duit. Ya, emosi kita ni memang berkait rapat dengan duit. Walaupun kita tak cakap duit bukan segala-galanya, tetapi sebenarnya dia mempengaruhi emosi kita. Sebab kami ada buat satu survey baru-baru ni, Money and Mental Wellbeing by AKPK. Di sini kita dapati ya, hasil tinjauan kami kita dapat ialah 41% mengaku yang financial issue mereka ya, kewangan ya, isu keberhutangan mereka ni mengganggu mental health mereka, mengganggu ya kesihatan mental mereka. Dan 65% pula mengatakan financial distress ni, isu kewangan ni, keberhutangan ni mengganggu pekerjaan, produktiviti mereka pula, mengganggu mereka, cara mereka perform dekat kerja mereka sebab minda tak tenang ya. Dan di waktu pandemik memang meningkat dalam 35% ya. Dan bagi mereka yang mengatakan mereka dapat menguruskan kewangan, ada saving dan sebagainya, mereka mengatakan stress level mereka kurang. So dari sini kita nampak kalau pengurusan kewangan tu ada, ya, dia berkait rapat dengan our mental health, our emotion, yang berkait rapat dengan productivity, cara kita perform dekat office, cara kita bekerja ya. So yang tu kita merasakan yang pendidikan kewangan, kebolehan mengurus kewangan ni sangat penting untuk ditekankan di kalangan pekerja ya. Sebab apa yang kami lihat di AKPK juga, yang datang kepada kami dengan masalah keberhutangan tinggi, 70% yang datang pada kami adalah di antara umur 30 hingga 50. So ini umur mereka bekerja ya, yang aktif bekerja ni ya. Dan 70% yang datang pada kami adalah di antara umur ni, dan 54.8% daripada mereka yang datang pada kami adalah daripada sektor swasta, 20.2% adalah daripada yang bekerja sendiri, dan yang ada yang 16% lebih daripada kerajaan. So jadi bukan nak katakan sektor mana yang susah, jangan salah faham ya, tapi ini mengatakan apa yang kami nak mengatakan kat sini ialah yang bekerja ni mengalami isu kewangan, dan ini akan mengganggu produktiviti mereka. So oleh itu pengurusan kewangan, ilmu ni sangat-sangat penting bila kita lihat pada data ni.
Terima kasih Puan Nimala. Menarik. Ilmu kewangan dan produktiviti. So itu memang menjawablah soalan kenapa dia sangat penting ilmu kewangan di tempat kerja. Lalu Encik Vena, kita sendiri tahu HRD Corp banyak beri latihan teknikal, tapi yang saya sangat menarik sebab saya pun masuk juga e-latih tu, sebab HRD Corp masa musim pandemik dia bagi latihan secara percuma kepada rakyat Malaysia, dan saya nampak HRD Corp mempunyai banyak kursus-kursus literasi kewangan yang percuma. Jadi Encik Vena mungkin boleh bagi kupasan sedikit ya. Kenapa walaupun HRD Corp ni banyak memberi latihan teknikal, tadi pada masa sama memberi latihan mengenai pengurusan kewangan.
Terima kasih Puan Jas and panel, Puan Nirmala and Captain. Pertama, saya setujulah dengan apa Puan Nirmala kata. Duit ada punca segala masalah. Right? Kalau duit you tak balance, kalau aliran wang duit yang you dapat tu tak plan, sedar, right? Mesti akan ada masalah. Kebanyakannya ada perbelanjaan selalunya lebih dari wang yang kita dapat, right? And kita tahu kebanyakan orang di Malaysia itu ada ialah orang pekerja. So gaji selalunya tetap. So you punya perbelanjaan kena plan. Kalau tidak memang masalah. Pada COVID kita tak tahu macam mana semua akan jadi kan. Kita tak plan untuk COVID. Pada masa COVID banyak berlaku. Kan? COVID banyak orang tak ada kerja. Right? Syarikat tutup. Right? Salary kurang. Right? So tapi perbelanjaan sebelum COVID sudah ada. Okay? So masalah tu memang teruk. So agree lah dengan panel apa Nirmala cakap, mesti kita kena perhatikan dan membuat sesuatu untuk ke seluruh warga Malaysia, disseminate some kind of information tentang kewangan, kegunaan kewangan, dan macam mana kita boleh belajar planning kita punya kewangan, aliran wang dengan bajet. Itu mustahil. Okay, dari segi itu I akan ada yang I pun dah prepare kan. So I just say a few things lah. Sebelum saya going into details with e-latte and so on, maybe izinkan saya kata sekata, a few words on HRDF dengan koperasi. Okay, I just say sebelum mengulas soalan puan sedikit, saya akan secara ringkas mengenai HRD Corp. HRD Corp ditubuhkan pada tahun 1993 dengan tujuan untuk mengumpul levy dari industri utama dan mengeluarkan grant latihan kepada majikan untuk latihan dan pembangunan pekerja, development of workers. Pada tahun 2001 melalui Akta Pembangunan Sumber Manusia Berhad, lebih banyak industri dapat diliputi. Dan pada tahun 2021 HRD Corp telah melaksanakan perluasan akta yang merangkumi 18 sektor dan 238 subsektor berbanding hanya 3 sektor dan 63 sektor sebelum ini. Dan pada tahun 2022 hingga sekarang di bawah pimpinan Datuk Shaul Daud, Ketua Eksekutif HRD Corp. HRD Corp telah melancarkan transformasi digital, penjenamaan semula ataupun rebranding dan meluaskan skop latihan serta memperkenalkan beberapa inisiatif baru untuk rakyat. Contohnya HPC ataupun HRD Corp Placement Center, Jana Prona, Micro Credential, e-latte dan lain-lain. Tadi Puan Jas katakan e-latte itu sungguh menarik. Yes, sedikit pendalam untuk e-latte kan. E-latte dilancarkan pada Februari 2021. E-latte adalah sebuah portal pembelajaran dalam talian dan ia adalah percuma untuk sesiapa warga negara boleh akses. Sehingga kini kami telah menerima sebanyak 360,000 penyertaan untuk 400 kursus yang ditawarkan, termasuk kursus mengenai pengetahuan pengurusan kewangan yang boleh diikuti oleh semua warga Malaysia. Ini juga merupakan cara kami untuk memastikan kecelikan terhadap pengurusan kewangan dalam kalangan rakyat Malaysia untuk jangka masa panjang. Di sini dapat saya ulaskan bahawa HRD Corp mengambil berat terhadap kepentingan seluruh lapisan masyarakat dengan memperkenalkan inisiatif ini. Kerana kita bukan sahaja menawarkan program-program teknikal, kami juga melihat kepentingan ilmu kewangan dalam kalangan masyarakat. Bagi melaksanakan tujuan ini, kami boleh bekerjasama dengan AKPK dan FEN untuk mengenal pasti kursus-kursus latihan kesedaran kewangan bagi kaki tangan yang juga boleh dimasukkan ke dalam platform e-latih kita. So, dan bila kita buat macam itu, saya akan, kita semua akan gembira lah. Kita ada beberapa spesifik program untuk warga Malaysia secara percuma. So,
menarik Encik Vena. Saya rasa memang itulah, saya sangat gembira lah sebab bukan saja ahli-ahli FEN macam AKPK, Bank Negara semua yang melihat pengurusan kewangan ni penting. HRD Corp, I think kata apa, organisasi yang sangat penting di belakang majikan-majikan di Malaysia juga melihat kepentingan pengurusan kewangan tu. Mungkin saya boleh sambung dengan Kapten sekejap mengenai ulasan perkara ni. Sebuah syarikat penerbangan yang sememangnya terkesanlah semasa pandemik ini. Mungkin Kapten sendiri boleh cerita secara orang kata apa, the real experience lah. Bagaimana ilmu literasi ini penting.
Okey, Assalamualaikum, selamat petang semua. Terima kasih Puan Jasmina atau Puan Jas lah kan dari Bank Negara. Okey, pertama kali terima kasih dan saya amat berbangga lah dengan inisiatif Bank Negara, inisiatif Financial Education Network FEN ni mengadakan bulan literasi macam ni lah, kewangan kan. Jadi juga selamat datang kepada ahli panel Puan Nimala dari AKPK, Tuan Vena dari HRD Corp. Jadi betul, aviation industry ini ataupun industri penerbangan memang yang paling teruk yang saya rasa lah impacted sejak COVID-19 ni lah. Sebab kita ni kan industri servis industri perlukan orang bergerak. Jadi bila orang tak bergerak, so kita orang pun tak bergerak kan. So di Malindo Air ni lah, especially aviation industry ni banyak lah yang dihentikan kerja kan, majority dihentikan kerja sebenarnya. Ada yang ambil VSS, MSS kan, okey lah juga tu dapat duit sikit kan. Ada yang terpaksa ambil LTU, long term unpaid leave kan, dia terpaksa bekerja tanpa gaji, tidak bekerja dan tidak bergaji kan. So dan yang tinggal di dalam Malindo atau dalam industri gaji kurang daripada 50%. So itulah yang impacted teruk dalam aviation industry ni lah. Jadi sebenarnya literasi kewangan ni sangat penting lah, sangat penting. Jadi untuk airline sebenarnya kita ada small education dalam literasi kewangan ni lah sebenarnya. Sebab kita juga untuk airline industry kita selalunya kalau buat sesuatu kita ada contingency atau alternatif kan. Memang kita didik semua staff-staff airline selalu kalau dalam satu operasi atau satu kerja kena ada alternatif, kena ada contingency. Jadi kita pun dalam induction program kita ada juga kita sentuh dalam keuangan ni, dalam contingency keuangan kan. So kita ada katanya fail safe. Kalau kita fail, apa jalan ke arah safe area kan. So itu kena ada plan A, kena ada plan B. Itulah airline. Tapi contohnya lah, contoh untuk pilot dengan cabin crew, kita ada bagi tahu mereka sepatutnya ada simpanan 3 ke 6 bulan gaji bersama dengan gaji mereka sekarang. So mereka perlu ada itu. Itu yang kita ajarkan. 3 ke 6 bulan. Tapi yalah, kita kan daripada endemik, epidemik, now suddenly pandemic, mungkin dia prolong. Jadi mereka terpaksa menjalankan plan B mereka. So tak apa, kita plan B tu kita cerita sebentar lagi. Tapi sebenarnya yang saya sentuh sini, sangat penting literasi kewangan ni, cuma tak menyeluruh lah, tak menyeluruh kan, tak dapat dari pakar-pakar yang ada di Malaysia ni untuk mengajar kita. So jadi apa yang kita perlukan nanti, kita perlu tingkatkan kemahiran dan pelbagaikan kemahiran kita punya staff lah. Itu mungkin HRD Corp boleh tolong kan, dan kita jangan pergi hanya pandang satu industri, dan kita perlu juga berbelanja secara berhemah kan, belajar menyimpan, dan itu kita boleh dengan AKPK lah. So jadi itulah sebenarnya penting, memang penting literasi kewangan ni, walaupun kita ada tapi tak menyeluruh, mungkin tak unprecedented event yang macam ni kita tak sangka kan. So jadi saya setuju dengan Puan Nimala tadi, kata kalau duit ni sebenarnya memang akan efek kita punya productivity, akan efek kita punya emosi. Jadi macam aviation ni, yang pilot bawa kapal terbang ni, kalau emosi tak betul bahaya kan, cabin crew tertumpah kopi atas passenger, teringat masalah hutang kan, salah check in, passenger patut pergi London, pergi Paris, dah jauh tu kan. So amat penting lah sebenarnya literasi kewangan ni kan, akan menyentuh seterusnya ke arah productivity dan emosi lah. Okey, itulah dari airlines punya perspektif lah.
Terima kasih Kapten. Saya sebenarnya memang menarik lah, apa yang Kapten cakap kan. Walaupun kursus tu ada diberi tapi the question is, persoalan dia adalah cukup atau tak cukup. Dan sekarang kita pun, mungkin saya akan refer balik kepada Puan Nimala, seperti apa yang Kapten cakap lah. Satu adalah sama ada kursus tu menyeluruh atau tak menyeluruh. Dan macam pengalaman awal-awal yang saya cakap lah, kredit kad sampai kena potong. Sebenarnya kredit kad tak jahat. Kredit kad tu tak jahat. Tapi itu orang kita tu, terus potong kredit kad. Sebenarnya apa yang penting adalah ilmu. Jadi, Puan Nimala, apakah topik pengurusan kewangan asas yang sebenarnya perlu dipelajari, terutama mereka yang baru nak bekerja dan mereka masih di alam pekerjaan, apa yang mereka perlu teruskan? Dan apakah nasihat yang boleh dikongsi berdasarkan pengalaman AKPK lah bertahun-tahun mengendalikan masalah kewangan rakyat Malaysia dalam, terutama dalam alam pekerjaan. Teruskan Puan Nimala. Puan Nimala tengah mute.
Selalu buat ni. Okay, thank you Puan Jasmina. Alright, seperti yang diberitahu topik dia memang banyak topik dia memang banyak. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari segi kesejahteraan, pengurusan kewangan, kita akan cakap pasal pengurusan aliran tunai, buat bajet, keperluan, kehendak, aset dan sebagainya, semua tu is there. Is dari segi teknikal. Tetapi apa yang kita lihatnya, dari segi pengurusan ilmu ini sahaja tak penting. Sebenarnya yang lebih penting ialah kita kena create yang keperluan, the why factor di kalangan mereka, is dari segi emosi, dari segi transformasi minda. Dan saya nak kongsi juga, saya pun macam Puan Jas juga. Masa saya mula kerja, 20 lebih tahun dululah, masa saya mula masuk, saya kerja kat bank. So, bila kerja kat bank, dapat je kat kredit. Saya tak payah mohon ni, pre-approve terus dapat sebab kerja kat bank. And terus bila kerja, saya kerja kat KLCC, tak boleh salahkan saya. KLCC ada, kad ada, saya lalu tempat shopping every day. Okay? And ilmu tu tak ada, dan our minda, our mind, sebab kita akan fikir that nothing will go wrong. Kita fikir that tiap bulan saya akan dapat gaji, buat apa saya nak fikir, YOLO punya fikiran, you only live once, motivation drive dia is your peer pressure, semua orang pakai branded, pakai bercuti dan sebagainya, so we also want. Dan sekarang ni kalau dipikirkan, that's even more worse sebab social media. So kita tak keluar pun kita boleh nampak orang buat apa. So every morning buka je orang dah makan breakfast kat sini, walaupun kita tak terasa, tak mampu, tapi we want to because it's a trendy thing kan. So it's the mind. How do we control this mind? So ilmu tu kena bermula daripada topik-topik yang kami bawa sekarang ialah lebih kepada our emotional. How do we kita nak bawa dari segi kesejahteraan kewangan? So that's why AKPK kita mulakan dulu dengan transformasi minda. Why? The why factor tu kena ada. Kalau why factor tu ada, barulah yang lain tu saya akan buat. Sebab nak buat budget ni, dia sebenarnya bukan susah, tapi leceh. Leceh sangat kalau saya nak buat budget. You know, why? Buat pun tak ada duit, ada buat pun tak ada duit, tak buat pun tak ada duit, so apa guna saya buat? Buat apa saya nak susah-susah kan? So, it's about that why factor. Kenapa saya nak kumpul duit saya? Kenapa saya nak ni? Kenapa saya nak tu? Kita kena create that importance tu. So that's why AKPK banyak sekarang kita fokus pada emotional, kesejahteraan kewangan. Kita ada 7 dimensi yang penting kalau kita nak kesejahteraan seseorang tu, iaitu dari segi emosi, dari segi spiritual dia, dari segi environment dia, dari segi culture dia, dari segi intellectual pekerjaan dia. So banyak perkara yang menyumbang kepada ni. So of course kita mula dengan transformasi minda, kita kena wujudkan. So paling penting macam saya setuju, bila dia masuk kerja je kena start. Bila dia masuk kerja je, masukkan dalam kursus induksi. Penting, wajibkan kursus induksi dia kena ada. Dan dia tak boleh berhenti kat situ. Sebab dalam event hidup kita ni, pendidikan kewangan ni dia tak boleh diberikan one go and then semua orang akan ingat. Takkan ingatnya. Takkan ingat. Kadang-kadang kita tahu. Masa nak shopping tu pun kita tahu ni tak mampu ni, tak apa. Tapi kita ada satu isu tu yang kita procrastinate. Kita fikirkan tak apalah bulan depan kan dapat gaji, boleh bayar balik. Tak apa aku belanja dulu kan. So we have that kind of thought. So dia kena intervention, dia kena ada selalu. Kita kena nudge. Orang panggil kita kena beri peringatan dia selalu. So that's why pendidikan kewangan di alam pekerjaan mungkin majikan boleh tolong buatkan ceramah, perkongsian ni selalu, ada peringatan dalam Facebook mereka dan sebagainya. Sebab I think a lot of companies have their own social media kan, so dia boleh buatkan peringatan-peringatan ni in terms of that. So those kind of nudges, those kind of nudges are very important dari segi nak terapkan ilmu kewangan ni. And then of course, walaupun saya tahu nak uruskan duit dan sebagainya, tapi kalau tak cukup macam mana? Itu yang kita selalu dapat. Saya tak cukup puan nak cakap pasal urus, puan cakap je, tapi saya tak ada nak apa yang saya nak urus kat sini. You know, that's another thought. So it links. So then kita kena kepada upskilling, reskilling macam Mr. Wena cakap tadi kan, banyak training yang diberi, and that is also important. Diversification ni sangat penting. Ini satu ilmu yang kita memang terhit besar kalau pandemik ni berlaku. That's when we realise one skill is not enough. Kalau kita bekerja lama je, it's a scary thought dah. Pandemik tu memang I take it as a lesson untuk all of us untuk realise that kita tidak boleh bergantung kepada satu kebolehan. Kita kena pelbagaikan kebolehan kita untuk survival, untuk sustainability, untuk kita kesinambungan hidup kita. Kita kena ada diversification ni, kepelbagaian ni. So macam mana kita nak cari skill-skill dia, di mana kita nak cari latihan dia. So kita tidak boleh berhenti belajar. Kita memang tidak boleh berhenti belajar, itu yang kita dapati. Tapi saya rasa ramai discover skill mereka juga waktu ni. Ada yang dapati, oh saya ni sebenarnya boleh masak ni sebenarnya, dan saya ni sebenarnya boleh buat gardening. But all this, orang katakan ilmu ni dia akan membantu kita untuk menstrukturkan dia. Sebab kalau kita tidak ada ilmu tu, kita tahu kita perlu buat ni tapi kita tidak tahu bagaimana dan nak buat tu, itulah di mana ilmu tu datang membantu ya. So jadi topik-topik yang perlu ditekankan, of course kita kena mulakan dengan minda, kita kena nak tengok macam mana nak transformasi minda tu. Of course kita ada aliran tunai, buat budget, kita ada perancangan aset, pengurusan hutang, kalau nak meminjam, asas meminjam, apa yang diperlukan. Yang nak bersara tu janganlah beri ilmu pengetahuan tu pada umur 55. Kita sedih. Kalau syarikat tu panggil kita, kita nak buat untuk retirees, tapi umur dia semua dah 55. You know, dia kena mula daripada umur dia 40, 45 dia dah kena plan dah untuk bersara tu kan. So it's about dia punya life stages dia, peringkat umur dia, peringkat kehidupan dia berbeza. You know, every time dia ada something yang dia nak buat. So it depends juga. And of course dari segi macam mana kita nak diversify pendapatan kita, kepelbagian pendapatan kita ya. So itu yang kita perlu tingkatkan. So we are here, kita believe pada ilmu pengetahuan yang kita, that's why kita pun selalu fikirkan apa yang perlu, because apa yang unik dengan pendidikan kewangan daripada AKPK ialah kita membentuk pendidikan ni daripada masalah yang kita lihat. So kita dah lihat mereka yang ada isu keberhutangan datang pada kami, kita sedar apa yang tak ada masa tu, kenapa dia terjebak, kenapa terjadinya. So it's about you and me, anybody boleh face kan. So jadi kita lihat, then kita pergi kepada macam mana kita nak prevent ni. So one of the issue, that's why kita nampak diversification tu jadi penting ya. So we are so happy yang HRD Corp ya, kita pun dah register ya sebagai training provider dekat sana, and we are so happy that HRD Corp juga memberi keutamaan ya kepada pendidikan kewangan, which we rasa memang perlu ditekankan kepada semua. But the more important factor yang kita nak drive kat sini ialah motivation, motivasi untuk kenapa saya kena urus. Kenapa saya kena urus tu ada senang, sebab knowledge fingertips boleh dapat, anywhere boleh dapat, tapi why factor tu, itu yang kita kena continuously engage mereka.
Thank you. Terima kasih Puan Nimala. I pun orang kata apa, terkesima lah dengar Puan Nimala share tadi, sebab you know, number one is the why factor lah. Harapan saya agaknya masa umur 24 tahun tu saya dapat berkenalan dengan KPK, tapi tak dapat berkenalan dengan KPK masa tu. Mungkin lain sikit lah kan. Tapi alhamdulillah, you know, the realization tu dapatlah pada usia yang muda juga. Jadi tidaklah terjerumus terlalu, orang kata apa, jauh. Encik Bena, I think Puan Nimala ada cakap something very menarik. Nombor satu, pengurusan kewangan. But number two is about mendapatkan skill baru. Saya sendiri adalah pengguna e-latih. Masa HRD Corp announce kata e-latih adalah semua percuma, the first course that I took was project management. Saya ambil for free project management. Saya pun terfikir, kalau satu hari lah saya tak ada kerja kan, what is the next job yang saya boleh buat? Dan I actually took that kata apa course dekat e-latih. Mungkin Encik Bena boleh ulas sedikit lah bagaimana program di HRD Corp dapat membantu pekerja mengelak daripada masalah kewangan, nombor satu. Nombor dua juga macam mana dapat keluar daripada masalah kewangan seperti menambah pendapatan baru atau skill baru. Encik Bena?
Okay, terima kasih Puan Jasmina, and sebelum I share pengalaman di HRD Corp, perhaps I kata sedikit lah. Key things very important untuk semua lapisan masyarakat ialah self-realization, self-discipline and knowledge. Okay, this is very important among all the pressures kita ada. Right? Kalau kita ikut seseorang, ikut pressure around us, memang kita tak boleh buat any successful attempt. So self-realization, discipline is very important. I take note Puan Nirmala kata, so the mindset in teaching them to become more disciplined memang mustahil. Okay, so with that discipline and you know the importance of money, then keperluan yang you nak is, then you know how to see which is a priority, yang tak priority. Walaupun ada pressure, you akan fikir masa panjang, right? So dari segi itu, I rasa okay, there's one area that kita kena fokus lah, right? One is knowledge, understanding. Two is apa yang kita mampu and apa yang kita tak mampu. That is self-discipline, self-realization. Dengan itu, okay, let me just share sedikit dari HRD Corp. So I have some script already, but let me just share with you all. Memangnya di HRD Corp kami mementingkan latihan yang berterusan agar pekerja dapat meningkatkan dan meluaskan mahiran mereka. Selain dapat digunakan dalam meningkatkan kualiti kerja harian mereka, program latihan ini juga mungkin dapat memberi mereka ilmu dan seterusnya dapat menjana pendapatan kepada mereka. Di HRD Corp, kami wajibkan para pekerja untuk menyertai latihan di bawah e-latih. Wajib, kena buat. Ini merupakan langkah untuk memberi mereka peluang mempelajari, menambah ilmu serta kemahiran mereka. Melalui platform e-latih, mereka dapat belajar pelbagai kemahiran baru sebagai contoh pemasaran digital, bakery, kemahiran keusahawan, kemahiran pengurusan, IT, kewangan peribadi, dan banyak lagi. Selain daripada e-latih, terdapat juga inisiatif Jana Prana. Jana Prana ini merupakan platform e-dagang. Okey, yang mana para peserta yang telah menjalani latihan, ya, latihan senang, dengan kami boleh memasarkan produk dan perkhidmatan mereka secara online. So kita pun ada inisiatif Jana Prana yang satu platform untuk semua. Right? Kita juga ada kolaborasi dengan LHDN, KWSP, Perkeso, Zakat regularly, mana dia masuk ke pejabat kita dan share knowledge on, of course, statutory requirement. Dengan itu dia also tambah dengan ilmu kewangan. So itu ada satu, although it is not a full-fledged, tapi mustahak juga. Ketika pandemik COVID-19 melanda dunia, I'm sorry that I heard what Captain said. Fortunately, kita bertuah kerana kita dapat menghadapi tanpa mengurangkan gaji kaki tangan atau perlu melaksanakan pengurangan pekerja. Two important factor. Actually kita puas hatilah, kita sanggup, walaupun saya tengok di luar kan, apa yang jadi, tapi at least kaki tangan kita have some protection dari segi ini. Selain itu, HRD Corp juga memperkenalkan program subsidi internet yang kebanyakan kaki tangan kita kerja di rumah kerana tak boleh masuk office kerana PKP. Kita sediakan yang siapa-siapa pekerja kena continue buat kerja kan, internet kita bagi subsidi for masa entire PKP. So that productivity tak kurang. Kita continue to work, right? And pada masa COVID, one of the skills semua kaki tangan belajar ialah work from home, online approval, online digital, semua online kan? So that's a special skill yang kita selalunya tak fokus lah, kan? Selain itu, kami juga menjalankan kaji selidik terhadap tahap keadaan setiap kaki tangan semasa tempoh PKP. That means kita buat survey. Right? Survey is to get feedback dari kaki tangan kita, macam mana suasana, dia punya pressure level, emosi, tekanan dengan kesihatan. Tambah pula, kita melaksanakan pemberian bantuan, sedikitlah kepada kaki tangan yang dikenal pasti dari kalangan B40 pada tahun 2019 serta memberikan bantuan bakul makanan kepada kaki tangan yang memerlukan pada tahun 2020. So ini adalah sedikit yang program kita ada di HRD Corp. Ini merupakan sebahagian daripada usaha kami untuk mengelakkan kesukaran kewangan dalam kalangan warga HRD Corp. Dan semestinya pada masa yang sama memberi latihan dan kesedaran kewangan dalam kalangan kaki tangan. Sebagai pihak yang bertanggungjawab menjaga skill development tenaga kerja Malaysia, kami mempunyai peranan yang besar untuk memberi contoh kepada warga Malaysia dengan majikan dan kaki tangan mereka untuk kesedaran kepentingan ilmu kewangan. Kami juga boleh sentiasa melakukan kerjasama dan kolaborasi dengan kerajaan maupun syarikat-syarikat swasta dalam memperkenalkan dan memperbanyakkan latihan-latihan yang berkaitan ilmu kewangan ini. Kami harap dengan menyediakan peluang kepada pekerja untuk belajar mengenai pengurusan kewangan yang lebih baik, mereka dapat belajar dan meningkatkan kemahiran kewangan mereka. Dan ini harap akan dapat mewujudkan sedaran serta kepentingan kewangan yang kuat dalam organisasi kami, di samping membantu majikan yang berdaftar dengan kami, penyedia latihan, macam Puan Nirmala katakan, TP, training provider, also can go and conduct these courses kan, yang fokus untuk majikan dan kaki tangan. So dari segi ini, this is some of the programs, walaupun kita tak kurangkan gaji and so on. So tekanan pekerja kita tak begitu teruk, walaupun memang ada pressure yang lain. Walaupun kaki tangan kita tidak dapat kekurangan kewangan atau salary, tapi keluarga sekeliling kan, keluarga tekanan. So salary dia pun stretched because brother, sister, family semua yang tak ada kerja. So walaupun you ada kerja, you dapat gaji penuh, apa sudah jadi, you kena tolong semua kan? Yeah. So itu pun satu situasi yang teruk juga. Yeah. Ada, tapi sekarang I ada keluarga yang tak ada duit. Apa saya buat? Right? So walaupun what we do is we try to find out. In fact, we have communication lines with our kaki tangan during this COVID. If there's any issue, anything related to, if they feel, they can always call their first line supervisor and then call the next line and see what we can do to help. This is the emotional part. Right? So this is some of the programs that we have mentioned for your pengetahuan and information.
Terima kasih Encik Vena. I rasa memang sangat menarik apa yang HRD Corp lakukan. Nombor satu is, saya rasa it's not only about HRD Corp memberi kursus-kursus pasal kewangan, skill baru, tetapi juga to be an example, sebab HRD Corp being agency kat belakang majikan-majikan kat Malaysia, diorang pun kena tunjuk contoh yang baik, macam mana dia memberi kursus kepada pekerja, bantuan, dan dia aware mungkin pekerja gaji tak kurang tapi keluarga akan ada impact. Captain, macam mana dengan Captain juga yang betul-betul orang kata terkesan lah dalam COVID ni, dan pemerhatian Captain sendiri antara yang mempunyai tahap literasi kewangan yang baik. Saya serahkan kepada Captain lah. You know the story better. Yeah.
Okay, terima kasih. Saya tertarik dengan apa yang Puan Nimala dengan Tuan Vena cakap tadi pasal big why, self realization ataupun kesedaran sendiri itu kenapa kita perlu ada asas-asas literasi kewangan ni sebenarnya kan. Lepas tu dengan ilmu tu kena ada, dengan paling penting sikap lah. Kalau ada kesedaran tapi dan tak ada sikap, tak ada disiplin, tak guna juga kan. Jadi sektor penerbangan ni lah, aviation, especially Malindo Air ni lah memang terkesan. Juruterbang, engineer, pramugari. Di Malindo tak ada pramugara, ada pramugari je kan, pramugari dan operation staff yang lain lah memang terkesan lah. Walaupun mereka ada asas-asas literasi kewangan tapi tak banyak, but most of them kebanyakan mereka belajar sendiri dari YouTube kan, dari ada yang mereka memang ambil sebab dia ada kesedaran untuk kepelbagaian dan diversification tu. Kebanyakan pilot-pilot minggu kita ambil belajar tingkatkan dia punya pengetahuan dalam diploma kewangan. Kebanyakan mereka pengurusan kewangan ataupun pengurusan aviation. Kebanyakan mereka ambil ke arah itu. Tak tahu kenapa. Mungkin mereka sedar yang mereka ada uang, tapi kalau tak uruskan betul, jadi that's why mereka terjun ke bidang diploma kewangan, di management aviation. Jadi dia nak manage kan. Jadi kebanyakan mereka nak manage. Jadi apa yang mereka buat ni, macam kita tahulah pilot-pilot, juruterbang, dia orang terus bertindak. Dia tak tunggu lama. Bila datang bulan 3 pandemik, flight makin kurang, kita announce kita kena grounded, kita kena scale down. So dia orang individually, mereka sendiri, kita cerita pasal individual kan, mereka sendiri bertindak sebenarnya. Mereka bertindak, mereka scale down kan atau turunkan kadar pembelanjaan. So ada pilot yang menjadi Grab driver, cerita kat saya, Cap, dulu kita dapat 30-40 ribu sebulan, sekarang 3 ribu sebulan, tapi mereka tak komplain sebab bagi dia sekarang dia bukan pilot, dia adalah Grab driver atau motor kan. Jadi dia hidup dengan suasana Grab driver yang lain. Bagi Grab driver lain 3 ribu tu amat banyak. Bagi mereka mungkin, bagi dia mungkin kurang sebab dulu 30 kan, tapi adaptasi tu. Itu faktor adaptasi. So apa yang mereka buat, memang dia akan kurangkan perbelanjaan. Lepas tu dia nombor 2, dia akan protect apa yang dia ada. Pilot-pilot, pramugari apa yang diceritakan tu, kita protect apa simpanan yang kita ada tu, kena protect sebab walaupun diberitahu 3 ke 6 bulan simpanan yang perlu ada, mereka realize that benda ni bukan panjang. Dan bila dah setahun, oh memang panjang pun. Kan? Jadi mereka protect simpanan mereka dengan minta moratorium. Bagus moratorium ni. Sangat bagus inisiatif kerajaan untuk bagi moratorium. Macam teman-teman saya pilot-pilot di Indonesia, di Thailand, di Singapura pun tak ada moratorium ni. Jadi tak dapat nak protect simpanan kita tu. Simpanan tu ada, bolehlah pakai sikit-sikit. Kalau tak ada protection macam moratorium kan, bantuan ICINA ke, bantuan subsidi upah, memang simpanan kita tu kan cepat habis. Jadi bagusnya dengan langkah kedua ni mereka terus fikirkan untuk protect apa yang ada. Jangan terlampau membazir kan. Jadi baguslah bantuan-bantuan kerajaan dengan dan alih kerjaya tu. Itu yang paling susah sebenarnya, nak mengalih kerjaya, buat kerjaya lain. Memasak, jual burger, jual nasi lemak pramugari kan, dan yang paling nombor 3, try mendapatkan bantuan lah. So jadi mereka EPF, ICINA kan, itu bagus untuk protect pendapatan mereka. Nombor 4, apa yang kebanyakan airline industri buat, dia offload atau buang mana-mana yang tak perlu. Barulah kita realise 4 kereta, kenapa 4 kereta kan? Tapi alhamdulillah lah ada kereta untuk dijual, ada yang tak ada apa yang nak jual. So ada yang ada harta tu mereka jual. Walaupun ketika pandemik ni bila jual tu sebenarnya harga dia rendah, tapi terpaksa protect atau offload atau buang daripada kita punya kawalan so that kita punya kewangan tu tak dipit laju sangat, tak hilang, duit tak habis banyak sangat kan. So kebanyakan mereka terpaksa buang. Ada yang 2-3 rumah, jual rumah kan. So itu antara yang pekerja-pekerja airline yang ada literasi kewangan apa yang dia buat lah kan. Walaupun tak pandai, tapi kita pun linkkan dengan company. So Malindo pula, kita pun benda yang sama. Kita pun terpaksalah, first kita protect Malindo dulu. So, kita kena scale down Malindo operations. Kita groundedkan kapal terbang kita, letak kita pulangkan pada kita punya owner. Tak apalah, tak jadi pinjam, tak jadi bayar, so ambil baliklah kapal terbang ni, kita pulangkan 30 pesawat. Jadi untuk kurangkan perbelanjaan Malindo. Bila pesawat tak ada, terpaksalah kurangkan pekerja. So pekerja itu sebab tindakan tu perlu diambil untuk protect Malindo dulu. Kan? Lepas tu barulah kita fikirkan macam mana nak protect staff-staff kita yang ada di dalam dan yang ada di luar. Jadi bekerjasamalah kita dengan Bank Negara Malaysia, which is kita naik sampai jumpa governor, timbalan governor, kan? Yang bagusnya, positifnya COVID ni, kita dapat tahu satu keupayaan diri kita sendiri. Dulu kita tak sedar kita boleh buat benda tu, boleh tukar kerjaya, boleh pandai mengurus wang. Semenjak COVID ni, I think ramai yang bagus dalam menguruskan kewangan. Cuma tak ada apa yang nak urus, badan habis dah. Kan? Tapi at least kesedaran tu ada. Nombor dua, paling penting untuk COVID ni, apa yang kita belajar, rupanya ada agensi-agensi kat luar tu. AKPK, kita tak kenal sebelum ni. Kan AKPK, kita tunggu bila kita duduk, baru nak cari. Barulah Bank Negara kenalkan AKPK ada. Baru kita kenalkan HRD Corp ada untuk buat latihan. So sebenarnya bagus juga, semenjak adanya COVID ni, kita makin bermesra. Kita makin dapat link to each other. Sebenarnya banyak agensi-agensi selain daripada MOF itself lah yang tolong airlines, tolong staff-staff kita kan. So itu positif yang kita belajar. So Malindo, mula-mula kita protect diri kita sendiri, airline, as a airline, dan kita protect staff kita. Kita tengok macam mana bantuan keuangan, kita linkkan mereka dengan AKPK buat ceramah-ceramah keuangan kan. Maybe duit tak ada tapi tak terlambat. InsyaAllah kita akan this is like a starting point balik kan, supaya kita tak jadi kali kedua lah. Itu jadi manusia yang paling, sorry nak cakap, kalau kurang bijak atau bodoh lah kalau kita jatuh kali kedua atau buat benda yang salah kali kedua. So tak apa, kita apa yang dah berlaku ambil iktibar, banyak positif sebenarnya. Dan kita tahu kita ada kawan banyak di luar sana, ramai kawan-kawan kita di luar sana, AKPK, HRD Corp, Bank Negara, MOF, even bank-bank pun yang kita nampak asyik minta hutang sebab kita pinjam duit dia, pun boleh pun kita fleksibel, boleh minta bayar sikit dulu ke, boleh. Memang boleh berbicara dengan mereka, bagus. Itu apa yang kita belajar lah. So untuk Malindo pula pengajaran dia, moving forward lah untuk ke depan nanti, memang kita akan ada first mandatory class lah, mandatory for induction class, mesti kena ada. So kita akan jemput semualah panel-panel dari Bank Negara, AKPK, mandatory. Of course, yang macam Puan Nimala cakap, kena beringat kan, takkan sekali je. Mungkin ada recurrent cost. Paling penting poster-poster di strategic places tu pasal keuangan, pasal poster-poster. Macam di aviation ni, kita selalu safety. Pandang dia ni safety, pandang dia ni safety. But now keuangan juga, sebab keuangan tu link dekat safety juga kan, safety emosi, safety pekerjaan. So maybe betul adanya COVID ni bagus juga, so that kita boleh pergi ke arah sini lah. So jadi antara langkah-langkah selainnya bekerjasamalah dengan semua agensi yang ada dengan keuangan, betul meningkatkan skill staff, bagi tahu staff janganlah pandang satu skill je, you have to go ada skill kan, untuk prepare kita event macam-macam ni lah kan. Jadi so that bila ada pelbagai skill, adalah pelbagai income kan. Jangan pandang satu income je. Macam saya, pilot je kan. Bila tak bekerja sebagai pilot, tak tahu nak buat apa kan. So perbagaikan skill. Sepanjang pilot dia pergi main Bitcoin lah, main saham lah kan. So high risk sikit tak apa, tapi dia orang dah belajar, kena belajar kan. So itu antara yang positive points yang kita ambil lah dari COVID ni, dari segi bentuk literasi keuangan lah. Itu je Puan Jas.
Saya sebenarnya sangat, orang kata apa, mungkin pandemik ni banyak kisah yang sedih lah, tapi bagi community malah kita community financial education ni, sebenarnya ini adalah peluang realization pada ramai orang. Dan itu sebablah ahli-ahli Financial Education Network seperti KPK Ibu Negara, kita kali ni lebih agresif. Macam-macam yang kita nak buat dan kita pun nak bekerjasama dengan lebih ramai rakan strategik. Contohnya seperti HRD Corp ya, dalam memberi sebanyak akses ilmu dan sumber terutama kepada pekerja. Sebab kalau kita tengok dalam dekat negara-negara lain, dia sebenarnya ada unjuran, dia buat macam measurement dengan majikan macam mana tahap literasi kewangan di kalangan pekerja di negara tersebut. Jadi mungkin insyaAllah kita akan ke arah sana. Rancak kita bercakap tadi dan masa pun nampaknya mencemburui kita. Saya sebenarnya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih lah kepada panel-panel, Pak Nimala, Encik Vena, Kapten, sebab mengambil masa untuk berkongsi ilmu, dan yang paling penting adalah pengalaman ya, sebab pengalaman ni susah nak kita cari, hanya melalui kerja, experience saja yang kita boleh share. That is something orang kata very expensive. Dan mencakap pasal sumber ilmu kita harap selepas ni siapa yang menonton tahu kita ada AKPK yang beri kata khidmat secara percuma. Kita ada HRD Corp yang pun menyediakan pelbagai kursus-kursus untuk rakyat, untuk tingkatkan skill, dan mungkin ini juga akan menukar mindset kebanyakan majikan, financial well-being, productivity, dan macam mana kita nak ke depan selepas ini. Dan ingin saya nyatakan, saya harap para penonton juga dapat tahu yang terdapat banyak sumber-sumber kewangan yang secara percuma. Seperti saya kata, AKPK, HRD Corp balah FEN sendiri, kita telah bangunkan satu navigational website, www.fenetwork.my, di mana kita kumpulkan semua kursus-kursus percuma berkenaan pendidikan kewangan di bawah satu platform mengikut umur. Jadi it's not an expensive orang kata apa kursus lah untuk kita semua ikuti. Dan kepada para penonton, jangan lupa ya ikuti kuis yang ada selepas ini, sebab kita ada cabutan bertuah kalau buat kuis ni. Dan akhir kata, terima kasih kepada ahli panel, dan apa yang ingin saya katakan selepas mendengar semua panel, bijak urus pendapatan, elakkan kejutan, dan marilah kita tentukan hala tuju kewangan kita, jaga diri dan bertindak dengan bijak. Selamat menyambut Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021.
Apa? Saya kena buang kerja?
Kenapa pula tuan? Kenapa tuan tak beri saya notis awal? Macam mana saya nak sara keluarga saya tuan? Ya, saya faham tuan.
Sejak PKP ni, macam-macam terjadi dekat ni. Aduh, macam mana ni? Aku kena buat sesuatu untuk tolong ayah aku ni. Aduh. Fikir, Arif, fikir. Kejap. Arwah mak aku dulu belikan kamera ni untuk aku supaya aku dapat guna untuk mencuburi bidang media ini. Jadi, aku mesti gunakan kamera ni dengan sebaik mungkin. Hai, selamat datang ke channel Harif. Kalau nak tahu apa yang dapat masuk dan masuk atau apa yang ini. Walaupun view dekat video aku tak banyak, tapi aku akan tetap usaha untuk membantu ayahku.
Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Now walk with me. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. It smells so good right now.
Korang mesti ingat ada apa-apa jadi kat Harif kan? Hidup Harif makin better sekarang. Alhamdulillah. Ingat, kalau nak berjaya, kita jangan cepat putus asa tau. Dan niat tu pun penting.
Oh, satu lagi. Jangan lupa tahu simpan duit kawan-kawan. Kalau ada apa-apa terjadi, at least kita ada duit simpanan.
Is the camera on yet? Oh, hello. My name is Jeevan and I am 20 years old. I am a full-time student studying in Inti College Subang, and this is my duit story. Growing up, I could say that I'm a privileged kid. I didn't have to worry about money that much. I always get what I wanted. If I want to buy something, I'll just ask my parents for money and they'll give it to me. For me, it kind of feels like money just grows from trees and easy to get. That made me didn't have any sense for my money until I fell sick 3 years ago. I had to go in and out of the hospital, get treatments and medication for almost 2 years, and my insurance only covers some parts of it. During that time, I was very worried my parents couldn't afford my medical bills, and I kind of resist my treatments. When my parents asked me what's wrong, I talked with my parents about my concerns and said that I could stop the treatments if they couldn't afford it. They told me not to worry about it, and they had something called an emergency fund. An emergency fund is a stash of cash saved for emergency situations like job loss, medical emergency, or home repairs. I sighed in relief when I heard about it. Imagine if my parents didn't save for emergency situations, I would have not been able to recover from my disease. That's when I know that it is important to save money and not to splurge on anything I like. I learned to pay myself first, which means that when I get my paycheck or pocket money, I save an amount of money before spending it. I made it a habit to save at least 40% of it. For example, if I get 500 ringgit allowance this month, I will save 40%, which is 200 ringgit of it, before I spend it on other things. This method prevents you to accidentally spend too much and left a little to none at the end of the month as savings. Secondly, I also learned to save loose change. I got myself a money box, and at the end of every day, I will empty my pockets and put the loose change into the money box. These are my money box. It's not much now, but sedikit-dikit lama-lama jadi bukit. I think it will worth something at the end of the day. I am lucky to teach myself how to save before the COVID-19 pandemic hit us. My dad lost his job and my mother became the sole breadwinner of this family. Times are tough right now, and I lost some part of my income too. Luckily, with the money I saved, I was able to pay for my study materials such as textbooks and laptops without burdening my parents. With the current situation of the pandemic, we realize how important saving our money is. There's an idiom in Bahasa Melayu that goes, "Sediakan payung sebelum hujan." We will never know what will happen in the future, but we should always be prepared when the time comes. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I come from a middle-class family. Not too rich, not too poor. I'm a daughter with divorced parents and a little brother. I wouldn't say I'm smart, but I did manage to graduate in high school. It was always my dream to follow the footsteps of my parents and pursue my studies in the overseas. Unfortunately, my parents didn't have enough money to cover the expenses for me. And this was all because of their irresponsibility to save money for my college education fund 10 years ago. 10 years. I was so upset and frustrated because in the first place, they were the ones who gave me so much hope to study in the overseas. But now, they're also the ones who crushed it. But I admit that I can't fully blame them, as I could have done better in my SPM. It seems that nowadays 7 A's and 2 B's can't get you an overseas sponsorship anywhere. Since that incident, I realized how important it is to save money at a young age. So, after SPM, while waiting for an offer to pursue my studies, I took a part-time job as a hotel receptionist, and I managed to save up to 5,000 ringgit. I refrained myself from buying unnecessary items. Soon, I got an offer to pursue in foundation studies. So, I used some of my salary to pay off the tuition fees. A year later, I finally completed my foundation studies. While waiting for a degree offer during the COVID-19 pandemic, I started a few small businesses, such as selling handmade gift cards, chocolate gift boxes, and hand-drawn digital 2021 calendars. However, not much profit was made. But I guess that's the risk of doing business. Months later, I finally got a degree offer. And now, currently having online classes as a university student. And since that, believe it or not, I got even more opportunities in earning money. I joined many kinds of competitions and always tried my best. It was such fun, finally making use of my passion to earn money. Every month, I discipline myself by putting aside 200 ringgit for my personal savings and unit trust investments. I save them for future needs, such as pursuing my masters in the overseas, emergency uses, and for buying property in the future. As I get older, I learn more and more ways to be independent in earning and saving money. So to all of you people out there, I just want to say how important it is to save money at a young age. It's important for your future self and for your family. Although it's important to save every bit of your money, but hey, don't forget to reward yourself once a while.
A woman named Tay struggles with her first job, so she decided to quit her engineering job. After that, she started to try finding a second job that she might be interested in, but she failed, as her dream is to be a baker. With the COVID-19 pandemic going on, she struggles to open her own bakery as she failed to borrow a loan from the bank. Moreover, she also struggles to support her family financially as she was the only child in the family. Meanwhile, her mother is diagnosed with third-stage cancer and her father is a retired taxi driver. Due to the pandemic and loan rejection from the bank, she decided to change her plan and start an online baking business on Instagram as a brand new business strategy compared with setting up a baking business in store to avoid financial risk if she failed her business. In addition, online business reduced labor and rental costs because delivery is available for customers.
As time passes, her business is getting bigger, where she no longer has time to rest even during the weekend, and her business is even better during the Movement Control Order, MCO. This is because her family are her helping hands while she is baking breads at home. These reduce the expenses compared with operating a business in store. As a result, her potential earnings are greater than her operating expenses as she gets to focus only on baking expenses more. In her marketing plan, she came out with many delicious options on the menu every week, which is one of the reasons why most customers love her bread meals. With the continuous customer support and sharing through social media like Instagram, more and more new customers get attracted by her beloved baking skills.
With discipline and hard work, she was able to overcome it even during the difficult period. Now, she is able to support her family and her own living expenses. The bakery business and income she had earned had successfully met her needs and wants as her dream to become a baker came true, all thanks to her financial plans. With her hard work and determination, she is financially independent and is able to take care of her family and herself. The purpose of this story is to inform you all about the importance of earning, which means you must have an active income to pay off your living expenses. Everyone also should choose a job that is suitable with yourself. Besides, managing and saving your money is also significant in a financial plan to meet both your needs and wants so that you can purchase anything at any affordable price level.
Apa? Saya kena buang kerja?
Kenapa pula tuan? Kenapa tuan tak beri saya notis awal? Macam mana saya nak sara keluarga saya tuan? Ya, saya faham tuan.
Sejak PKP ni, macam-macam terjadi dekat you. Aduh, macam mana ni? Aku kena buat sesuatu untuk tolong ayah aku ni. Aduh. Fikir Arif, fikir. Kejap. Arwah mak aku dulu belikan kamera ni untuk aku, supaya aku dapat guna untuk mencuburi bidang media ini. Jadi, aku mesti gunakan kamera ini dengan sebaik mungkin. Hai, selamat datang ke channel Arif. Korang nak tahu ini dapat dan tahu apa ini? Walaupun view dekat video aku tak banyak, tapi aku akan tetap usaha untuk membantu ayahku.
Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Now walk with me. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. Don't kill my vibe, baby. I'm walking on the moon. Oh, oh, oh. I'm walking on the moon. It feels so good right now.
Korang mesti ingat ada apa-apa jadi kat Arif kan? Hidup Arif makin better sekarang. Alhamdulillah. Ingat, kalau nak berjaya, kita jangan cepat putus asa tau. Dan niat tu pun penting. Oh, satu lagi. Jangan lupa tahu simpan duit kawan-kawan. Kalau ada apa-apa terjadi, at least kita ada duit simpanan.
Is the camera on yet? Oh, hello. My name is Jeevan and I am 20 years old. I am a full-time student studying in Inti College Subang, and this is my duit story. Growing up, I could say that I'm a privileged kid. I didn't have to worry about money that much. I always get what I wanted. If I want to buy something, I'll just ask my parents for money and they'll give it to me. For me, it kind of feels like money just grow from trees and easy to get. That made me didn't have any sense for my money until I fell sick 3 years ago. I had to go in and out of the hospital, get treatments and medication for almost 2 years, and my insurance only covers some parts of it. During that time, I was very worried my parents couldn't afford my medical bills, and I kind of resist my treatments. When my parents asked me what's wrong, I talked with my parents about my concerns and said that I could stop the treatments if they couldn't afford it. They told me not to worry about it, and they had something called an emergency fund. An emergency fund is a stash of cash saved for emergency situations like job loss, medical emergency, or home repairs. I sighed in relief when I heard about it. Imagine if my parents didn't save for emergency situations, I would have not been able to recover from my disease. That's when I know that it is important to save money and not to splurge on anything I like. I learned to pay myself first, which means that when I get my paycheck or pocket money, I save an amount of money before spending it. I made it a habit to save at least 40% of it. For example, if I get 500 ringgit allowance this month, I will save 40%, which is 200 ringgit of it, before I spend it on other things. This method prevents you to accidentally spend too much and left a little to none at the end of the month as savings. Secondly, I also learned to save loose change. I got myself a money box, and at the end of every day, I will empty my pockets and put the loose change into the money box. These are my money box. It's not much now, but sedikit-dikit lama-lama jadi bukit. I think it will worth something at the end of the day. I am lucky to teach myself how to save before the COVID-19 pandemic hit us. My dad lost his job and my mother became the sole breadwinner of this family. Times are tough right now, and I lost some part of my income too. Luckily, with the money I saved, I was able to pay for my study materials such as textbooks and laptops without burdening my parents. With the current situation of the pandemic, we realize how important saving our money is. There's an idiom in Bahasa Melayu that goes, "Sediakan payung sebelum hujan." We will never know what will happen in the future, but we should always be prepared when the time comes. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I come from a middle-class family. Not too rich, not too poor. I'm a daughter with divorced parents and a little brother. I wouldn't say I'm smart, but I did manage to graduate in high school. It was always my dream to follow the footsteps of my parents and pursue my studies in the overseas. Unfortunately, my parents didn't have enough money to cover the expenses for me. And this was all because of their irresponsibility to save money for my college education fund 10 years ago. 10 years. I was so upset and frustrated because in the first place, they were the ones who gave me so much hope to study in the overseas. But now, they're also the ones who crushed it. But I admit that I can't fully blame them, as I could have done better in my SPM. It seems that nowadays 7As and 2Bs can't get you an overseas sponsorship anywhere. Since that incident, I realized how important it is to save money at a young age. So, after SPM, while waiting for an offer to pursue my studies, I took a part-time job as a hotel receptionist, and I managed to save up to 5,000 ringgit. I refrained myself from buying unnecessary items. Soon, I got an offer to pursue in foundation studies. So, I used some of my salary to pay off the tuition fees. A year later, I finally completed my foundation studies. While waiting for a degree offer during the COVID-19 pandemic, I started a few small businesses, such as selling handmade gift cards, chocolate gift boxes, and hand-drawn digital 2021 calendars. However, not much profit was made. But I guess that's the risk of doing business. Months later, I finally got a degree offer. And now, currently having online classes as a university student. And since that, believe it or not, I got even more opportunities in earning money. I joined many kinds of competitions and always tried my best. It was such fun, finally making use of my passion to earn money. Every month, I discipline myself by putting aside 200 ringgit for my personal savings and unit trust investments. I save them for future needs, such as pursuing my masters in the overseas, emergency uses, and for buying property in the future. As I get older, I learn more and more ways to be independent in earning and saving money. So to all of you people out there, I just want to say how important it is to save money at a young age. It's important for your future self and for your family. Although it's important to save every bit of your money, but hey, don't forget to reward yourself once a while.
A woman named Kay struggles with her first job, so she decided to quit her engineering job. After that, she started to try finding a second job that she might be interested in, but she failed, as her dream is to be a baker. With the COVID-19 pandemic going on, she struggles to open her own bakery as she failed to borrow a loan from the bank. Moreover, she also struggles to support her family financially as she was the only child in the family. Meanwhile, her mother is diagnosed with third-stage cancer and her father is a retired taxi driver. Due to the pandemic and loan rejection from the bank, she decided to change her plan and start an online baking business on Instagram as a brand new business strategy compared with setting up a baking business in store to avoid financial risk if she failed her business. In addition, online business reduced labor and rental costs because delivery is available for customers.
As time passes, her business is getting bigger, where she no longer has time to rest even during the weekend, and her business is even better during the Movement Control Order, MCO. This is because her family are her helping hands while she is baking breads at home. These reduce the expenses compared with operating a business in store. As a result, her potential earnings are greater than her operating expenses as she gets to focus only on baking expenses more. In her marketing plan, she came out with many delicious options on the menu every week, which is one of the reasons why most customers love her bread meals. With the continuous customer support and sharing through social media like Instagram, more and more new customers get attracted by her beloved baking skills.
With discipline and hard work, she was able to overcome it even during the difficult period. Now, she is able to support her family and her own living expenses. The bakery business and income she had earned had successfully met her needs and wants as her dream to become a baker came true, all thanks to her financial plans. With her hard work and determination, she is financially independent and is able to take care of her family and herself. The purpose of this story
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to today's session entitled Personal Finance Chit Chat with Han and Soraya, in conjunction with Financial Literacy Month 2021, organized by the Financial Education Network, a network which aims to provide financial education support during this challenging time. Hope everyone's doing well this afternoon and staying safe. I'm Han, co-founder and director of Ringgit Plus, Malaysia's #1 financial marketplace. We've been operating since 2012. We've served over 1 million customers for various financial products, including credit cards, loans, insurance, and wealth services. Right. I'm also a licensed financial planner. And over the past year at Ringgit Plus, my financial planning team and I have helped thousands of Malaysians with personal finance, financial planning support. Let's first set the scene for this afternoon. Over the past 18 months, the COVID-19 pandemic has been quite damaging, not just for our health and economy, but also our personal money. In the most recent survey that we did at Ringgit Plus, the Ringgit Plus Malaysian Financial Literacy Survey 2021, we discovered a few scary statistics that you Malaysians told us, right? Over half, or 56% of Malaysians told us that they can't save at all or save less than 500 ringgit a month. Almost half of Malaysians, so similar numbers, spend the same or more than what they earn each month, which kind of matches up. And the scariest of all, which is only 15% of Malaysians told us that they believe that their EPF balance will be enough for them to retire on. This is down from 30% last year, right? All this means we're all hurting financially a little, and we hope today we can help a little by sharing some thoughts on various questions that you might have. With me, I have a highly acclaimed personal finance writer, speaker, and activist, Soraya Zainuddin. Soraya, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit, and then what we're going to be doing this afternoon.
Thank you for the introduction, Han. It's really nice to be doing this second year in a row. So Han mentioned that, yes, I am a writer, speaker, and founder of the personal finance website ringgit.com. And I'm happy also to share that I'm, as of now, an associate financial planner on the way to get my CFP certification. So yay. Today, as Han said, we are going to answer some questions that you, the audience, have submitted earlier this week. We asked you to submit, on Slido. We have received, as of this morning, about 34 questions. We're going to go through them as much as possible. For those of you tuning in from the platform, you will also see, I think right down below, you can see there's a Slido where you can also ask your questions. I'll put the ones that you want answered, and as and when we will see how we can best address it. So without further ado, we'll just jump right into the questions. What do you think, Han? Shall we go ahead?
Let's do that. Hope you're doing well. You ready, Soraya? Why not ladies first, right? You go ahead first.
Yeah. All right. So the first question is asked by someone called Tamara. Tamara says, "Hi, I am currently unemployed. I cannot search for a job due to my mental health. Is there any way to earn income from home as I want to pay for therapy? Thanks." What do you think, Han?
Oh, really tricky question, I think. For me, it really depends on your capacity to work, right? Mental health is a big topic these days. But I think the first thing you gotta look for yourself is, do you have capacity to work, right? Whether it's at the workplace or at home, work tends to be work, right? You have to do things and then get compensated. But if you're feeling up for working, I guess the first part of call is to find a job as usual, but make sure that you can find one which treats you flexible hours, things like full remote work, places where you feel comfortable to do work, right? So once you've determined, hey, look, I want to work from home, I'm comfortable doing that. Does the job allow me to do so, right? And so I mean, more and more employers these days are offering flexible working hours, full remote work. So be on the lookout for those. And obviously there are many other ways to make money, which I will, I guess, let Soraya answer a bit more. Soraya, anything? I'm sure you have to add something to that.
Yes, Tamara. When I got your question, I spent the longest time doing research because I want to do you justice. Okay, so the way that I see it, right? mental health and financial health is super interrelated, and it's a chicken and egg situation. Financial health will affect your mental health, and your mental health will also be affected by your financial health. First and foremost, I think your question is about, are there ways to earn income from home because you want to pay for therapy? And the answer is yes, definitely. A lot of people are making money from home, from online work. I personally am doing that. However, beyond from that, because you say that you want to pay for therapy and assuming that you have financial difficulties, I want to point you out to a few resources that maybe you can use to go first. The first one is called BetterHelp app. It's a therapy app. It's a paid app. However, they are offering 1 month of free therapy for people. So you can claim 1 month, at least that's something. Number two is that there's an organization in Malaysia called MIASA Malaysia that stands for Mental Illness Awareness and Support Group and Support Association, excuse me. And the website is miasa.org.my, if I'm not mistaken. And you can look through what are the activities and resources that are available. There's also an initiative called Minda Kami, who is also great at providing support for people with mental health support. So when you say that you want to pay for therapy, just remember that, mental health is something that is ongoing, always going to, something that you will have to work on. It is a good idea for you or everyone else who are listening in to look for free ways to deal with your mental health issues. Look for free ways to prioritize free ways to cope with your depression, with your mental health issues. Find support groups, exercise, do gratitude journaling, all of those. No matter what, try not to go into unhealthy ways of coping with your mental health. For example, shopping. It will give you those dopamine, which you are really craving, but those will quickly spiral you into a worse financial situation, perhaps. So that's what I have to say on the matter. Han, shall we move on to the next question?
Let's do that. Thanks for the question, Tamara. It's really got me thinking something different, right? I don't usually get that kind of question. Next question is from Izwan, quite highly voted also. And the question goes, hi, could you talk about the process of getting financial advisory services, especially for middle class, if it's necessary, as well as the rates in Malaysia. So he's asking, how do I do it? Do I need it? How much it is, right? I guess I should clarify first before I pass to Soraya. We first have to differentiate between financial advisory and financial planning, right? So it can get a bit confusing, but please follow me if you can. In Malaysia, right, financial advisory is a specific regulated profession and licensed by Bank Negara, right? And it's largely, in fact, it's solely focused on insurance coverage and the fact that it's called financial advisor because they can offer you insurance from many providers. So that's quite handy. That's slightly different from financial planning, which is a little broader, right? It's a profession that's regulated by the SC, Securities Commission, rather than Bank Negara. Because it also covers not just insurance, but investment, cash flow management, tax, and you can immediately tell it's a little bit broader. So I'm guessing is what you mean financial planning rather than financial advisory as it exists here in Malaysia. So that's kind of the first thing I wanted to say to that. In terms of whether it's necessary or not, I think the most classic answer is it depends, but I'll put it to you guys, right? Which is don't think of it as, hey, like I only need it when I'm rich, right? Because even if you're a middle class person, you're in the M40 rate group, right? Having a financial planner guide you through your journey might help you avoid yourself from making kind of very costly mistakes, which in fact pays for itself, right? It's actually a myth that financial planning is only for rich people, right? Or T20 people, right? For example, I'm a bit biased here because we offer financial planning services ourselves. For a few hundred ringgit, you can get a very comprehensive financial plan, right? Covering all kinds of areas of your life: debt, savings, investment, retirement, tax, and estate planning. And you can do it entirely online, right? But that's kind of a bit long-winded, but hopefully that helps. Soraya, what do you reckon? Like,
Sure, yes. So I would like to say that Ringgit Plus financial planning services, they do go for a few hundred ringgit. The financial planning services can go up to thousands. So Ringgit Plus financial planning services are one of the most affordable ones in the market, if not the most affordable. But in addition to that, you can get financial planning services for free one time a year, which is right now, which is during the Financial Education Month. If you notice in your virtual convention, there's a session called financial planning, and you can book a free session with certified or licensed financial planners. So make sure to take advantage of that. You don't have, like Han said, you don't have to be a T20 in order to start. You can even ask them specific questions. For example, can you review my insurance? Or like, what do you think of my investment portfolio right now? What is your recommendation? You can ask them specific questions like that. So I'm going to move on to the next question, which is sent by Anonymous. Anonymous asks, let's say I'm an LGBT person. What is the best way to make sure my partner gets the wealth they deserve? Wasiat can't get past faraid. Is hibah takaful good? So Anonymous, there's a few components to your question. I'm going to try and break it down. If you are Muslim, right, there is a tool called wasiat, and it is not true that wasiat cannot get past faraid, because in wasiat, in the documentation, you can allocate a third to whoever you want. However, the big caveat is if the rest of the heirs are agreeable to the pecahan, to the allocation. So I've actually researched this topic quite a lot, and I have an article on it on Ringgit or Ringgit. Your question about hibah takaful and whether it is good, it is something that I would highly recommend to all Muslims, and not just for LGBT persons. If you are a Muslim and if you have irresponsible family members, right, and if you have loved ones who cannot get inheritance from your money, for example, if you are a convert and you have your non-convert parents or siblings that you want to leave money to, right, or if you have adopted children, they do not have any allocation under faraid system, definitely get hibah takaful, because with hibah takaful, you can allocate the beneficiary to whoever you want. You can name them as even like the sole receiver of the money, and as a benchmark, about 100 to 200 ringgit will give a cool, depending on your age and your gender and things like that, you can leave behind a cool, let's say 500,000 to $1 million, depending on how big is the amount. One last thing about hibah takaful is that it is one of the most affordable tools for inheritance, especially for Muslim people in this country. So I want to expand this question beyond LGBT person to just whoever who is listening in, who are worried that your loved ones may not get inheritance when you pass on. Han, you have anything to add?
That was very, very comprehensive, Soraya. I probably only have one last thing to add for Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous. I think what you said is right. It's not just for LGBT people. It's for anyone who wants to give outside of the faraid structure, right? It can be a friend, it can be a loved one of any kind. One thing to add, I guess, to what Soraya said about hibah takaful being a key instrument to do this is also you might want to consider hibah amanah as well. If you have existing wealth elsewhere in places like ASB or tabung haji, right? And you go, hey, look, can I give it to somebody who's not within that faraid kind of structure? Consider hibah amanah. That pretty much means you nominate somebody under that scheme, your ASB or your takaful, your tabung haji funds, to whoever you like to be, and it's basically the definition is out of love. So I think that pretty much meets your definition, dear Anonymous. So that's the only thing to add. Hibah amanah is something to consider as well for people who have the wealth sitting there and they hope to give it to their loved one. Cool. Let's keep going. I like the next one. Next one is a classic one, which I think everyone should know. Also from Anonymous. So next question is, where did you keep your emergency and sinking funds? And would you consider them part of your net worth? I think great question. And Soraya, why don't you have a go and
Oh, you
see?
thank you to me. All right.
Yeah, no, I want to hear what you think, because it's a very specific question. Where do you keep yours? So I want to hear. I'm curious to hear where you keep yours too.
Okay. All right. 3 months worth of expenses I keep in my bank account. That's my day-to-day. The rest, I put them in my various liquid investments. Only a minority I keep in illiquid investments. So let me expand a little bit. So the one inside the bank account, by hook or by crook, it's there because it's for daily life. That's my emergency fund. It's emergency is for a reason why it's called an emergency. And then the rest I put in ESB because it's just far enough for me to not use, but easy enough for me to take just in case I need it. And yes, I do consider them as part of my net worth. How about you, Han?
No, same. I love that answer. It's pretty much, as in, it's very obvious that you know exactly what to do with that. And I think for me, I want to encourage people to do the same, right? So I keep mine in a slightly different place, and I'll explain why in a second, right? Which is, there's kind of two questions there, which is, where do you keep your stuff, and would you consider part of your net worth? Where do you keep your stuff? Your emergency fund, I think, is a good question, right? You mentioned 3 months. As a licensed financial planner, we certainly say 3 to 6 months is where you should be looking at of your expenses, so that if anything happens, you're not worried for a large amount, a long enough time, right? And the next question people are going to ask usually once I say 3 to 6 months of your expenses is, okay, where do I put this, right? And for me, I like to go principles based, right? Principles based meaning I keep my emergency funds in 3 places. The 3 principles are the following. 1, it has to be liquid, like you said. I need the money within a day or less, right? Number 2, it needs to be fairly low risk, means I can't take too much risk. I can't be investing in kind of the stock market or cryptocurrencies or things like that. So it has to be fairly low risk. Means if I put the money in today, it's got to be a similar amount tomorrow, next month, next year. And third, and most important that most people forget about, is that you should try and beat inflation even with your emergency funds, right? Because emergency funds just sitting there will be eroded by inflation if you keep it under your pillow or something, right? So those 3 principles, liquid, low risk, beats inflation, right? And there are many options. You mentioned a great one, right? Which is ASB, especially the fixed price funds, perfect place to put. Why? It's low risk. The price never goes below 1. It beats inflation. It's a bit lower recently, but you still beat inflation, so above 4%. And lastly, it's fairly liquid. You get your money. You walk to the branch, get your money. It's a bit of a hassle, but you can still do it, right? Another option, which I do personally, is I have a home loan with a flexi account feature. So I live in a home. I have a home loan on it, and a flexi account feature. What that means is I have a current account which whatever money I put in there will be offset against the home loan balance. Sorry, a bit complicated, but basically what it means is, let's say my home loan is 400,000 ringgit, and I have, say, 50,000 of emergency money, which I put in the current account linked to the home loan. Then my interest will only be charged on 350,000. So that's what that offset means. And that effectively means my emergency funds are earning the home loan interest rate, right, which is about 3.3%, which is still it's lower than ASB, but still pretty decent, still pretty liquid. I can take the money out anytime. So that's kind of where I keep my personal emergency funds. And I certainly consider that part of my net worth because it is money that we own, right? So certainly so. Cool, good stuff. Let's move on. I think okay, the next question is going to be a firecracker one, right? You've got a anonymous admirer, Soraya. I love your content, right? What do you think about BNPL? Thanks.
Yes.
So Soraya, what do you think about BNPL?
Let me go on a rampage right now. Okay, so thank you, Anonymous, for asking this question. It is my belief that BNPL, or Buy Now Pay Later, for people who are not familiar with it, does more bad than good. For people who are hearing this term for the first time, but BNPL, or Buy Now Pay Later, is basically a system where they allow people who don't have credit card to pay for any item or services that they want using installment system, usually between 3 to 6 months. And you don't need a credit card for it. So nice, right? However, I believe that it does more harm than good. And the reason is because most items and services sold under BNPL are items that are considered wants and not needs. There's barely anything on related to health and safety services. It is mostly luxury items, mostly things like excessive consumption, things that are aspirational, things like that are promoted. And the second reason why I don't really promote them or like them is because it is this trend that encourages people to borrow against their future. And borrowing against this future, those kind of tools already exist right now. You know, you're borrowing money to buy a house, that's borrowing against the future, your future self's ability to pay off the loan. Or a car, right? You borrow now so that your future self will pay off the car, but you can sort of somewhat justify these things, car, house, education, because those are things that can help you earn more money and to make a living. However, with PenPal, let's say if you buy a luxury item, how can you ever justify that? And when you allow this culture of borrowing against the future, what then is the incentive for employers to raise salary? Right? What is the incentive for society to raise your salary? So we have been talking about how in Malaysia, cost of living is high and salary is low. And with people who are low salary, instead of increasing your salary, there exist tools like this that say that, oh, you want what you want? So come, let's borrow money and let's help you to afford this as a way for you to live the life that you want, instead of actually prioritizing, hey, if you want something, save up for it first before you get it. So that's my 2 cents about it. And maybe something else, before I pass it over to you. BNPL is not unique to Malaysia. So it's been existing in other countries. I'm just going to cite one statistics, right? When BNPL is already like very, very popular in Singapore, and it's popular for many reasons. Of course, you know, consumerist culture, capitalism. In a 2020 study, it says there that 27% of people who use BNPL are worse off because of a BNPL purchase. 9% have paid penalty for missing payments. So I want those of you out there who say things like, oh, I will be okay, I won't have to pay the penalties, I'm okay. You don't want to be like one of those like 10 people who are not able to pay for it, because I have now seen people who have taken excessive installments under BNPL without realizing it. So, and they're also heavily promoting it. So just that's my 2 cents. Han, over to you.
I love that mindset actually, because for me, like the ideas are good, but you know how it's being executed may not be in line with how we want to promote in terms of financial literacy, right? So my view on BNPL is very simple, right? It's I think the idea of BNPL is fantastic, right? It's extremely inclusive, right? So right now, the ability to have kind of interest-free payments for things is in a pre-BNPL world, before this came about, was only the domain of high-income people with credit cards with these amazing things called EPP, and then they make use of it. And then people who couldn't qualify for those things were just left out of the entire system completely, which I feel by nature that doesn't sound very inclusive to people, right? And for me, like I always love inclusion. I like things which bring more people into the fold. Expose is not the right word to use, but I'll use it anyway. Expose more people to kind of the various tools that are available to make cash flow planning better, etc., right? It is most of them are interest free. Some of them are also fee free, etc., and they charge the merchants basically, right? So the idea is great, but I sort of feel the execution of BNPL as a business is the one that we should be very aware of, right? Well, and the execution of BNPL is highly predatory, right? Meaning, hey, exactly what you said, right? While the idea is good, it's actually it's interesting, it's inclusive, but it's being used to encourage the wrong kinds of behaviors, right? What I love to see BNPL used for is for people who need things like, I need a new washing machine, I need it today, I can't afford it today, but I probably afford it over the next 3 or 4 months. What am I going to do? I can't wash my clothes at home, etc. Like these kind of behaviors, I think are fine. It's the luxury good stuff that it's being predatorily marketed to people now. But I guess for me, this happens everywhere. And if you ask me, I prefer inclusion rather than exclusion. I'll give you a classic stat for this. Even in the credit card world, domain of the M40 and T20, right? 2/3 to 3/4 of people don't pay their credit cards on time, right? So even for supposed rich and educated people, they don't do that, right? So for me, I don't think we should be discriminatory towards people who are lower income, who can't qualify for a credit card, and say no. Therefore, you shouldn't. You therefore also shouldn't be getting a BNPL service. What I think we should do is to look at it in totality, which is these two products are great as tools, but are currently wrongly used and marketed, and we should be looking at it in totality. Both these kind of tools perform similar functions, both on the good side as well as the predatory side. We need to look at that, and I believe Bank Negara are. So that's what I hope to happen soon, because BNPL is coming fast, right, and coming hard for Malaysians. So we just need to make sure we protect the most vulnerable people. So that's kind of my view. It's a bit more controversial. I'm not saying I love BNPL. I just think it, as a tool, it's great. It's just as a tool, knives are good, but they can hurt people too, right? So that's kind of
regulated. But yes, so that's what to say about it. And you mentioned a point about inclusion. Just a really quick one, I promise. You mentioned inclusion. You know what? It is okay for that not to be, for the whole inclusion thing, not to include people to promote that to people, but that's only my own personal view. Next question, Anonymous asks, I only have personal loan and home loan. How can I finish this loan super fast? Can you give me good tips? So Han, how do you finish a home loan and personal loan super fast?
If only I had the magic button to do that for you, dear Anonymous. But okay, look, like if you do have a personal loan and a home loan, it means it quite likely means one is going to be high interest than the other. Quite likely the one which is higher interest than the other is the personal loan one. The personal loan interest for your loan would likely be a lot higher, if not just a little bit, than your home loan, right? I can't solve all your problems, but what I can do is say, look, like if you're willing to do a bit of kind of financial magic or financial engineering, you might want to consider using some of your home loan, increasing the balance a little bit, make sure it's extremely low interest versus your personal loan, and clearing off your personal loan just like that, because that way you are trading in a high interest loan. Personal loans are currently somewhere between 5 to 10% flat, or 9 to kind of 18% on a home loan APR basis. So you're going to be saving quite a lot of interest if you do that. I can't promise you it'll be gone super fast, but at the very least, you're going to be saving quite a lot of interest if you did that. So use the home loan, maybe do a top up and pay off the personal loan, right? And reduce your commitment as well as your long-term interest. So for me, that's kind of one way I would look at it. Now, if you don't want to do that kind of financial magic, you could just focus on just paying off more than what you can afford. So you go like, okay, I can afford, paying off more than what you've committed to, and therefore pay down faster, right? And if you ask me which one to pay down first, definitely the personal one first, because that's likely to be higher interest. That's kind of my view, and we do that a lot for customers here at Ringgit Plus.
That's
Raya, what do you reckon? Anything to add to that?
No, nothing to add to that. That's a perfect answer. All right, we're hitting the half an hour mark, more or less. So I just want to welcome everyone who's just joining in right now. Just to let you know that Han and I, in this personal finance chit chat, we are answering questions already pre-submitted by the audience. We're also going to look at the questions that you submit below, down here in a bit. I see some questions already coming in. Upvote the questions that you want us to answer. That's very important, because we have way more questions than we can answer as of right now. So moving on, we're gonna answer the previous question first. I think this is another one of your domain, Han. How to use credit card to pay another credit card? How to get a 1% interest credit card? I think this person maybe mean 1%. Does it exist, 1% interest credit card? And how to use credit card to pay another credit card that's called a balance transfer credit card? Han, as of Ringgit Plus offers this kind of things as well, yes? Do you want to explain?
Sure. Thanks, Ray. I think this is, Ringgit Plus, we're quite known for credit cards. We do much more than that, obviously, but obviously the first thing we're known for is expertise in credit cards. So that I can very clearly answer these two things. Number one, how to use a credit card to pay another one? Very simply, two ways. Number one, it's called a balance transfer. What happens is you apply for a new credit card. within that credit card application, kind of 3, 4, 5 pages in, you see something called a balance transfer application, where you put your old credit card with the balance on it, the old credit card's number, and the amount that you want to transfer over to this new credit card, right? So maybe you're incurring interest at kind of 15, 18% a year on your balance right now. You apply for a new card and you transfer the balance over. There's all kinds of promos happening now. You can get it for 0%, maybe with a small fee. And then you buy yourself time to actually pay it off with and pay much lower interest, if not none at all for the first 6 to 12 months. So that's one way to do it. The second way to do it, and a lot of credit card companies are starting to promote this, is called a kind of cash installments on the credit card, which I would say, look, beware of this. Have a look at the rates, right? If it's low, say lower than 3 or 4%, yeah, that's totally fine. It's kind of a lot better than paying 15 to 18% on your current balance. So you can take off a small amount on your new credit card and pay off yourself without having to do this kind of financial engineering, apply for things and get it approved basis. The next question is a tricky one. How do I get a 0% interest rate credit card? Good question. I prefer to get a 0% interest rate credit card, not a 1% interest rate credit card. Credit cards are 0% if you pay off your balance in full every month, right? You can get a 0% credit card, so why not go for that? I know it's probably not the answer you wanted, but credit cards can be 0%, so why not make use of it? And if you say, hey, look, I need more than 45 days, make use of things like those balance transfer programs, get your interest costs down, or things like EPPs, where you've got a large purchase, whether it's kind of a washing machine or a fridge or a car that you can get on a credit card. Sure, no problem. 0% sounds good to me. What do you reckon, Soraya? Any other tricks you want to add to that?
No, just a final reminder for everyone who's listening to always pay your credit card balance in full every month if you want to avoid that interest, because it is a lot. All right, the next question. George asked, crypto, stocks, or property, what is best to invest? Okay, Han, if you don't mind, I'm going to take this one first.
Go for it.
This is I want to say this is not financial advice, but quite obviously this is financial advice. So what I'm going to say instead is, take what you will from it, take whatever that you like, whatever you don't like, ask another person's opinion. So my opinion is that you can try any investment you want, any opportunity you want, no matter how risky it is, as long as you only use 1 to 5% of your assets. All right. I think that this is way better than the conventional advice, learn everything that you can before you do the investment and things like that. I'll tell you many reasons why you should do this approach. Number one is because you will minimize your total loss. Even if you lose everything from any high-risk investment, you will only lose between 1 to 5% of your assets. Number two, there's a bias for action. More often than not, doing is better than not doing, right? And many people who say that, oh, you have to learn first, even experts right now, stock experts, crypto experts, property experts are learning new things all the time, even years into entering that investment. So there's no possible way a beginner can learn everything before they start. So start first, okay? Number three is that you will learn better. When you start a new investment, you will, read The Edge, read books, you will want to learn more about it. You'll be more motivated. Number four, experience is always better than theory. You can read all you want, but it's only by learning, by doing, that you will learn how actually the emotional roller coaster that is associated with the investment. Number five, and this is an important one, your research, right, might suck. And the reason why I say this is because with the whole environment of content marketing right now, I'm doing communication, so I'm doing digital marketing. I can totally vouch for this. The information that you get, if you get it from friends and family, they are biased. The reason why I say they are biased is because, let's say you have parents or you have whoever else who say that, oh, property is good, crypto is good, gold is good, right? Stocks is good. The reason why they say that is because if you buy in, of course, they want you to also buy in. By you getting the same investment, it will help to maintain the price. It will keep getting higher. Number two, even if you're the type of person who find information by Googling them, do you really think that all those information are on the first page of Google just by magic? There are digital marketers whose job is to put this information where your eyeballs are looking at, right? And this also including things like online forums. People have, and I know of companies that plant fake reviews of investments of whatever inside forums in order to mislead people or to hype it up more than they should. Number 6, and this is also a very, very important one, it will filter out a lot of scams. Chances are, if you only use 1 to 5% of your assets and the rest, you put in all the safe one, you put in EPF, you put in PRS, you put in your ASB, in your Tabung Haji, and all of those, right? If you only put 1 to 5% of your assets, that means that chances are it's a smallish amount. Let's say you have 10,000, 1% of that is maybe like what, 100? Maybe my maths is incorrect, let me know. And right? And scammers, they love to give you all this FOMO, like this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Oh, you have 50,000, great. Our package is worth, our package to buy in is 50,000. You don't want to gamble all of your money away, all of your life savings away, and that's the main, worry that I have when people jump into any investment. So in short, do any investment that you want, but limit your losses. Han, how about you?
That was a lot. I think George, great question. That's kind of the $1 million, or in some cases multi-million-dollar question for most people. As a licensed financial planner, it's hard for me to say, hey, look, you should do this or this without knowing much more than just the question. But what I would say is, I can share with you a few concepts which should help you in your decision making, right? So I think what Soraya's suggested there is a very extreme version of the barbell strategy, right? Keep most of it in safe stuff and start learning quick by doing with a little bit of your money. I think that's a great way to start if you're a beginner, right? If you're looking for investment advice, I think the key is to remember, nobody should be giving you investment advice without first knowing your circumstances. So this example of me doing, I can't tell you what to do, right? But what I can share with you is a few things that should help you along your way regardless of where you are. Number 1, look at what your position is today, right? And then once you've done that, I want you to remember one word, which is diversification, right? So here's an example. If you're entirely in property right now, maybe consider investing outside of just property. That's what diversification means. It means don't put all your money into one big basket. In your case, if that was the case, in a big property basket, right? I've got a client who had all his money into the Malaysian stock market and asked me, hey, is this a good investment? Should I invest in property? Should I invest in all these kind of things? Same question. And what I told him was, look, right, you've got quite a lot in stocks already. Try diversifying, right? Move across more asset classes and build a portfolio which is well diversified. So frequently, regardless of what the correct answer is, and honestly, there's no correct answer, right? Focus on diversifying. So if you're a lot in property, go to stocks, go to other things. If you're a lot in stocks, go to other things. So that's one. Second is, there is no such thing as the best investment, right? So which is the best, right? Markets move, financial markets, asset markets, like even crypto markets move in cycles, right? You might have heard the term bull market and bear market, expansion, recession. These things impact prices of things, and nobody, I repeat, nobody can tell you where asset prices are going tomorrow, next year, right? They can guess, but their guess is almost as good as yours, right? So the trick there is not to time the market in terms of a specific asset class. I think crypto is good right now, or I think property is good right now. It's about making sure you've got enough exposure to many things, and then consistently investing throughout the cycle, right? Whether it's bull or bear market, you're putting money in regardless. And for me, with those two kind of mindsets, you can't go wrong. Diversify and be consistent with your investing. And feel free to experiment, like what Soraya says, experiment a little bit and try it out. So that's the only thing I would add to that very, very scary question.
Maybe one last bit I want to add to that is that do all of your experimental and all this, timing. I'm not immune to it. It's fun. Do all of your speculative investments in addition to your consistent ones every single month. So every single month you have to make sure already put money in EPF, already put money in all your other safe investments, and then whatever is left over, then you can play around with that. Consider your fun or even an entertainment money. but prioritize your consistent one that every month one first, like never miss those. All right, the next question is from Luis Asri. Another question about BNPL, Han. So businesses are crazy for it because of the great potential profit, but who's going to protect consumers of its dangers? It seems a credit card 2.0, what can we do? Earlier in the talk, we have already spoke at length about BNPL and how it's predatory, but at the same way, it is also promoting financial inclusion. Luis Asri, who's also behind a YouTube channel called the Personal Finance Challenge, a very good one. And to answer your question, Luis, right now, because it is technically not regulated under the purview of the financial, not under BNM, not under SC, it's only kind of regulated under KDP, KK, I might be wrong about the acronyms. So it is kind of up for like individuals like me, like you, Han, like personal finance content creators out there who are talking about its dangers. So I have seen many people actually speaking out about this and telling people about the dangers, and especially for Muslims, reminding each other that the majority of BNPL players are promoting riba, and riba is haram. There's only one BNPL company that is Sharia compliant. So if you must, then pick the Sharia compliant option. If cannot, then it is riba is, you know, go to hell, go to like neraka kind of thing. So be careful of that. Next question, Han.
Okay. Yeah, I think next question is from Nadia. And we should probably answer this one and then look to move to the live questions just to see what's on there. There's quite a lot there. Nadia has a question, which is, how do I know if I have enough money to buy a property? Any advice for fresh grads on how and when to buy property? The thought of being in debt scares me. Nadia, it scares most of us. Soraya, I want to know what you think, because I want to hear what your thoughts are on this, because this sounds exactly like what the kind of advice that you tend to get asked a lot.
You know, like the other day on Twitter, where I live in most of the time, somebody was asking, do you have any goals to achieve before the age of 30? And many people actually answered, a house and a car. And both of these things are liabilities. And it is extremely, how to say, but you have to be very, very, very realistic. And the second thing that I want to say here is, why rush? It is very true that having both these things, remember, if a house in Klang Valley, you're talking about at least, depending on the house price on the market, at least 1,000, 1,500 ringgit, 2,000 ringgit per month. And then a car is at least 500 ringgit per month. That's already 2,000 ringgit plus that you have to allocate just to pay off this two huge commitments per month. So do you want to rush? But if you do, so the best thing is that like think 2, 3, 4, 5 times before you commit to these things. But if you are already in this situation, I know some of you who are listening in are like, oh, sorry, I'm already having like this kind of debt. And try and see how you can work on these assets. For example, if you already own a house, try to rent out some rooms so you can reduce your commitments a little bit. Try and rent out your car or use it towards like side income so you can use it towards to pay off your financial commitments. For many, many people, I understand that these two things symbolize adulthood, and I don't blame them for wanting it, but you have to remember that considering the Department of Statistics say that in 2020, the median salary is just roughly 2,000 ringgit per month. Do you really want to spend it all on just these two items?
Yeah, I love that, because for me, it's a step away from just thinking about this is how you should live your life, right? And I think most people should look at how they live their life based on what they want rather than what society demands. But I guess Nadia is asking for kind of a bit of number-driven tips. Let me try and fill in your view. I love your view, by the way, but I'll try and see if we can help Nadia just be explicit with answering the question. How do you know if you have money to buy property? Very simply, 2 tests. Test number 1, do you have at least 10% for the down payment? I know there are plenty of offers out there that say 0 down payment, that kind of stuff. But for me, a good test to not just delay that gratification, but to to really put yourself in a strong financial footing is to see, do you have enough for at least a 10% down payment plus maybe 1 or 2% more for the property transaction costs and stamp duties and stuff like that. So if you're looking for a fresh graduate 300,000 to 400,000 ringgit property, you have at least 35 to 45,000 ringgit. Good test, right? That's when you know, okay, I can start thinking about it, right? Second test is when you do think about a property and then you look at the mortgage, home loan on 90% of that remaining balance, right? Is the installment going to be more than 30% of your income? If it is, you're probably going to be overstretching yourself. Yet again, I know many banks are saying, don't worry, you can loan up to 50, 60, whatever % of your money, of your income. But for me, as a financial planner, most people that I've spoken to and I've analyzed who are well in control of their money have it way below 30. Most people I speak to who don't have their money in control are way above that. So for me, that's why that 30% rule really makes a difference. So, like you said, 1,000 ringgit a month, is that 30% of your salary? If it's more than that, you might want to reconsider. You're probably not ready, right? And yes, the thought of that should scare you, right? Last thing I want to add is I think of cars and houses differently, right? Cars are a utility, but they're given to you by an asset which depreciates, right? Right? Housing is basically, if you buy a house, you're buying a likely but not guaranteed appreciating asset, and basically you're locking in inflation for basically you're letting inflation work on your side rather than against you if you were renting, right? So that's kind of a benefit. The cost of doing that is lack of flexibility. You're tied down to one house. It's really difficult to dispose of it. It takes you a year. So you trade in a bit of flexibility, but you do lock in the fact that you protect yourself from kind of future rent increases because of inflation, etc. And you are in control of your own kind of living costs essentially. So that's kind of what I think. But Nadia, do those two tests. If you pass those two tests, then you're probably ready. Then the question you should ask is this Suraya's point, which is, do you even want it? Or do you feel that you need it? Or do you actually just want it? Right. So that's kind of a couple of tests there. Good question.
It is currently 1:47, so I thought maybe it's a good time to segue, Han, into the questions that we receive during this segment. So we have about, say, 10 minutes to go. This question is an interesting one. Mr. Muhammad Firdaus is asking, adakah patut personal loan dipanjangkan kepada 20 tahun kembali seperti dahulu? Komitmen rendah, maka kuasa membeli meningkat dan ekonomi grow. Should personal loans be lengthened to 20 years? Han, this is a tough one. What say you?
Very tough. And for me personally, I'd say I vote for no, right? One of the great things that the Bank Negara has done in the last kind of 10-15 years has been to control or put regulations around kind of personal loans because of the same kind of mindset that we were talking about with BNPL earlier, which is encouraging consumers to do things which are not beneficial to them, right? Predatory marketing done by lenders, right? And I think by nature, personal loan is for personal expenses, right? If there are things which you want to buy, which are asset-based, you want to increase your income or increase your wealth, right? That there are loans available there already. You're talking home loans to increase your wealth by buying a home, ASB financing, you increase your wealth by getting ASB, and these are nicely long tenure already, right? And for increase your income, we have PTPTN, study harder, study more, get high income, etc. Personal loans are typically used for personal consumption, which I think I'm not in favor of that, honestly. And the second reason why I'm not in favor of that is because personal loans are frequently, and they will likely continue to be, the highest interest types of financing other than credit card balances. But in terms of term financing, the highest interest, higher than car loans, higher than home loans. So I would say no for those two reasons. What do you reckon?
Same answer. I'm just going to translate it for the benefit of Encik Firdaus over there. Encik Firdaus, apa yang Encik Han cakap tadi ialah sebaiknya personal loan tidak wajar untuk dipanjangkan. Banyak sebabnya, tapi salah satu sebab ialah dia memudaratkan kita sebenarnya sebab interest dia sangat-sangat tinggi. Bayangkan kalau dipanjangkan kepada 20 tahun, nanti interest dia sebenarnya dah melebihi jumlah asal barang tersebut. Okay? So kita move on. We move on to the next question. Also actually in Malay, but a very popular question. Macam mana hendak cari sumber dana dengan mudah yang kurang syarat dari institusi kewangan yang syarat ketat tanpa duit dan tak mampu bergerak untuk niaga? How to find sources of income, easy sources of income, easy sources of financing with less syarat. What is syarat in English? With less
conditions, terms and
conditions. And if we cannot work for it, I believe.
No, I think it's if without the money I can't do business. Right? I think that's kind of Encik Aziz wants to start a business, from what I can tell, right? And he's having trouble finding financing. I think there's an answer for the moderator there, which is those financial institutions are there at Bank Negara's booths. Go and ask them why what's ask them directly for your case, right? So untuk peniaga anda, tanya sendiri, tanya di booth tersebut. All the banks are there, so you should go and have a look, right? And ask very, very directly, hey, what are my issues? How can you help me? So that's, if you're looking to solve your problem, they're right there. But for me, I think a couple of things else to think about, right? Especially if you're raising funds for your business, you need financing. Look beyond just the banks. There are many sources of financing for new businesses these days, especially for small businesses. There's all kinds of grants available. You don't have to take a loan. That's not the only thing you can do. Lots of grants available for small business, especially with the latest Pemulih and Penjana, Penjana then Pemulih and then Pemekasa plans for the government. There's lots of schemes that are available for you, which are not just financing. So that's one. Second, if you're looking for financing, there are actually many sources outside of banks, right, that you can get. So be sure to find those that are regulated, right, by Bank Negara or the SC. So there's things like P2P players, which can help you source from the public. That's quite useful. Or ECF, if you're willing to give up some of your business. Equity crowdfunding is another way to do it. Many ways other than just going to a bank is what I wanted to say, right? What do you reckon, Soraya? You're a small business owner. Any tips for Encik Aziz?
Maybe satu je. I just want to add on here. Untuk sesiapa yang dekat sini yang nak mencari sumber kewangan, sumber income, boleh ada satu agensi ni, nama dia Institut Keusahawanan Negara. Banyak dia organize webinar, workshop, banyak jenis cara untuk dapatkan punca pendapatan, tak semestinya online, ada juga offline, dan dia ajar juga, ada bengkel-bengkel juga yang dia boleh ajar. Jadi daripada mereka juga boleh tanya di mana boleh dapat dana kalau kita nak kembangkan bisnes kecil yang kita ada. Okay, so that's what my contribution is from there. Let's move on to the next one. I think this one is maybe like the final one that we can do right now before we end this one. Time just flew by so fast. So this question is asked from Noor. Macam mana nak uruskan kewangan dengan gaji bawah RM1,300? Let me expand that to how do we manage our income, our financial life with a small salary? What do you say, Han?
What I'd say is the obvious statement is, look, we can't change the fact that structurally in Malaysia, average salaries, starting salaries are low, right? That's kind of a macro thing. As an individual, we can't change that. Maybe through a little bit of activism, call your MP, etc. You can do that. But for your own self, it's difficult, right? So the only thing I would say is, look, find whatever ways to increase your income that you can. So that's kind of a hopefully something that you can focus on other than just save. Try to figure out how to increase your income. I'm not saying get a second job. I'm saying, hey, look, like, how do I increase my skills? How do I increase my marketability in the open market to increase my salary? Can I do anything extra, not just for my employer, but for myself that helps me increase my income? So that's kind of first thing out the way. But for me, regardless of what income level you're in, right, there are two main ways to look at how to, I guess, uruskan kewangan or manage your budget, right? I think that's manage your finances, right? In terms of saving, right, there are very easy, pain-free ways to save, right? So for example, if you're finding that you're spending quite a lot on housing and transport, right, why not figure out a way to not do that? You might have to inconvenience yourself a little move closer to your workplace, then you don't need a car, for example. It's not a great thing to say, but like for me, like why make things harder than it already is, right? For yourself, live closer to your workplace, and save hopefully on both those things if you can, right? And second, can you live below your means regardless of what salary level you're in? So for example, right, if you're earning 3,000 ringgit a month, right, can you live like you're earning 2, right? Why do I say that? Somebody out there in Malaysia is living on 2,000 ringgit, right? Can you challenge yourself to do that? Again, not a nice thing to say, but that's the kind of thing that puts control in your hands, right? Rather than anyone else's, like, you know, the government should do something for me, the country should do something for me. No, I earn 3,000, which is okay, but not a lot. But can I live like somebody who's earning 2, and I'll save the difference, right? And I know it's tough to do, but that's just the mindset that you can have. And this applies regardless of whether it's 3,000, 1,005, right? And you go, hey, I only want 1,300 ringgit, like you said. Can you live like like somebody who's earning 1,100, right? Just below the minimum wage or just at the minimum wage, right? That's 200 ringgit less than yourself, right? Somebody out there is, right? Who's not you, right? Can you do that for your financial future? So you reap the benefits of doing that, nobody else, right? So hopefully that gives you a bit of encouragement. You know, 2 ways: increase your income as much as you can, and have a deflation mindset in your life, right? Which is, can I live on less, right, and still be happy, knowing that I'm sacrificing for myself and nobody else, right? I'm sacrificing for myself. I'm not sacrificing for anyone else. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I don't know, Soraya, like, does that make sense to you? And would you like to add to that?
I do. I like what you say about, you know, there's so much that we can do for activism, and we should definitely hold our politicians accountable. They're supposed to take care of their citizens. However, don't let them take more time than they should. Spend maybe like 5 minutes being angry at it, and then back to relying on yourself, because at the end of the day, you can't budget your way out of poverty, unfortunately. If you're someone who's earning low income, like what Han said, you can control your expenses somewhat. You should increase your income. However, my addition to that is your strongest resources right now is your access to community support. So wherever that you can find help. There are people who are doing so many different kinds of various kind of creative ways to both decrease expenses and to increase income. For example, renting together with a bunch of friends in order to keep accommodation expense super low, or sharing a car with family members to keep transportation costs super low. But beyond that, you know, aside from relying from community members, you have no choice but to first and foremost, you know, rely on yourself, in addition to whatever activism work that you should be doing. So don't complain and then not do anything after you complain. Unfortunately, that is kind of the truth. We are nearing the end of our session today, actually. And maybe do you want to give your final word before we wrap it up?
Yep, sure. No, thanks. I think this has been really, as always, like very enjoyable. I think personal finance should not be just, you know, lots of theory, lots of, you know, quotes with shirts and ties, you know, talking down at people. It should be really answering people's genuine questions, right, and uncertainties and problems, and helping solve problems. That's exactly what we do at Ringgit Plus. So hopefully, check it out. We have a booth. I don't know, Soraya, if you check this out, we have a booth where we have you know, all our financial planners ready to help you online. But for me, like, I think it's been a really tough year and a half, and not just for the country, but for us personally, right, and our personal money, right. I hope you guys have learned quite a bit about money stuff, right, not just financial theories, but money things, from myself and Soraya over the past hour. There's one thing, I guess, from the organizers, which is there will be a pop quiz right after this session. I think there will be heaps of prizes, lucky draw prizes. Have a go at the quiz. Hopefully, like, some of the answers we gave should help you with those. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But you might be eligible for some lucky draw prizes. And you know, thanks so much for listening. For everyone who's been listening, never give up on yourself. Right, you can do it. Right, frequently the power is in your hands to make a change to your own financial future. All right, back to you, Soraya, for some last words.
Yes, my last words for today is just keep continuing your journey to improve your finances. It's going to be super hard. We're not promising any quick fixes. It's going to be super hard before it's going to be easy, but it can and will be easy, and you can make your own luck. I'm noticing that we have some questions related to insurance. So any of you who are interested to learn more about insurance, at 2:30, there's a session called What is General Insurance and Why is it Important for Me? So learn about general insurance later, right after this. And then at 4 p.m, we have a session called Kepentingan, Takaful dan Insurans dan Program Voucher Perlindungan Tenang. So for those of you who consider yourself as part of the B40 community, please attend that one because the government is giving out free vouchers for you to be insured. All right. So that's all from me and also from Han. Thank you again for joining us today. Sorry to everyone who we couldn't answer today. We have time limitation, but feel free to reach out to us online. And thank you for supporting the Financial Education Network and also the Financial Literacy Month. So see you soon next year, hopefully. Take care, everyone.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hai, nama saya Gigi dan ini pula kawan saya.
Hai, nama saya Kiki. Kami merupakan pelajar dari UTHM.
Walaupun masih belajar, saya juga membuat kerja sambilan di supermarket sebagai cashier. Kini, saya bekerja sebagai ejen bagi produk kecantikan. Dengan cara inilah, saya boleh menjana pendapatan saya. Aunty Rose. Hai. Ini Aunty Rose. Dia merupakan seorang penulis. Dalam kata lain, Aunty Rose menjana pendapatan secara pasif.
Mesti anda tertanya-tanyakan apa itu pendapatan pasif dan pekerjaan seperti Gigi pula digelar sebagai apa?
Pendapatan pasif merupakan pendapatan yang memerlukan usaha dahulu yang berupaya untuk menjana pendapatan berterusan pada jangka masa panjang dan tidak memerlukan usaha yang berterusan untuk terus menjana pendapatan. Kebiasaannya, memulakannya memerlukan modal yang besar. Samalah seperti Aunty Rose. Dia merupakan seorang penulis novel. Sekiranya novel Aunty menarik dan berjaya memikat hati pembaca, royalti akan dibayar kepada Aunty berdasarkan jumlah buku yang terjual. Pendapatan Aunty akan berterusan selagi buku tersebut dicetak semula dan dijual di kedai-kedai buku. Manakala, pendapatan aktif pula merupakan pendapatan yang diterima dengan melakukan pekerjaan. Ia memerlukan usaha berterusan untuk mendapatkan hasil. Samalah seperti saya. Saya hanya akan diberi gaji berdasarkan masa dan hari saya bekerja. Sekiranya saya cuti atau berhenti, maka pendapatan saya juga akan turut terhenti. Kiki, jom kita pergi shopping. Gaji baru masuk ni.
Tak nak.
Jadi apa yang awak ingin lakukan dengan gaji tersebut?
Saya akan menyimpan.
Oh, macam menabung ke?
Yap, saya akan bahagikan gaji yang saya dapat itu kepada beberapa kategori seperti menabung, kecemasan, keperluan dan untuk diri sendiri.
Wah, banyaknya. Cuba awak jelaskan.
Simpanan untuk tabung merupakan duit yang akan saya simpan di dalam bank. Kecemasan pula duit yang disimpan dan digunakan bila berlaku perkara yang tidak diingini, seperti yang sakit. Duit tersebut boleh digunakan untuk membeli ubat. Manakala keperluan belum merupakan duit yang digunakan untuk membeli dan bayar barang-barang keperluan setiap bulan, seperti bayar sewa rumah, bil air dan elektrik serta membeli makanan. Akhir sekali ialah duit disimpan untuk diri sendiri. Duit ini boleh digunakan untuk membeli barang seperti baju baru, kasut baru atau digunakan untuk percutian. Selain itu, menguruskan kewangan juga amat penting. Saya telah menguruskan kewangan saya mengikut peratusan keperluannya seperti
20% untuk simpanan di bank, 20% untuk kecemasan, 40% untuk keperluan dan selebihnya untuk diri sendiri. Ini akan mengelakkan saya daripada boros dalam berbelanja. Bukan itu sahaja, kita juga boleh menetapkan matlamat untuk menyimpan dan menguruskan kewangan secara berterusan dan mengikut keadaan semasa. Contohnya, matlamat awak pada 3 bulan akan datang, awak ingin ke taman tema air. Jadi, awak kena pastikan duit untuk diri sendiri pada setiap bulan tidak dihabiskan supaya awak boleh mempunyai kewangan yang cukup pada 3 bulan akan datang. Manakala yang dikatakan mengikut keadaan semasa pula adalah apabila menjelang peperiksaan akhir semester. Pada ketika ini, banyak buku yang ingin dibeli serta waktu untuk bekerja juga berkurang. Jadi, perjalanan untuk awak simpan bolehlah diubah mengikut keperluan.
Saya masih kurang faham lah.
Seperti peratusan daripada duit simpanan bank dan untuk diri sendiri boleh dikurangkan dan ditambah pada peratusan keperluan.
Wah, hebatnya awak Kiki.
Cici, awak pun boleh jadi hebat seperti saya. Awak hanya perlu belajar menyimpan dan mengurus duit awak dengan bijak.
Jadi kawan-kawan, anda perlulah bijak dalam menguruskan keuangan anda. Bermula dengan menjana pendapatan seperti bekerja. Kemudian, menyimpan dan menguruskannya dengan baik supaya kelak anda mempunyai kewangan yang mencukupi untuk menampung masa depan anda. Jadi, marilah kita amalkan 3 langkah ini iaitu menjana, menyimpan dan mengurus.
So, this is our duit story. How about yours?
Aku Anik, pelajar tahun akhir dan sekarang tengah praktikal. Hari-hari kena bangun pagi, bersiap. Yelah, sekarang dah kira kerja. Kalau datang kerja, dapatlah allowance. Dengan duit allowance tu jugalah macam-macam kena buat. Alamak, tak boleh datang kerja. Banyak lagi nak guna duit. Macam mana nak cari ni?
Assalamualaikum Anik.
Waalaikumsalam Mina.
Ya Allah, cantiknya logo Anik buat.
Oh ya ke? Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Kalau ada apa-apa nanti Ina bagi tahu Anik ya.
Kalau boleh Ina nak minta tolong lagi, boleh ke?
Boleh je, tak ada masalah pun. Nanti bagi Anik details.
Okey Anik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Alhamdulillah, banyak dah selesai. Siapa sangka duduk rumah pun boleh jana pendapatan. Dan yang ni Hello, Assalamualaikum ayah.
Waalaikumsalam abang.
Ayah apa khabar? Sihat?
Alhamdulillah sihat. Kau sihat ke? Kerja macam mana, okey tak?
Alhamdulillah, abang sihat je. Cuma sekarang ni abang kerja dekat rumah.
Okey lah tu. Kerja baik-baik. Kat rumah pun kerjalah kerja betul-betul kan?
Okey ayah. Ayah nanti cek bank account ayah ya.
Nak check kenapa pula? Nak minta MO account pula ni?
Tak ada, abang ada bagi duit belanja sikit untuk ayah dengan Umi.
Tak payah. Simpan je duit tu untuk sendiri pakai. Buat apa nak bagi ayah pun? Ayah ada duit sendiri, tak apa.
Tak payah sebab abang dah hasilkan siap-siap dah duit simpanan abang. Cuma yang lebih ni abang memang bagi ayah dengan Umi.
Okey lah. Terima kasih lah bang. Jaga diri tu, jaga kesihatan. Ayah nak keluar ni. Ayah nak keluar. Nanti apa-apa kau balik je lah.
Okey ayah.
Ya?
Assalamualaikum.
Okey. Waalaikumsalam.
Duit boleh cari. Sama ada bijak cari peluang atau tidak. Pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story. Peluang ni.
Hello everyone, my name is Shri and I work as an investment banker. Born as an only child in 1991 to a loving mother and father in a quaint town of Kuala Perlis, which is the main port of the Perlis state and it is also the second largest town of the state. I had what most people would describe as an ordinary childhood. That was until the 1997 Asian financial crisis hit. My parents would change jobs very often. I had to move southward from state to state on an almost yearly basis. Even though I had to get accustomed to a new surrounding annually, I could tell at that time that my parents were trying their best to make ends meet. When I entered secondary school, I had already lived in 6 different states. I was getting more financially aware that what my parents were doing was not an easy task. I always admired them for their mental strength and perseverance when it came to providing for me. Don't worry about this. Make sure you eat properly and study hard, okay? Those were the words that I heard from my parents very often. It was at the age of 13 that I resolved to give my parents an easy life in the near future. My path in school was clear. I decided to take up commerce as my major stream in school. In my pursuit of a comfortable future for my parents, I felt that it was only right for me to be able in a field that dealt with money. By the time I graduated from secondary school, I had already lived in all of West Malaysia. This would be where I take another leap in life. For my university placements, I had a choice to go to Labuan, Sabah or Sarawak. While the government does subsidize most of the studying costs, I had to live on my own for a while, which meant increased costs as I had to be away from my family. I eventually chose Sarawak, as Sarawak seemed to have a cheaper cost of living when compared to the 2 other states. After entering university, I worked part-time at various places whenever I felt I could juggle between studying and working for some extra pocket money. In my final year of university, I calculated that the amount of money I saved was enough to cover my expenses for the final remaining year. I told my parents that they didn't have to send me money for that final year. Even though it was just over the phone, I could hear my parents smiling at the news. Despite this, they continued to send me my allowance, which I choose not to indulge in unless absolutely necessary. When it was time for internship, I found out that I was allocated a slot in June Bank's Sabah branch. June Bank was and currently is Malaysia's premier choice for banking. So I was thrilled with the opportunity. Graduation day was finally here. I successfully completed my bachelor's in economics and I'm being offered a lucrative job by June Bank. The officials at June Bank were so impressed by my internship performance that they repeatedly asked me when I was graduating to formalize the hiring process. I told my parents about the news of the job along with the lucrative pay. There was a brief silence in the room. Then my parents smiled softly and congratulated me. My parents could finally rest. The amount of money I earned from my job would be more than enough to cover our monthly expenses. I was assigned to a June Bank branch in Sabah. While I was once again forced to move, this time things were very different. My parents were with me again and the future looked very bright. The years passed by and we lived our day-to-day lives without financial worries anymore. Debts were fully cleared and any extra money was going into a time deposit. I eventually saved up enough money to buy a house back in Perlis for my parents. I decided on a house because it was symbolic of our life so far. We had been moving from state to state for so long that we never really had a place to call home. Thinking about it, I'm very glad that a state of near poverty did not drive my parents to gamble what little money had left away in hopes for an easy solution. They put all their hopes in me and I'm happy to report that their investment in me has greatly paid off.
Hai, nama saya Gigi dan ini pula kawan saya.
Hai, nama saya Kiki. Kami merupakan pelajar dari UTHM.
Walaupun masih belajar, saya juga membuat kerja sambilan di supermarket sebagai cashier. Kini, saya bekerja sebagai ejen bagi produk kecantikan. Dengan cara inilah, saya boleh menjana pendapatan saya. Aunty Rose. Hai. Ini Aunty Rose. Dia merupakan seorang penulis. Dalam kata lain, Aunty Rose menjana pendapatan secara pasif.
Mesti anda tertanya-tanyakan apa itu pendapatan pasif dan pekerjaan seperti Gigi pula digelar sebagai apa?
Pendapatan pasif merupakan pendapatan yang memerlukan usaha dahulu yang berupaya untuk menjana pendapatan berterusan pada jangka masa panjang dan tidak memerlukan usaha yang berterusan untuk terus menjana pendapatan. Kebiasaannya, memulakannya memerlukan modal yang besar. Samalah seperti Aunty Rose. Dia merupakan seorang penulis novel. Sekiranya novel Aunty menarik dan berjaya memikat hati pembaca, royalti akan dibayar kepada Aunty berdasarkan jumlah buku yang terjual. Pendapatan Aunty akan berterusan selagi buku tersebut dicetak semula dan dijual di kedai-kedai buku. Manakala, pendapatan aktif pula merupakan pendapatan yang diterima dengan melakukan pekerjaan. Ia memerlukan usaha berterusan untuk mendapatkan hasil. Samalah seperti saya. Saya hanya akan diberi gaji berdasarkan masa dan hari saya bekerja. Sekiranya saya cuti atau berhenti, maka pendapatan saya juga akan turut terhenti. Kiki, jom kita pergi shopping. Gaji baru masuk ni.
Tak nak.
Jadi apa yang awak ingin lakukan dengan gaji tersebut?
Saya akan menyimpan.
Oh, macam menabung ke?
Yap, saya akan bahagikan gaji yang saya dapat itu kepada beberapa kategori seperti menabung, kecemasan, keperluan dan untuk diri sendiri.
Wah, banyaknya. Cuba awak jelaskan.
Simpanan untuk tabung merupakan duit yang akan saya simpan di dalam bank. Kecemasan pula duit yang disimpan dan digunakan bila berlaku perkara yang tidak diingini, seperti yang sakit. Duit tersebut boleh digunakan untuk membeli ubat. Manakala keperluan pula merupakan duit yang digunakan untuk membeli dan membayar barang-barang keperluan setiap bulan, seperti membayar sewa rumah, bil air dan elektrik serta membeli makanan. Akhir sekali ialah duit disimpan untuk diri sendiri. Duit ini boleh digunakan untuk membeli barang seperti baju baru, kasut baru atau digunakan untuk percutian. Selain itu, menguruskan kewangan juga amat penting. Saya telah menguruskan kewangan saya mengikut peratusan keperluannya seperti 20% untuk simpanan di bank, 20% untuk kecemasan, 40% untuk keperluan dan selebihnya untuk diri sendiri. Ini akan mengelakkan saya daripada boros dalam berbelanja. Bukan itu sahaja, kita juga boleh menetapkan matlamat untuk menyimpan dan menguruskan kewangan secara berterusan dan mengikut keadaan semasa. Contohnya, matlamat awak pada 3 bulan akan datang, awak ingin ke taman terima air. Jadi, awak kena pastikan duit untuk diri sendiri pada setiap bulan tidak dihabiskan supaya awak boleh.
welcome to the PIAM webinar session. And of course, today we're going to talk about a very, very important topic here today, general insurance and why it is important for me. And of course, to let you guys know, you have to insure your greatest asset, which is you. As we move through life, get married, raise a family, and maybe start a business, the importance of general insurance in the long-term plan increases. That's because general insurance is all about providing a financial safety net that helps you to take care of yourself and those you love when you need it the most. Discover what is general insurance and the importance of it and why it plays a central role in your financial being, helping to provide a financial security for you and your family when it needed most. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we have a very special guest, Encik Zainuddin Ishak, and a little bit information about him. He's the President and CEO of Malaysian Reinsurance Berhad, a position he has held since April 2015. He holds an associateship of Malaysian Insurance Institute, AMII, and he has accumulated over 30 years of experience in insurance industry covering a range of business and functional roles earned in various capacities in the domestic and multinational corporations in Kuala Lumpur, Hong Kong, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, inclusive 14 years stint as CEO. He has also served as the chairman of Malaysian Takaful Association from 2012 to 2015. In addition to his current role, he also sits on the board of Financial Park Labuan Malaysia Dubai Limited and PIAM, the General Insurance Association of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our guest for today, Encik Zainuddin Ishak. Encik Zainuddin Ishak.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for the very generous introduction. Today, allow me to share, a little bit about what is insurance and why is it is important for me. When I say important for me, meaning is why is it important for everyone? The real purpose of insurance, general insurance, is insurance has the ability to protect you and your loved one. We also offer a peace of mind. And why in all countries in the world, some of insurance are also required by law or is compulsory. All right. So when you talk about insurance, insurance is a very good mechanism whereby it compensates back everybody or those who have purchased protection against unfortunate incident due to maybe accident or maybe flood or fire that eventually will bring you back to the same financial information position. Okay, and therefore it offers a peace of mind because if you drive a car and then unfortunately you hit something or somebody whilst you are driving, if you don't have insurance, you have to pay on your own. But when you have insurance, these are risks that being protected and being you are being protected by the insurance company. And therefore, in Malaysia, it's mandatory by virtue of the Road Traffic Act 1987. Any users, motorized users in the public and private road, you need to purchase an insurance protection. Otherwise, you are not able to drive any vehicle on the street. Okay, so next, I suppose we need to also to find out about how then insurance help to stimulate the the Malaysian economy. Okay, and by having a protection, the most important thing for the economy is the social protection for the rakyat. Okay, it will assist the rakyat in managing the uncertainty and potential loss by providing financial protection. When the disaster strikes, an insurance plan can provide the rakyat with the financial assistance when they need. Okay, so if we don't have this, social network, without this, many individuals in this situation would be financially strained and can even face with bankruptcy, because if you are not able to compensate or to make good, your liability arising from the use of, let's say, the motor insurance, the court will declare you bankrupt. Okay, and even if you have money, why should you spend using your saving to pay for this kind of incidents when you have insurance? So that is why insurance is very important, as I mentioned, partly to stimulate the Malaysian economy. Next is it provides certainty. When you have certainty, it promotes trade, commerce activities that result into economic growth and also development. Because without certainty, where insurance will provide the peace of mind, you need to set aside, business needs to set aside certain provision in event of to cover for this uncertainty. Okay, and so therefore, general insurance play a crucial role in sustainable growth of an economy. And the next benefit of insurance, when you have all these insurance product and proposition are being offered into the marketplace, it also provide a lot of innovation. For example, the invention of seatbelt or safety helmet, or a lot of other things like rehabilitation as a result of a road accident, for example. There's a lot of assistance and also collaboration between various partners with the insurance industry. Now you can see that people that met with an accident, through the innovation of the health, and also rehabilitation kind of initiative, people are able to come back and work as soon as possible. So as a result, it bring those that on during the sick leave or MC, you bring them back into employment. So it provide also assistance both to those impacted, those that met with an accident, and also the employer, and also finally also the government. Okay, so that ladies and gentlemen, I suppose that give you a very good overview how insurance are able to help the rakyat and also helping the overall Malaysian economy. We have a number of products that suit your needs. So what are the typical? So one may ask, what are the typical insurance that available in the marketplace? Okay, I mentioned about motor. I'll talk about motor later, but let us talk about a fire or house owner insurance first. Okay, when anybody, typically when you have a facility with a bank that finance your house, when you purchase a house, you require financing. And typically the bank will require you to have a protection, an insurance protection. Why? Because in event of a fire or some other incident like landslide, or flood, the bank need also the protection, because whilst you need protection, the bank also need protection, because if you are not able to repair back the house as a result of being destroyed by the fire, then the bank will also lose their collateral. Okay, so that's why insurance is very important. By paying a small sum of premium, you have this certainty. In event of any unfortunate incident, the bank will get a peace of mind, whereby the insurance company will be able to compensate and make good. Okay. And the next protection that I probably need to share with the audience is the need for medical and health. Well, when people fall sick, you need to go to the hospital. And if you don't have a medical protection, you will have to use your saving, or you will then have to go to government hospital. Okay, so you have only two choices: go to government hospital, or you go to private hospital and pay on your own. But if you have medical insurance, all your insurance costs, all your medical costs, sorry, are being paid by the insurance company. So in event of unfortunate incident where you fall sick and you need surgery, be it major, be it minor, you are not touching your saving. Okay, insurance will give you the protection, and as long as you pay the premium, typically premium on MHI is on annual basis. Some they facilitate this to have even on a monthly basis, and you have again a peace of mind. Next type of insurance, which I think is very popular also, that I think you have come across on many occasions, I'm sure. That is the personal accident or a PA insurance coverage. Whilst the MHI will cover your illness, I mentioned to you earlier, personal accident will cover anything that, as a result or incident as a result of accident. Okay, so for example, I give you an example. You cross the street and you get hit by a motorcycle, for example, God forbid. Then you need medical attention very quickly, right? You need to have either a surgery or some medical attention very. So as a result of that, insurance will pay for the cost of the medical, and also will pay for if in the event of you are not able to work for certain period of time, and you have this benefit, they call it disability benefit. Okay, or even to the worst case in the event of death. So that is also being protected or being covered by personal accident, and that include medical expenses I mentioned, and some they pay hospitalization benefit. For example, you don't claim insurance because you maybe your company have the protection and whatnot, and then you pay some form of hospital cash, hospitalized as a result of that on the daily basis, and some will pay even the funeral expenses, and also if let's say the accident happened outside Malaysia, there's some policy that will also cover the cost of repatriation. So meaning to bring back the body back here to our country. So that is a typical cover that provided by personal accident. The other things that I suppose that quite common to everybody is the travel insurance. Travel insurance, like the name suggests, whenever you travel, you need to have a travel insurance, because it protects you against any incident whilst traveling. Okay, from your house to the airport, and then whilst you during flight, and then you reach your destination, and then you do maybe sightseeing or business, then you come back, go to airport, you come back. All that are being covered, by travel insurance. And the other things that the uniqueness of travel insurance, sometimes you lost your luggage. It's not your fault. You lost your luggage, and when you arrive at your destination, you don't have anything. So travel insurance can also pay, fixed sum in respect of loss of your luggage, loss of your passport, even money. And some cover hospitalization, medical expenses. Some also cover repatriation. Some, very interesting. Some even cover hijacking. So if you are in a country that you do sightseeing, then suddenly you're being hijacked, or you are doing some business, you're being hijacked. Some policy also cover this. Okay, so this is the one of the interesting product features in travel insurance. Next, motor insurance. Okay, motor insurance is a favorite subject of everybody. Everybody proclaim to know one thing or more things about motor insurance. As you know, I mentioned it earlier, Road Traffic Act 1987 require everybody to purchase motor insurance while you are on the public or road. Okay, so this is compulsory. If you don't, you will go to prison. Okay, because you can't drive or ride a motorcycle without an insurance protection. So there are many type actually type of cover that one can consider in purchasing motor insurance. But the most common one, people talk about comprehensive and third party. Okay, as you know, third party is to cover any damage or injury to third party other than ourselves. So what happens if you purchase a third party? Damage to our own car is not covered. If our car is being stolen, it's also not covered. But when you drive, you injure or you damage another third party property or cause some form of bodily injury, that is covered by the third party. But when you purchase comprehensive, as the name suggests, it provides a very comprehensive cover. Basically, it covers both, bodily injury, third party property damage, theft, windscreen, or due to any accident. So your car, your interests are comprehensively covered. But there are two other protection that typically people don't talk about it, but it's available. That is the act cover. This is the minimum cover. And the next one is the third party fire and theft, meaning you cover third party, then you cover fire against your car against fire, and also against theft. So these are this act cover and third party fire and theft are not popular amongst the consumer or the customer like you guys, because typically we are only I suppose familiar, and we probably the most popular choice is either third party or comprehensive. All right, so how do you I suppose if you want to make a claim, this is also very important, where there are a lot of bad publicity that the insurance company have to manage as a result of customer didn't have a good claim experience. Okay, or whenever you are trying to lodge your claim, you don't have or it doesn't meet your expectation. Okay, so I suppose it's very important if everybody can pay attention. Typically, all insurance company wanted to settle the claim as soon as possible, as fast as possible. Okay, but it's very important for you to have a complete documentation. Without the complete documentation, and along the way, probably there's some miscommunication between the insurance company, the agent, the workshop, and you as a customer, as a consumer. So, but at the end, insurance company having the bad name of maybe being accused of deliberately trying to delay claim. I would say that all insurance company you know, or a takaful company, they want to settle the claim as soon as possible. Okay, so it's very important we get or we give the right documentation and do the right process. Okay, take note. Number one, whenever we meet with an accident, whether it's a pedal road nearby our house or the highway, so it's important where possible you need to record all those parties involved in the accident. Okay. Now we have this camera, right? Everybody have your handphone with camera. All you have to do is take the photo of the car, the registration number, and if you can get, but not necessarily you will get some information from the other party. But the most important thing, you got the car and the registration number, because from there the insurance company or the police can track. But if you are able to get the information from the other party, that's good. Okay, and you can get address and or any other witness, phone number, contact. That's good. Okay, and after that you need to do a police report. And then after the police report, you need to get a copy of the police report, and then inform your insurance company immediately. Okay, there are many ways to inform. You can do online, you can call, you can go to the website. So there are many ways. You can download the claim form and all that. There are helpline that you can do. There are assistant. All insurance companies have a assistant service. A roadside assistance service. You can do that. And then after that, you submit the claim form. The very important thing, a complete claim form, like the police report, the copy of your ID card, photocopy of that, your driver's license, vehicle registration card, and maybe the road tax deed. So these are things that you need to submit as soon as possible. Okay. Next, I suppose people might ask, what is PIAM, and how, who are these PIAM and what are the role of PIAM? Okay. As mentioned by our dear Kevin just now, this event is organized by PIAM. PIAM is, is a National Trade Association of a licensed and direct and reinsurance company. Okay, so we have 25 members altogether, comprising 21 direct company. Direct company is a company that issue the policy for you, pay claim for you, and there are 4 reinsurance company. So all together, we have 25 members. So the corporate objective of PIAM is a platform for a collective voice for and on behalf of the industry. Okay. PIAM also would like to the role is to provide a favorable business environment for members company. Okay, and at the same time, handle the PR staff of the industry. They also handle the education part of the consumer of the industry. We would like to PIAM also would like to instill or to have various initiatives that instill confidence of the consumer. It also provide platform to raise professionalism and standard in distribution, for example. PIAM, because we have 21 insurance company and 4 reinsurance company. So PIAM approach is try to harmonize the solution on industry-wide issue. For example, it build a pipeline of talent and profile general insurance as career of choice. Not many people are aware there's a lot of opportunity in insurance industry, but not all are being made known to the public. And finally, PIAM can provide and facilitate information sharing within the boundary of the Competition Act, because we have the anti-competition, that we need to respect, and we facilitate information sharing as long as we don't breach anything. So that, in a nutshell, is PIAM. And as you know, you all know that this PIAM is not new. PIAM was established in 1979. So, Kevin, not many of us are born before PIAM. So PIAM has been there for a very long time. So on that note, Kevin, that's the end of my presentation. And I suppose there'll be some Q&A from the audience. And on that note, I pass it back to Kevin. Kevin, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Encik Zainuddin, for joining us here today with a wonderful sharing on general insurance. And of course, right now, we would like to take some questions from the audience. Can we have Encik Zainuddin back online? Encik Zainuddin? Yeah, please switch back on your cameras and join us back online for the first question we have. At what age can I buy insurance, and what insurance should I get? Yes, Encik Zainuddin.
Thank you, Kevin. For insurance company, because you will have a contract that, when you purchase an insurance protection, that protection will have to be enforced via a contract, meaning the contract between the insured, which is you, and let's say the insurance company, let's say me. So in between, we have a contract. So we have a legal age for anybody to enter into contract. Okay. And typically, the legal age is 18. Okay, so when you are 18, you can buy insurance. And what are the typical insurance that you can buy at the age of 18? Well, you can buy a personal accident, you have a motorcycle, and if you have a roller skate, you have a bicycle. Bicycle is very expensive, Kevin. So you can buy. You can, you have a camera, you can buy the protection. You have your smartphone, you can also buy. So typically, insurance company will have a product and proposition according to the age. So 18 will be the protection. Then when you make progress in your life, in your career, then you will buy more sophisticated product for your more sophisticated life and also needs, right? So back to your question, you can buy at the age of 18 typically, and when you grow with your career, and you will buy more, and and according to your needs. I think your insurance consultant should be able to give you a good advice on this. Thank you, Kevin, for that question.
Thank you very much, Zainuddin. So you can start buying insurance when you're 18 years old, and you can choose to buy what type of insurance as you like for cameras and even bicycle. Actually, in fact, right nowadays, bicycle are even more expensive than cars, man. They have like a 30,000, 60,000 kind of bicycle. Okay, so you can insure your bicycle. If it's very expensive, you can insure yourself. Of course, most importantly is yourself.
You can insure your MacBook. I'm sure, you got your MacBook, your parents can, birthday gift or whatever, you can insure that. Yeah, it cover against theft, damage, or you lost in transit, But of course, you need to keep a receipt, proof of purchase, and all this, I suppose is a very good opportunity. If you look around you, what are the things that are considered valuable? You can always buy an insurance.
Okay. So I hope you have your answer there. Thank you very much once again for those of you who have commented and also drop your questions in the comment box. If you have any question at all, please remember to drop your questions in the comment box, and we'll try to answer it as soon as we can. Now we have our second question. Why is there still low awareness on the importance of general insurance? Okay. Yeah, Zainuddin, why is there still low awareness in the importance of general insurance?
Yeah, Kevin, this is the situation that we have in Malaysia. we are not alone actually, probably in Southeast Asia as well, probably with the exception of Singapore. I would say that the level of awareness of the consumer, of the public about insurance is very low. In Western economies, in the Western world, or in Europe, for example, insurance are being taught from small, and insurance is part of your planning. When you prepare a budget, your personal budget, for example, personal budget. Okay, next year I want to buy a house, I want to travel, I want to buy this, I want to save. So you will have an allocation, right? How much you want to spend on travel, how much you spend on saving, how much you spend on housing loan. But nobody plan that how much I want to buy insurance for protection. You must start with having, you know, a bit of reflection. What if, you know, I have an accident or some unfortunate incident? How then it bring me back to the same financial position? You know, so and how much is cost? And you need to get you know, your consultant or those that can advise you. How much is what is your need and how much is the protection? I think that's the most crucial part. And in this part of the world also, because of the low awareness about insurance, some people think that whenever they pay premium and they want to make a claim, they want to make a claim. Otherwise, then there's no use. You know, this insurance is no good because I cannot make a claim. But you must remember the concept of insurance is the concept of pooling, where the fortunate, the one that don't have a claim, you know, will compensate the unfortunate, the one that make a claim. In between, insurance company will make a small margin, you know, to manage the whole thing, you know, to create the innovation, pay the distribution and all that. So at the end, you know, it serves all stakeholders. But in some part of our, especially Malaysia, we have this thinking, oh, if I have insurance, I must have a claim. If I don't make a claim, then the whole thing is no good, which is wrong concept, Kevin.
Macam rugi lah, rugi kalau tak claim.
Yeah, exactly. But in Western world, that they pay insurance premium because it's already being provided for. You have, let's say, a salary of let's say 10,000 ringgit a month, let's say, or let's say, and then you pay, let's say, 50 ringgit or 100 ringgit a month for insurance protection that you are willingly pay, and that's it. You will only see if you have a claim. Otherwise, it's considered as expenses. That kind of thinking is something that I suppose we as the industry leader need to educate more and give the awareness to the public.
Wow. Yeah, so it's not really about claiming lah. I mean, actually, right, to buy the insurance and to hope for claim is kind of silly lah. You want something unfortunate to happen to you, that it doesn't really make sense. Then you, yes, totally get what you mean. Yeah, thank you very much, Zainuddin, for the second question there. Now we're gonna take one last question from the comment box. So no worry, guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please drop it in the comment box. We'll try our best to answer your questions. We have our third question here coming in. Where can I refer to for more information on general insurance? Yes, Zainuddin.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And as I would assume that everybody will own a car, right? And by default, that means you have an insurance protection, the very least. Okay, so you might want to find out actually who's your insurance company, who's the provider of your motor insurance protection now? Because some people, they just want to because without the insurance you cannot get the road tax, right? They just actually what they want is to get the road tax. Insurance is when anything happen, they will scramble. Hey, who's the insurer? Who's the insurer? And then they complain, you know, oh, this insurer is good, insurer is bad, you know. You can't do that, Kevin. You need to know who's your insurer now. Okay, so after this conversation, after this webinar, everybody will go back and check who's your insurer. Okay, so let's say it's insurer A. Okay, and typically every insurance company will have a roadside assistant. It's almost a given now, Kevin. Do you know that in event of, let's say you drive, suddenly you have your tire, for example, punctured, you know, a flat tire. Oh well, you can call your boyfriend, your girlfriend, or your uncle, your father, or to come and assist. Actually, there's one number that you can call. Typically, you need to have the roadside assistant from your insurance company. They are giving it for free. This is just a service. Everybody is doing it. So call that number. That number will tell you, okay, what do you need? Okay, I have a flat tire. Then they will tell you where are you, and there'll be a proper assistant being given to you as a customer for free, which not many people are aware actually. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
Because typically when you have me, you will call your abang lah, or your
biasalah, the first thing call abang dulu, abang, supaya pangcit. But okay, this is a very interesting question, because I think a lot of us wouldn't dare. Okay, you see, we have that a discount, right? After a while, when you pay your car insurance, you have a discount. Will it affect that? Is it called NCB? I'm not too sure, but it's something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
You're
Will it affect the NCB if, let's say, sometimes me and my family especially, right? Small thing, don't claim, because it affect your NCB. If I'm not mistaken, maximum 55%. You claim one time, then no more. Ayo, don't claim. Is that true for like small tire claim or something like that?
Okay. If a flat tire and all that, the service, the roadside assistant will not affect your NCB.
Oh.
Okay? Will not affect it. This is a real story. My wife drive a car. She got this time a flat battery.
Okay.
Cannot start. She's shopping with her friend, and first thing she call the husband lah. Call me.
Definitely lah.
Yeah. Then I told her, this is real. You can call because you have that's why it's important to know your insurance company and who is it. And then you Google, and typically all your insurance company will have a roadside assist. So never mind, you can call this number, and then it's very fast. The response is very fast. Then you can get people that come, change the battery. Of course, the change of battery, you have to pay for the battery lah. It's the service that someone that help you is free.
Correct.
All right. If you change the tire is also you have to pay lah, Kevin. The insurance company don't pay the tire, flat tire, change tire. The service is free. The emergency, when you are in trouble, you have the number to call, and that number will assist you. But any expenses, of course, you have to pay. Typically, if you were to do on your own lah. Okay. So will not affect your NCB. Windscreen doesn't affect your NCB. And if you have an accident, you are not at fault. For example, you drive, suddenly somebody hit you from the back. Right? So you are not at fault. You will also not lose your NCB because the insurance company of that guy, the other party, will have to pay his car and also your car. So
how about the tow truck?
Okay.
The tow truck issue. Wow, this one must ask. How about the tow truck, man?
Tow truck, I suppose they are independent.
Okay.
They are managed typically by workshop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they are independent. So I suppose if I can give advice, I personally sometimes met with accident. If let's say your car is completely disabled, disabled, cannot drive, and you are in the middle of the night, right? And there's a tow truck. I suppose that's for practical reason you might want to use that service. But if your car just is being banged here and there, you can still drive. I don't think you should make a decision on, because the moment you allow your car being towed, then you are entering into some kind of binding arrangement with the tow truck operator.
Correct, but do we also have services for providing tow truck services?
Yeah. For the roadside assistant, there are services. Yeah.
Okay. So actually, in fact, I mean, this is something that happened to me before. Not me, but my sister. In fact, so when something happens to you, like let's say you met with an accident, and after your accident, you're in shock, right? You don't really know what to do.
Yeah.
So the first thing come in mind, she also called me. So I tell her the first thing I also don't know what to do, Call the insurance number lah, you know.
Yeah.
So, right. So in fact, it's quite interesting that they provide a tow truck,
Yeah.
and it's your insurance company. You don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
You know, oh, this tow fella tow my car go where? You know?
Yeah, that's why. So there are when you make incident, there are miraculously, whenever you make incident, there will be a tow truck, right?
Yeah.
Split second they will there. So
Exactly, man.
Let's not go there. Why they are there? Let's not go there. But I
Let's
suppose.
not go there.
Kevin, you need to. I mean, the advice to everybody. If you make incident, you calm down. As I said, take the the other party detail and all that. Take snap photo. Change number. You are in this thing together. It's not deliberate, right? So let's not fight. Don't blame. Don't start blaming. You are at fault. You break. I don't need. So that one is, that's not the way to resolve problem. Don't worry. Insurance company eventually will pay everybody. So just calm down. But if you can still mobilize your car, I think it's important for you to call your insurance company for assistance. Okay, I have an accident, this and that. So they will guide you. Okay, they will send their tow truck and all this. They will arrange, because among the tow truck also they have some form of arrangement, right? But the moment you surrender your car to this tow truck that have no relationship with your insurance company, then you have some sort of binding arrangement with this guy.
Yeah.
That's outside of the insurance contract,
Yeah.
That's between you and the other guy. And it's very difficult. Sometimes if you want to move that car to another workshop of your choice, you have to pay for whatever fee or whatever. So I would say calm down, call your insurance company. First thing, calm down, call your insurance company, and they will advise you and navigate where you should go, right?
Yeah.
Then you back to your statement, you have a peace of mind, because your insurance company is the one that provide you the service of towing.
And this does not affect your NCB as well.
If let's say if you are not at fault, NCB will be affected if you are at fault.
I see.
If
I
you
guess
are not at fault.
this is a very, very important advice, especially to lady drivers in the middle of the night. Sometimes I notice when an accident happens, right, they really don't know what to do. And the fastest help that comes, they just okay. Like you say lah, is what? Langgar je tiba-tiba muncul, tow truck lambat all come. It's a very good advice to all of you who are listening here. Maybe male or female, in the middle of the night, sometimes you get an accident, you get into an accident, you are shocked, you don't know what to do. Calm down, call your insurance number. And this is a very, very important advice. Calm down, call your insurance number. The insurance will settle everything for you.
So in order for you to call your insurance number, you need to have the number. So
correct.
Typically, at the road tag days, insurance company will supply for you to put the road tag. But you don't want to put that number because maybe it's not glamorous, right? You want to put maybe some other fast food company, some whatever, you put at your windscreen, right?
Yeah.
That one serve no purpose except that you want to buy a fast lane on your burger, fast food. But insurance company do have this at the road tag days, the sticker.
Yeah.
To put there. So the very least, at least or you save in your phone.
Yeah.
At
least
important number.
save in the phone kan.
So save in the phone. Okay. Let's say XYZ insurance company roadside assist, for example, right?
Yeah.
So call that number.
Wow.
That number is 24/7, right? Call that number so that you are you're not being subjected to all these people that perhaps will take advantage out of you.
Yeah. Wow, thank you very much. I think that is very good advice. That is what I'm going to do right after this. I'm going to find that road assist number, tampal besar-besar kat windscreen and save into my phone. So I'm going to tell my wife and all my aunties, sister, anything happen, don't call me. Call insurance number. The same thing. So I hope those of you who are listening, this is a very, very good advice, especially if you're driving around midnight. It's really, really serious. Like you are in shock. So thank you very much once again, Sid Zainuddin, for sharing this very, very important message. It's a very, very good advice. Thank you so much on all these things. So sometimes, people always worry, affect my NCB, affect NCB. My mother always tell me, affect NCB. Alamak, then you pay insurance for what? So thank you very much, Sid Zainuddin. For those of you who have any more questions you want to ask, please, you can email it to us, piam.org.my, or you can visit our website at www.piam.org.my. All right. So thank you very much for those of you who have been joining us for the past 1 hour. How many minutes? I'm not sure how long it has passed, but it was a very interesting topic. And thank you very much, Encik Zainuddin. Any last words, Encik Zainuddin, for our?
Thank you for having me, Kevin. Thank you for asking a very good and interesting question also at the end of the session just now. Well, for the audience, I think it's very important to repeat back what Kevin mentioned just now. In event of accident and all that, be calm. Keep the number, keep the insurance company number. Don't worry, they will not try to oversell you things that you do not want to buy. But insurance is a very important instrument, financial instrument to protect against yourself, against your loved one, and the purpose of insurance is to bring back you to the same financial position before the incident. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. All right. Thank you very much. On that note, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Encik Zainuddin. Thank you so much for sharing. I myself have learned a very, very important tip. Thank you so much, Encik Zainuddin. All right, so that would be our first speaker for today. Thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to break to present our second speaker for today. And we have Miss Jenny Yeoh as our second speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who like to know more about Miss Jenny Yeoh, now I would like to invite Ms. Jenny Yeoh, the Vice President of MSIG Insurance Malaysia Berhad, member of MSN AD Insurance Group, headquartered in Japan and one of the largest general insurance group in the world. With over 30 years of experience in both life and general insurance industries, she has served in various senior roles in multinational and local insurance companies, overseeing customer service, call center and complaint management, general and life operations and services, product development, evaluation, approval and implementation, quality assurance and process improvements, management system support and underwriting. She specializes in personal lines underwriting ranging from healthcare, motor, personal accident, travel, miscellaneous and foreign workers insurance. She's active in volunteering her services to the insurance industry, having served as a member of the Accident Health and Others Subcommittee of the General Insurance Association of Malaysia, PIAM. She also represents PIAM as a member of the Joint Technical Committee, the National Community on Managed Care and COVID-19 Test Funds Claims Work Group. She is a chartered insurer of the Chartered Insurance Institute and a senior associate of the Malaysian Insurance Institute. She also holds an international diploma with merit in governance, risk and compliance from the International Compliance Association of the United Kingdom. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Miss Jenny Yeoh. How are you, Miss Jenny Yeoh?
Thank you for the introduction. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk about the Perlindungan Tenang Insurance Program. So what is this Perlindungan Tenang PT voucher program about? This is a government initiative to provide financial assistance to eligible Bantuan Prihatin Rakyat or the BPR recipients. Now, each of these BPR recipients will be given a 50 ringgit voucher. And with this voucher, the BPR recipient can purchase any Perlindungan Tenang products from any insurers or takaful operators, or the ITO in short. So next I will go on to talk about what is Perlindungan Tenang. These are products which are specially developed to provide basic insurance protection against unfortunate events. Now, these products are very affordable. They can be ranging from 1 ringgit to several ringgit a month. They are simple, very easy to understand. They are also easy to purchase. You can buy online or you can go to anywhere to the branch offices to purchase from the authorized agents or distributors. And they are also very easy to claim. Now, there are many categories of BPR recipients. They are the household category, the singles category, as well as the senior citizens who are above 60 years. Now, we will first start with the household category, and the effective date has already started. In fact, it started from 30th of September and it will go on for the next 12 months up to the 30th of September 2022. Now, the next phase will only be the singles and the senior citizens. This will only be announced later by the government. So how do you check your eligibility? Very, very simple. You just go into the website, which is www.myptv.my. Now, you will see the first screen where there will be a picture of a family. And when you scroll down, you will see that you just need to key in your IC number. Just click yes to agree to the terms and conditions. There is also a tick box with the capture image. Just tick in that box and just enter your search button. The result will be known immediately. And if you are eligible, the result will be yes with a tick. And you are eligible for the PT voucher, and the voucher number will also be displayed. And how do you redeem your voucher? Also very simple. You can actually redeem it online by going into www.mycoverage.my/pelindungan_tenang/. When you scroll through this one, you will see there are 21 PT products on display. You just search through any of these products by clicking in the icon. Or if you do not have a laptop or any computer, you can also go in and visit the branch offices of any participating insurers or Takaful operators or the authorized agents or distributors. Now, what is this PT voucher? It is only valid for a certain period. It has already started from the 30th of September and it will run through up to 30th of September 2022. So don't wait. It is not transferable. You cannot transfer the voucher to any of your family members. It is also not exchangeable for cash. You can use the voucher to purchase new insurance policy, or if you already have an insurance policy, you can also use the voucher to renew it as long as your insurance policy has the start date, which is on or after the 30th of September 2021. Now remember, the voucher is only valid one time and each BPR will only get one voucher only. Now if the policy is cancelled during the 15-day free look, voucher can be reused. So it's important to remember, free look, the BPR recipients are allowed to cancel within 15 days when they receive the insurance policy if they find that the insurance is not suitable for them. Now, what are the general insurance products that are available under the Pelindungan Tenang? Now, we have two types of products, which is the fire insurance as well as the personal accident. So what exactly is personal accident insurance, you will ask yourself. Now, different PA policies provide different coverages, but normally it will provide 24-hour worldwide protection, meaning wherever you are, you can be in Malaysia, you can be in Sabah, you can be in Peninsular Malaysia, or even outside Malaysia, your PA policy will cover you. It will also cover you for death if it's caused by an accident. Accident meaning, let's say, traffic accident. It can be involved in a motorcycle or even in a car accident, or even falling down and injuring yourself. It also covers permanent disablement. So what is permanent disablement is you may lose your eyes, even one eye or two eyes, or you can't use your hands or even your feet, whether it's one hand or two hands, 1 feet or 2 feet. It also covers bereavement allowance. Bereavement allowance is actually a token sum of money for the person to pay for the funeral expenses. So who needs PA insurance? There are many categories of people who really need PA insurance, even including myself. Now, there are people working in places where there are many accidents. For example, factories where they use machinery, or they can be doing a lot of climbing. Now, there are also people who do their own business. For example, they sell food at the Pasar Tani or the Pasar Malam, or they can even be contractors doing a lot of climbing jobs. Then there's another category of people who drive or ride, for example, Grab drivers, Foodpanda, Lazada, or Shopee. These are the category of people. Then there are also people who work, but their employers unfortunately don't buy insurance for them. And of course, the last category will be people who have families where they are the only person working in a family with an income. There are also conditions where the PA policy do not provide coverage. Now, these conditions can be war, then you have terrorism or committing suicide, and then you have injuries where you accidentally injure yourself. Then there will be also mental conditions, and then also a person who goes through pregnancy or even giving birth to children. Then, of course, you also have people who use drugs. And hazardous activities are activities which are very dangerous, for example, like mountain climbing or deep sea diving. Also, lastly, for unlawful acts, meaning acts which are not legal. So all these conditions will not be covered under a PA policy. So when I said easy to make a claim, so very simple, when there is an accident, call your insurer immediately. Secondly, the insurer will guide you on what to do. So the most important, you will have to complete a claim form. Of course, with the claim form, you also have to submit supporting documents. And supporting documents will be death certificate, even post-mortem report, and court documents such as the letter of administration or the grant of probate if there is no nomination. Now, when all documents are submitted to your insurers or your Takaful operators, they will process and they will pay out within 5 working days. Now, just now I mentioned about no nomination where the court documents are required. So why is it very important to make a nomination? When you buy a PA policy, you will have to name the person to receive the claim money in the event of a death. Why is it important? Because when the person dies, the insurer will know who they should make the payment to. So if you have named the person, the insurer will provide the money to the named person. So this person can access the money quicker without having to go to the court to apply for court documents. And these court documents actually cost money and time. So who can you nominate? You can nominate anyone. Of course, you can't nominate yourself. You can nominate your family members, your children to receive the claim money upon death. Of course, when you nominate these people, please remember to inform them so that when there's a death occurs, they will know what to do. They can call the insurance company and start the claim process. And these people can then receive the claim money very easily. So, what is the Perlindungan voucher program? If you need further details, you can always call this number at the call center. The number is 0377239300. If you don't need to call, you want to go to the website, you can also visit www.myptv.my, or you can also go to www.mycoverage.my. So that's the end of my presentation, my sharing with you, and I will return back to the host, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jenny. Wow, thank you for sharing us here. And well, I believe those of you who are watching here with us, thank you very much for joining us. And I believe we have some questions from the comment box as well. Okay, so for those of you who have any questions, please drop and let us know what are your questions in the comment box. Let's take our first question here for Miss Jenny. How will the Pelindungan Tenang voucher benefit me? Miss Jenny?
Okay, it would actually definitely benefit people, and it is an opportunity for you and your family to get insurance protection. Now, the products offered, they are, like I said, affordable, or it's only a few ringgit a month. They are easy to understand, easy to purchase, and easy to claim. Now, not many people know the importance of insurance, and until something unfortunate happens. Now, when these unfortunate accidents happen, the insurance policy that you have will actually help and protect you. So if you need more information, you can visit www.myptv.my, check your eligibility, and claim your 50 ringgit voucher. Or you can also visit My Coverage website, which is www.mycoverage.my. Go in and search for the product information and select your insurance product of your choice. Very simple. That's all you need to do. Yes.
So simple, right? So for those of you who are
Yes.
watching, actually, thank you very much, Jenny, for sharing that site as well. We'll be sharing with you as well to claim your 50 ringgit voucher. Is this, so if you're eligible, anyone can just claim it, right? It's like, that's so simple.
Yes. As long as they're eligible, they can claim it.
Okay, cool. So go and check out the criteria and visit on the website on the www.myptv.my. Check eligibility, and if you want to have more information on the product information on www.mycoverage.my. All right. So thank you very much. Today's question number 1. Let's check out for question number 2. Do I have to top up the payment if my premium costs more than 50 ringgit? Oh, okay. So, Miss Jenny, do I have to top up if it costs more than 50 ringgit?
Yes, because there are many types of insurance products. Now, the premium will vary. So, if you have a policy that is more than 50 ringgit, for example, let's say 70 ringgit, the voucher is only 50 ringgit. So, you will have to top up another 20 ringgit to make it up to 70 ringgit. Of
So
course,
what if it's less than 50? Then can you cash back?
yeah, how I wish.
This is what most Malaysian people will ask, right? Like, hey, 50 ringgit voucher, aku beli 30 ringgit, get 20 ringgit cash out. No?
Yeah, get some refund, right? So unfortunately, no. If you purchase any insurance product which is less than 50 ringgit, that's it. You won't get back any refund, unfortunately.
So for those of you who are watching, especially Malaysian, they love to ask this kind of question. So you cannot cash out, okay? It's a voucher to help you. So please make full use of it. 50 ringgit, buy 50 ringgit lah. Buy more also never mind, okay? Because you can just top up and buy a better or a higher premium, right? So don't have in the mind, buy 20 ringgit, cash out 30 ringgit, nak pergi shopping ke? No, so no, cannot, okay? So thank you very much. That was the second question. So just to let everybody know, you cannot cash out, okay? Our third question that we have is, can I change the voucher to, this one the answer lah. Can I change the voucher to cash? Cannot. Okay, when is the expiry date? Okay. When is the expiry date?
Actually, the program has already started. It started on 30th of September 2021. So it will run until 12 months, until 30th of September 2022. So don't wait. Better go and check your eligibility and start claiming it. Because if you wait, you tend to forget. And once time runs out, you won't be able to use the voucher. So I will urge the BPI recipient, please go and check and claim it immediately.
Yeah, man, it's free of charge. So Malaysians' favorite, everything is free. It's awesome. Go and get it. All right. So until 30th of September 2022. Okay, so you have 1 year lah. But normally, right, like what Miss Jenny said, you wait lah, tomorrow, punya tomorrow, then you forget, that kind of stuff. And actually, you should get it as soon as possible because you never know what's gonna happen tomorrow, right? And if it's, Chinese people say choi tai ka, like see something happen, and then you haven't buy insurance, like, oh my gosh. Okay, so better go and get it quick. Not to say anything, but get it quick. It will be until 30th of September 2022, right? So don't wait. Okay. So, we have time for one more question. Let's take one more question. Where can I refer to all the information on the general insurance, where can I refer? Maybe where can they refer on the general insurance information? Yeah.
Okay, there are several ways you can do so. You can of course always Google just by typing Perlindungan Voucher Program. Secondly, you can also go in PIAM website, or you can also go in the website which is the www.mycoverage.my.
Okay, all right. So actually, very simple. Everything is online.
Yes, everything is
so
online.
for those of you who ask this question, can Google. You can go to PIAM's website. Even My Coverage website is all there. All right. So thank you very much, Miss Jenny, for joining us. Thank you very much for sharing. So we only have time to answer 4 questions. So thank you very much once again. This will be the end of our webinar. Thank you very much. For those of you who have more questions, don't worry. You can either email it to us at piam.org.my for more questions, since we can only take 4 questions, or you can visit our website at www.piam.org.my. Okay, so thank you very much for those of you who have watched us for the whole session of webinar. Thank you very much for those who have joined us. Thank you very much, Miss Jenny, for your time. Also, thank you very much, Zainuddin, earlier on for the first session. Thank you so much once again to all the audience. Thank you. Have a great day. Stay safe. And Miss Jenny, you want to have any last words?
No, but thank you for inviting me. It's my great pleasure to introduce this PTV. So please don't forget, check eligibility, claim it now. Don't wait.
Thank you very much, Miss Jenny. Don't wait, guys. Stay safe, take care, and goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Syah, saya tipu tu Syah. Tolong Syah, tolong.
Saya cerita banyak. Aku nak duit. Tolonglah, aku nak duit. Dah ramai cerai aku. Sakit. Sebelah ni kau tengok mata aku. Tolonglah. Aku merayu dengan kau.
Kau sabar, kau relax. Duit tu aku garanti akan masuk. Kau sabar, kau relax. Aku ada kereta mewah. Rasmi jangan. I'll make you rich.
Siapa lagi betul aku?
Saya dah tu, join je lah aku.
Kali ini jalan yang terbaik buat aku.
Kau masuk 2,000.
Aku tak sanggup lagi.
Kau dapat 4,000. Join je lah aku.
Tom! Oi Tom, kau kenapa? Macam-macam. Ni, cas yang dikenakan disebabkan kau hantar lewat. Dah, sekarang bayar.
Tuan, minta maaf tuan. Saya tak ada duit sekarang ni tuan. Tunggu gaji hujung bulan boleh tuan?
Aish, kau ni. Itulah masalah yang aku selalu dengar daripada kau. Lain kali, simpan dulu sebelum belanja. Bukan kau belanja dulu baru simpan. Faham?
Faham tuan.
Aish, Tom.
Tuan, tuan boleh tak ajar saya cara urus wangan secara lebih hemat?
Kau sanggup luangkan masa dan komitmen untuk aku?
Boleh tuan.
Okey, baiklah. Benda pertama yang perlu kau betulkan adalah mindset kau. Kau perlu pastikan kau ada pengurusan kewangan yang baik dalam jangka masa panjang dan juga waktu tempoh persaraan kau. perkara yang seterusnya, kau perlu buat simpanan sekurang-kurangnya 3 hingga 6 bulan gaji. Kau perlu peruntukkan sama ada 5%, 10% ataupun 20% untuk simpanan dan pelaburan. Dengan ilmu kewangan yang mencukupi, matlamat kau untuk menyimpan akan lebih jelas. Dengan ilmu yang kau ada, kau perlu bezakan pula sama ada keperluan ataupun kemahuan. Tanpa keperluan, jangka hayat hidup kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, makanan yang seimbang. Dan untuk kemahuan pula adalah perkara yang berlebihan yang menyebabkan jika kau layan, wang poket kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, walaupun perut dah kenyang, tapi kau tetap nak makan makanan yang mahal. Dan perkara yang seterusnya, aku nak kau gunakan aplikasi percuma dalam smartphone untuk mencatat setiap perbelanjaan kau. Dan kau boleh baiki cara kau berbelanja. Tom.
Ya, Tuan.
Sini. Aku dah tetapkan appointment untuk kau berjumpa dengan financial consultant. Aku cadangkan kau ambil takaful. Takaful bagus untuk perlindungan kewangan kerana ia dilaburkan di tempat yang pasti, patuh syariah dan tiada syubhah.
Okay, ni borang takaful. Sudah I explain kat you tentang takaful, okay?
Dengan adanya takaful, kau akan terlindung daripada 3D, iaitu death, disease dan disable.
Oh, macam tu Tuan. Apa langkah seterusnya Tuan?
Just follow all the steps dan insyaAllah aku doakan kau berjaya.
Baik Tuan. Terima kasih Tuan.
Akhirnya, dengan ilmu kewangan yang telah dicurahkan, mengundi bukanlah jalan penyelesaian. Untuk masa hadapan, aku perlu bijak menyimpan, menguruskan kewangan, melabur pada tempat yang pasti dan yang paling penting, aku tidak akan terjebak dengan kancah financial scam lagi. Bukan sekali lagi. Aku tahu. And this is my big story.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera warga negara Malaysia. Saya Asha Aziz. Dalam vlog kali ini saya nak kongsikan kepada anda tips yang saya praktikkan dalam menyimpan duit. Pertama, sediakan belanjawan setiap bulan. Belanjawan ni dapat bantu kita mengutamakan perbelanjaan yang wajib seperti pinjaman loan dan langganan. Dalam belanjawan ni, kita boleh bahagikan pendapatan kita kepada perbelanjaan dan simpanan. Pastikan simpanan yang dibuat sekurang-kurangnya 10% dari jumlah pendapatan yang kita terima setiap bulan. Kedua, rekod perbelanjaan kita setiap hari. Merekod perbelanjaan sangat penting untuk menentukan ke mana duit kita mengalir. Kebiasaannya kalau kita tak rekod, kita mungkin akan terlebih berbelanja dan akhir bulan, kita sendiri tak yakin ke mana duit kita pergi. Walaupun untuk secawan kopi. Perbelanjaan kita dapat direkod di telefon bimbit dengan menggunakan aplikasi rekod kewangan ataupun di kertas atau buku kecil yang kita mudah nak bawa ke mana-mana sahaja. Pastikan setiap hari data-data perbelanjaan direkodkan tanpa ada satu pun yang bocor. Ketiga, buka akaun simpanan pelaburan dividen. Secara peribadi, saya merasakan akaun simpanan pelaburan sangat penting dan perlu ada pada setiap orang. Ini kerana akaun simpanan pelaburan memberikan kadar pulangan yang lebih tinggi berbanding akaun transaksi biasa. Selain menyimpan kosong, duit simpanan kita juga akan bertambah sekiranya kita menyimpan di akaun simpanan pelaburan. Keempat, jadilah pembeli yang bijak. Sebelum membeli belah, kita perlu membuat senarai barangan yang hendak dibeli. Ini untuk mengelakkan kita daripada terlupa dan membeli barangan yang tak sepatutnya. Jangan lupa untuk membuat perbandingan harga. Utamakan pembelian ketika jualan murah atau jualan gudang. Kan lebih jimat. Kelima, potong perbelanjaan yang tidak penting. Sekiranya perbelanjaan kita terlalu tinggi, simpanan kita akan makin berkurang. Oleh itu, perbelanjaan seperti langganan hiburan boleh kita kurangkan. Contohnya langganan internet yang berlebihan ataupun langganan gym. Kelima-lima tips ni boleh dimulakan dari sekarang sekiranya kita mahu simpanan kita baik untuk masa depan kita. Ingat, simpanan yang baik pada masa kini dapat membantu kita di masa hadapan. Saya nak mula menyimpan daripada sekarang. Tiada siapa yang boleh larang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang, gemilang dan terbilang. Ikut tips, triks yang dikongsi supaya tak pening-pening nanti hidup ke depan lebih baik dan aman dari masa kini. Marilah kita menyimpan untuk masa depan, dapat banyak kebaikan, hidup pun terus aman.
Ada story? Tak ada toy, tapi ada story.
I was born in a low-income family. I have to work as a part-time waiter every day to pay for the university on my own. If I were rich,
I'm sorry, Mr. Kao. Because MCO, we have decided to let you go. Today is your last day. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Teo. How can you achieve financial freedom at the age of 25?
I have my financial goals since I was at the age like 17 to 18, and I have started planning at that time. I spent almost all my free time learning the stock market, learn how to invest, how to grow my money.
investment. Can I be like him? %20 return per month seems like too good to be true. But what if it's real? Just try for a little bit money. It shouldn't be a problem, right?
Thank you for calling.
Since that day, my life changed. I don't have to work anymore, but just receiving the high money return from the investment plan. Things seem to be better and better. Until one day... Where's my money?
The number you dialed is not in service.
Yeah, one friend she told me she earned a 20% return per month from her investment plan. Then she asked me whether to join I see betul kak. She said let's show you the transaction history. And I see really betul.
It is almost 1 year from that investment scam. I was so immature and always thinking of getting rich fast at that time. And that's why I will be trapped by the scammer. From that incident, I learned that there ain't no such thing as
kena ambil insurans takaful bang. Kalau apa-apa terjadi nanti, macam mana nak tanggung perbelanjaan budak-budak ni?
Insurans? Takaful?
Salam sejahtera penonton sekalian. Kita akan mulakan acara hari ini sebentar lagi. Kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton di laman Facebook FEN Network, Facebook MTA dan Liam, teruskan bersama kami. Majlis akan bermula dalam masa beberapa minit lagi. Jom log in beramai-ramai, ajak kawan-kawan, makcik-pakcik semua untuk sama-sama menyertai webinar istimewa hari ini. Selamat datang ke webinar Bulan Literasi Kewangan yang dibawakan khas oleh industri insurans dan takaful. Penonton sekalian, membuat perancangan dalam kewangan anda adalah sangat penting. Perkara ini adalah asas dalam kehidupan kita seharian. Sempena Bulan Literasi Kewangan, pihak Persatuan Takaful Malaysia membawakan kepada anda maklumat dan informasi tentang kepentingan perlindungan takaful dalam perancangan kewangan anda. Sedikit maklumat mengenai penceramah kita hari ini, Encik Muhammad Azri Omar. Beliau merupakan jawatan kuasa pengurusan Persatuan Takaful Malaysia dan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Hong Leong MSIG Takaful Berhad. Beliau telah pun berkecimpung dalam industri takaful dan insurans lebih daripada 20 tahun. Tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, dijemput Encik Muhammad Azri Omar untuk berkongsi tentang kepentingan takaful dan program voucher perlindungan tenang. Persilakan Encik Muhammad Azri. Hai Encik Muhammad Azri, how are you?
Hi Kevin, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Alright, nice to see you. Thank you so much. Terima
Nice to see
kasih
you too.
untuk masa yang diluangkan bersama kami untuk hari ini. Apa yang Encik Azri akan share with us here today?
Ya, Kevin, pertama sekali terima kasih dan salam sejahtera sekali lagi. Apa yang saya nak share hari ini sangat penting. Saya percaya ini akan dapat menyelesaikan beberapa persoalan yang penonton ada. Pertama, berkenaan dengan perlindungan takaful dan insurans. Yang kedua, mengenai nomination ataupun penamaan. Itu saja yang saya akan share dan topiknya saya percaya akan dapat menyelesaikan persoalan penonton kita hari ini. Terima kasih.
Okey, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, kita menjemput Encik Muhammad Azri Omar bersama kita. Encik Muhammad Azri.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kepada semua. Terima kasih Kevin. Terima kasih juga kepada Malaysian Takaful Association atau MTA. Terima kasih juga kepada Life Insurance Association of Malaysia ataupun LIAM. Dan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada penonton yang bersama kita hari ini. Hari ini saya ada perkongsian berkenaan dengan kepentingan perlindungan insurans dan takaful berkenaan dengan voucher RM50 takaful dan insurans tenang berserta dengan penamaan ataupun nomination. Saya percaya topik ini akan dapat membantu penonton-penonton semua untuk merancang dengan lebih baik bagi menyusun atur perlindungan takaful ataupun insurans tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Pertama sekali saya akan berkongsi tentang apakah kepentingan insurans hayat dan takaful keluarga. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tahukah anda semua dengan hanya membelanjakan sekitar 10% daripada pendapatan bulanan anda, anda akan dapat menyusun atur keperluan perlindungan yang diperlukan oleh anda dan juga keluarga dengan sepatutnya. Jadi, bagaimana insurans dan takaful membantu anda? Di sini sebagaimana yang saya juga share di dalam slide yang tuan-tuan boleh teliti, ada beberapa kebaikan perlindungan insurans dan takaful yang dapat menyediakan dana untuk menghadapi masa-masa yang sukar di dalam kehidupan anda. Sebagai contohnya, menyediakan dana persaraan, menyediakan dana untuk menghadapi saat-saat sekiranya mendapat penyakit kritikal, dapat juga membantu menyediakan dana bagi menyelesaikan komitmen bulanan anda untuk diri sendiri dan keluarga, dan juga menyediakan dana pendidikan. Bermacam-macam plan yang telah disediakan oleh syarikat insurans dan pengendali takaful untuk disertai oleh anda semua. Jadi, di sini dapat kita fahami bahawa kepentingan insurans dan takaful sangat-sangat kritikal untuk merancang keperluan perlindungan kewangan anda. Sebelum saya pergi lebih lanjut berkenaan dengan topik ini, saya sukacitanya ingin berkongsi maklumat yang ada berkenaan dengan berapa ramaikah yang telah ada perlindungan insurans dan takaful sekarang. Jadi sebagaimana yang ada di skrin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh dapati bahawa sehingga 2021, kadar penembusan insurans dan takaful ataupun kadar penyertaan insurans dan takaful di Malaysia berada pada tahap 56.6%. Tapi ini adalah termasuk mereka-mereka yang ada lebih dari satu polisi insurans atau sijil takaful. Jika kita menolak ataupun tidak mengambil kira mereka-mereka yang ada lebih daripada satu sijil, maka kadar penyertaan yang sebenar hanya berada pada tahap 41% untuk tahun ataupun sehingga tahun 2021. Jadi di sini ingin saya tekankan bahawa tahap tersebut 41% adalah tahap yang sangat rendah berbanding dengan beberapa negara yang maju di mana tahap penyertaan takaful telah mencapai 100%. Jadi di sini dapat kita fahami bahawa ramai lagi di antara kita yang masih belum mempunyai perlindungan. Ini belum lagi mengambil kira di antara yang telah ada perlindungan, ada ramai juga yang tidak mencukupi jumlah perlindungan mereka. Jadi secara rumusan dapat saya sharekan daripada data-data yang ada dengan MTA dan juga Liam, kadar penyertaan takaful dan insurans adalah masih rendah di Malaysia, dan penyertaan ini melibatkan jumlah perlindungan yang masih belum mencukupi. Ramai di antara yang ada perlu meningkatkan jumlah perlindungan mereka. Jadi bagaimana kita nak tahu sekiranya kita sudah ada perlindungan insurans ataupun takaful? Macam mana saya nak tahu ataupun tuan-tuan semua nak tahu sama ada perlindungan yang ada itu mencukupi atau tidak? Okey, sebagai contoh, di sini saya ingin berkongsi satu senario yang mana cukup sinonim ataupun mungkin bersamaan dengan ramai penonton-penonton kita di luar sana. Di sini sebagai contohnya, Encik Ahmad. Encik Ahmad berusia 30 tahun, berkahwin dan mempunyai 2 orang anak dengan pendapatan bulanan RM5,000. Encik Ahmad ni, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adalah pencari nafkah kepada keluarga, di mana keperluan keluarga disediakan dari pendapatan yang Encik Ahmad dapat secara bulanan berjumlah RM5,000. Jadi, bayangkan kehidupan di bandar terutamanya ataupun di mana saja di Malaysia ini, semuanya memerlukan kos, sama ada kos tempat tinggal, kos makan minum, kos perjalanan untuk bekerja, kos pakaian dan macam-macam lagi. Kalau dah ada 2 orang anak, sebagaimana yang saya share tadi, Cik Ahmad sudah pasti akan ada kos untuk menyara anak dan isteri beliau. Tuan-tuan, bayangkan apa akan berlaku kepada keluarga Encik Ahmad sekiranya dia sudah tiada lagi. Dengan isteri yang sangat bergantung kepada beliau, 2 anak yang ada perlu disara dan perlu diberi perbelanjaan yang mencukupi untuk keperluan masing-masing. Kalau ditakdirkan satu hari Encik Ahmad mengalami kemalangan dan tiada lagi untuk membantu keluarga beliau, dari manakah keluarga Encik Ahmad akan mendapat dana untuk memberi ataupun menjadi sumber perbelanjaan harian mereka, untuk menyediakan pendidikan anak-anak dan membesarkan mereka dalam keadaan yang sempurna. Begitu juga untuk membayar bil-bil yang mungkin perlu dibayar oleh keluarga ini untuk keperluan mereka seperti kereta, bil air, elektrik dan juga mungkin keperluan-keperluan lain yang telah disertai oleh mereka. Persoalannya, adakah kita bersedia? Adakah ianya mencukupi? Pertama, kita perlu ada perlindungan insurans atau takaful sebagai persediaan, dan perlu kita pastikan bahawa perlindungan yang kita ada cukup untuk menyediakan kita di saat-saat sebagaimana yang saya share berkenaan dengan Encik Ahmad tadi. Persoalannya, adakah beliau bersedia? Dan jika beliau telah ada perlindungan, beliau juga harus mengetahui sama ada perlindungan beliau cukup untuk menyediakan keluarga beliau untuk menghadapi saat-saat yang sukar, terutamanya jika beliau tiada lagi untuk memberikan sebahagian daripada pendapatan beliau untuk menyara keluarga beliau. Jadi di sini kita faham bahawa semua di antara kita tidak ingin membebankan orang yang kita tinggal sekiranya apa-apa berlaku kepada kita. Kita pasti ingin mereka meneruskan kehidupan sebagaimana yang seadanya sekarang dengan tidak tergendala satu apapun tentang keperluan mereka. Jadi bagaimana kita nak tahu secara umumnya sama ada perlindungan ini cukup atau tidak? Sebagai panduan umum untuk kita mengetahui sama ada perlindungan yang kita sertai, sama ada insurans atau takaful adalah mencukupi untuk menyediakan keluarga kita, mestilah kita ambil kira berapa pendapatan tahunan daripada sumber sama ada pendapatan suami atau isteri. Dalam contoh yang saya share tadi, beliau mempunyai pendapatan RM5,000 sebulan. Bermaksud pendapatan tahunan beliau adalah RM60,000. Daripada RM60,000 tadi, kita kalikan 10 tahun pendapatan tersebut, bermaksud jumlah yang sepatutnya Encik Ahmad sediakan di bawah sijil takaful ataupun polisi insurans yang diambil oleh beliau mestilah ataupun sangat berpatutan untuk tidak kurang daripada RM600,000. Ini akan dapat menyediakan dana yang berpatutan supaya isteri dan anak-anak yang Cik Ahmad tinggalkan sekiranya apa-apa berlaku kepada beliau akan dapat dana untuk meneruskan kehidupan tanpa ada gangguan yang tidak diingini, sehingga isteri dan anak-anak akan dapat mencari sumber pendapatan gantian setelah beliau tidak ada lagi. Mari kita tengok senario yang berbeza pula. Ini selalu berlaku di dalam masyarakat. Para penonton sekalian, di sini sebagai gambaran untuk panduan kita semua, ada rakan kita bernama Rashid. Encik Rashid berpendapat bahawa beliau tidak perlu ada pelindungan insurans ataupun takaful. Kenapakah begitu? Kerana beliau ada simpanan dan juga ada caruman di EPF ataupun kumpulan wang simpanan pekerja. Dia ada juga caruman di tabung haji, ASB dan juga lain-lain tempat. Di sini mengambil kira apa yang beliau simpan, carum di EPF, tabung haji dan ASB dan juga simpanan beliau sendiri, semuanya berjumlah RM110,000. Jadi dengan aset tersebut, Cik Rashid fikir dia tidak ada keperluan untuk menyertai insurans ataupun takaful. Jadi mari kita tengok sama ada pandangan Cik Rashid ni betul ke tidak. Kita mesti comparekan ataupun bandingkan apa aset yang Encik Rashid ada tadi dengan liability keluarga beliau yang mana akan berterusan untuk tempoh yang lama berdasarkan beberapa perkara yang saya akan terangkan. Okey. Komitmen pertama yang akan berterusan untuk Encik Rashid dan harus diambil alih oleh keluarga beliau sekiranya beliau sudah tak ada lagi adalah pinjaman kereta. Total jumlahnya adalah RM80,000 dan beliau ada lagi komitmen lain, sewa bulanan rumah yang beliau duduki dan juga membayar bil air, bil elektrik dan juga penjagaan anak beliau. Secara dua item tadi bila kita gabungkan sahaja, dapat kita lihat bahawa pinjaman kereta dan komitmen-komitmen lain yang biasa yang saya percaya penonton di luar sana juga ada, sudah berjumlah RM130,000 berbanding dengan simpanan yang beliau ada tadi, simpanan personal dan juga simpanan yang diletakkan di organisasi-organisasi yang saya sebutkan tadi, tabung haji, EPF, ASB pun kalau kita tengok kurang daripada apa yang perlu diteruskan oleh keluarga beliau. Suka saya juga tekankan bahawa kalaulah ada di antara penonton sekalian yang mungkin selama ini berpandangan sama dengan apa yang Encik Rashid fikirkan, saya ingin menyaran untuk menyemak kembali apakah alasan dan juga dasar-dasar yang diambil kira untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berpendapat sedemikian. Saya percaya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan akan bersetuju bahawa kalau kita ingin rujuk kepada aset dalam bentuk simpanan di KWSP, simpanan ASB dan juga simpanan tabung haji ataupun lain-lain bentuk simpanan yang seumpamanya, akan ada proses yang sangat detail sebelum wang tersebut dapat dikeluarkan. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, aset-aset tersebut juga apabila Cik Rashid meninggal ataupun dalam situasi di mana ramai di antara kita yang mempunyai keadaan yang sama, aset tersebut akan menjadi sebahagian daripada harta peninggalan yang harus dibahagikan kepada waris-waris. Jadi di sini dapat kita faham bahawa aset tersebut sangat tidak cair dan tertakluk kepada proses untuk dikeluarkan. Jadi apa yang berlaku kepada keluarga Encik Rashid sementara menunggu aset tersebut dikeluarkan? Apa pula tanggungjawab dan komitmen kepada perbelanjaan-perbelanjaan lain yang harus dibayar mengikut jadual yang selalunya secara bulanan. Jadi di sini sangat penting, selain daripada ada simpanan dan caruman secara personal di EPF ataupun di KWSP, tabung haji, ASB, kita juga harus ataupun mesti ada pelindungan insurans atau takaful. Okey, Jadi kita semua faham sekarang perlindungan insurans dan takaful sangat penting. Jadi bagaimana kita nak menyertai ataupun membeli perlindungan insurans ini? Jadi suka saya juga terangkan di dalam perkongsian ini bahawa first sekali ataupun terutamanya sekali kita perlu faham apa yang kita perlukan. Salah satu daripada fakta penting tadi, kita harus ambil kira berapa pendapatan kita dan kalikan untuk menjadikannya jumlah tahunan dan kalikan dengan 10, itu adalah perlindungan asas yang perlu ada. Selain daripada itu, para penonton, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang ingin mengambil perlindungan insurans dan takaful di luar sana, perlu diingat bahawa tuan-tuan dan puan-puan perlu juga dedahkan maklumat-maklumat penting untuk membolehkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua diakses ataupun dinilai apabila membuat permohonan untuk menyertai insurans atau takaful. Yang ketiga, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan perlu faham pelan apa yang ingin disertai. Pelan di luar sana, banyak pelan insurans dan takaful merangkumi sama ada pelan perlindungan kos-kos perubatan, pelan pendidikan anak-anak, pelan simpanan dan bermacam-macam lagi. Jadi, saya ingin nasihatkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua, pastikan amaun perlindungan sesuai dengan pendapatan semasa dan juga tidak membebankan untuk membayar caruman bulanan ataupun mengikut jadual yang dipersetujui. Dan juga penting saya sarankan di sini bahawa tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berurusan hanya dengan wakil-wakil yang berdaftar dengan MTA, Malaysian Takaful Association ataupun LIAM, ataupun wakil-wakil yang dilantik oleh pengendali takaful di Malaysia ini, sama ada melalui saluran bank ataupun pos Malaysia dan lain-lain lagi yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh memahami dengan lebih lanjut dengan melayari website MTA ataupun LIAM. Jadi bagaimana caranya untuk kita tahu sama ada pelan yang ada ataupun pelan yang ingin disertai itu memenuhi keperluan kita semua ataupun keluarga kita. Jadi di Malaysia ini kita ada 11 pengendali takaful, iaitu takaful keluarga dan untuk takaful am yang melindungi aset-aset seperti rumah, kereta, barang-barang perniagaan. Kita ada 4 semua di Malaysia. Jadi untuk takaful kita ada 15 pengendali takaful yang menyediakan pelan-pelan perlindungan takaful keluarga dan takaful am. Bagaimanakah cara untuk mendapatkan perlindungan takaful? Mungkin ramai di antara penonton di luar sana tertanya-tanya. Okey, di sini saya ingin mewar-warkan bahawa Persatuan Takaful Malaysia ataupun Malaysian Takaful Association bekerjasama dengan Persatuan Insurans Hayat Malaysia ataupun Life Insurance Association of Malaysia, LIAM, untuk mewujudkan satu website yang dipanggil mycoverage.my untuk menyediakan maklumat kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian untuk semua orang lebih memahami tentang insurans dan takaful. Jadi di dalam website mycoverage.my ini ada pelbagai maklumat, ada FAQs ataupun soalan-soalan lazim dan juga ada kalkulator untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mengira untuk mengetahui berapakah anggaran perlindungan yang patut diambil berdasarkan pendapatan bulanan dan juga tanggungjawab lain yang ada untuk perbelanjaan bulanan yang tuan-tuan semua perlu tahu. Jadi di sana ada berbagai manfaat daripada mycoverage.my dan saya sangat menyarankan untuk anda sila layari segera bagi mendapatkan maklumat yang lanjut berkenaan dengan insurans dan juga takaful yang disertai, dan mungkin inilah masa untuk mengulang kaji ataupun review sama ada plan yang ada sudah mencukupi atau tidak, dan untuk bertindak segera sekiranya memerlukan perlindungan tambahan. Tuan-tuan, para penonton sekalian, saya juga hari ini ingin berkongsi tentang perlindungan tenang. Jadi, apakah perlindungan tenang? Perlindungan tenang adalah inisiatif yang dibuat oleh MTA dan juga Liam untuk terutamanya memastikan golongan B40 ataupun golongan yang berpendapatan terbawah dalam 40% untuk memastikan mereka juga dapat memiliki perlindungan insurans dan takaful. Jadi, apakah ciri-ciri pelan perlindungan tenang ini? Ciri-ciri pelan perlindungan tenang ini semestinya adalah mampu milik dengan caruman bulanan ataupun premium bulanan kurang daripada RM10 sebulan, mampu disertai oleh semua orang, mudah untuk difahami, sijil-sijilnya sangat jelas dan straightforward ataupun menggunakan bahasa-bahasa yang dapat difahami oleh kita semua. Mudah juga untuk didapati, ada online, ada over the counter ataupun di kaunter-kaunter pengendali takaful ataupun insurans yang menyediakan perlindungan tenang ini. Ada juga wakil-wakil yang terlibat. Juga mudah untuk membuat tuntutan. Jika tuntutan adalah mengenai manfaat kematian, manfaat akan dibayar dalam masa 5 hari daripada tarikh dokumen lengkap dibagi. Untuk manfaat selain daripada manfaat kematian, jumlah perlindungan akan dibayar dalam tempoh 7 hari daripada tarikh pengendali takaful ataupun insurans menerima dokumen daripada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ataupun peserta-peserta sijil perlindungan tenang ini. Selain daripada perlindungan tenang, saya juga nak highlight, mungkin ramai di antara penonton di luar sana telah mendengar berkenaan dengan voucher ataupun voucher RM50 yang merupakan inisiatif kerajaan Malaysia bagi memastikan golongan B40 ada dana untuk memulakan ataupun mendapatkan perlindungan mereka. Jadi voucher ataupun voucher ini dapat digunakan dan dituntut bagi mendapatkan perlindungan tenang untuk tempoh selama setahun. Dan perlindungan tenang ini boleh diperbaharui selepas tamat tempoh tersebut. Kita semua tahu bahawa di Malaysia ini ada pelbagai lapisan masyarakat yang termasuk di bawah golongan B40. Walau bagaimanapun, untuk fasa pertama, kerajaan Malaysia yang prihatin telah menyediakan dana bagi memberi voucher RM50 ini kepada household ataupun ahli keluarga yang mana pendapatan bulanan mereka di bawah kadar B40 tersebut. Jadi di sini saya pasti ramai di luar sana tertanya-tanya, adakah mereka semua layak untuk membuat tuntutan dana RM50 voucher daripada kerajaan Malaysia ini. Untuk memastikan bahawa anda dapat dengan segera menyimak kelayakan anda, saya ingin berkongsi video ini. Mari kita saksikan.
Bagaimana jika sekarang anda mampu memiliki plan insurans dan takaful yang boleh melindungi anda dan keluarga dari segi kewangan apabila kejadian yang tidak diingini seperti kematian, kemalangan atau kerosakan harta benda berlaku? Perlindungan Tenang, satu inisiatif mikroinsurans dan mikrotakaful, dapat menawarkan pelbagai plan insurans dan takaful mampu milik untuk anda. Selain mampu milik, ianya ringkas dan mudah difahami dengan proses tuntutan yang mudah. memberikan anda ketenangan fikiran bahawa orang tersayang akan menerima sokongan kewangan semasa tempoh pemulihan bagi meneruskan kelangsungan hidup. Selaras dengan usaha kerajaan dalam memperluaskan perlindungan sosial kepada golongan B40, program Baucer Pelindungan Tenang dilancarkan untuk menawarkan baucer RM50 kepada penerima BPR untuk membeli atau mengambil bahagian dalam mana-mana produk insurans atau takaful pelindungan tenang. Bagaimanakah saya boleh membuat tuntutan baucer pelindungan tenang? Terdapat dua cara untuk menuntut baucer anda. Anda boleh menuntut baucer secara dalam talian atau kunjungi di mana-mana cawangan syarikat insurans atau pengendali takaful atau ejen-ejen dan pengedar pelindungan tenang yang sah. Untuk penuntutan dalam talian, langkah pertama, semak kelayakan anda di myptv.my dengan memasukkan nombor kad pengenalan anda. Sekiranya layak, sistem MyPTV akan menjana satu nombor baucer yang tidak boleh dipindah milik untuk membuat pembelian produk pelindungan tenang. Langkah kedua, sila layari mycoverage.my untuk mengetahui senarai produk-produk pelindungan tenang yang ditawarkan oleh syarikat insurans atau pengendali takaful yang mengambil bahagian. Ingat, teliti dan fahami ciri-ciri dan kriteria kelayakan setiap produk bagi memastikan ianya memenuhi keperluan anda. Langkah ketiga, tekan butang ketahui lebih lanjut bagi membuat pilihan produk pelindungan tenang. Anda boleh dibawa ke laman web syarikat insurans atau pengendali takaful yang dipilih. Syarikat insurans atau pengendali takaful yang anda pilih akan memberikan panduan lanjut tentang cara membeli produk dan menebus baucer pelindungan tenang anda. Mudah, bukan? Jika anda memerlukan pertolongan untuk menyemak kelayakan dan menebus baucer pelindungan tenang, kunjungi cawangan syarikat insurans atau pengendali takaful atau ejen-ejen dan pengedar pelindungan tenang yang sah. Sekiranya anda layak, anda boleh terus membeli dan menebus baucer tersebut di kaunter. Dapatkan produk yang mempamerkan logo pelindungan tenang dari laman web syarikat-syarikat insurans atau pengendali-pengendali takaful atau layari mycoverage.my. Lindungi diri anda dengan produk pelindungan tenang sekarang. Untuk maklumat lanjut, sila layari laman web myptv.my dan mycoverage.my. Program Baucer Pelindungan Tenang adalah inisiatif oleh kerajaan dengan kerjasama Persatuan Insurans Hayat Malaysia, Persatuan Takaful Malaysia dan Persatuan Insurans Am Malaysia.
Tuan-tuan, para penonton sekalian, saya percaya video tadi sangat bermanfaat untuk semua. Jangan berlengah lagi, semak untuk memastikan sama ada anda di antara yang layak untuk mendapatkan voucher RM50 tersebut. Jadi selanjutnya saya juga ingin berkongsi dengan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua berkenaan dengan satu lagi elemen ataupun faktor yang penting untuk insurans dan juga takaful, iaitu penamaan ataupun nomination.
Persatuan Takaful Malaysia, kepentingan membuat penamaan. Sebagai seorang ayah, Ahmad sentiasa memikirkan tentang kesejahteraan keluarganya. Dia telah melihat secara langsung kepentingan membuat persediaan awal. Oleh itu, Ahmad telah memutuskan untuk menyenaraikan ahli keluarganya sebagai penama. Dengan membuat penamaan, tuntutan dapat diagihkan kepada beneficiari Ahmad melalui proses yang lebih cepat dan mengikut apa yang telah dirancangnya. Tanpa melakukan penamaan, anda perlu mendapatkan geran probate atau surat kuasa mentadbir untuk membolehkan seseorang mendapat hak sepenuhnya ke atas tuntutan tersebut dan ia boleh memakan masa beberapa tahun. Setelah melakukan penamaan, Ahmad berasa lebih selamat kerana keluarganya akan terus dilindungi apabila dia sudah tiada nanti. Oleh itu, jangan berlengah lagi. Lakukan penamaan dan senaraikan penama anda hari ini.
Jadi apakah ia penamaan ataupun nomination ini? Okay, dalam konsep takaful ataupun insurans, ianya melibatkan pembayaran manfaat apabila sesuatu berlaku sebagaimana yang saya terangkan di awal tadi. Jadi penamaan adalah sesuatu proses di mana pemilik policy insurance ataupun sijil takaful menamakan seseorang yang lain untuk menerima manfaat tersebut sekiranya peserta meninggal dunia pada masa akan datang. Jadi di sini proses tersebut memberikan hak kepada orang yang dinamakan untuk berurusan dengan syarikat insurans ataupun pengendali takaful bagi mendapatkan manfaat yang ada di bawah sijil takaful ataupun polisi insurans yang disertai tadi. Mengapa penamaan penting? Jadi di sini sebagaimana yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan penonton sekalian boleh observe di sekitar kita, dalam masyarakat kita apabila seseorang meninggal dunia, jadi aset si mati akan dibekukan. Dibekukan untuk tujuan supaya langkah-langkah yang seterusnya boleh diambil mengikut kaedah-kaedah perundangan yang ditetapkan, sama ada aset simpanan tabung haji, sama ada aset EPF, sama ada harta-harta lain yang ada di dalam akaun-akaun simpanan. Semua itu akan terhenti seketika sementara melalui proses yang perlu. Jadi kita juga harus ingat bahawa keluarga si mati ada tanggungjawab untuk mengguna pakai kos kewangan, sebagai contohnya menguruskan penggebumian si mati ataupun pemilik sijil ataupun pemilik insurans tadi. Mungkin juga di mana si mati ada hutang-hutang yang perlu dilansaikan dengan segera. Mungkin juga dalam konteks di mana ada wasiat yang telah ditinggalkan, mungkin memerlukan dana untuk melaksanakan wasiat tersebut. Mungkin juga kos-kos perlu untuk mengagih-agihkan faraid ataupun harta untuk waris-waris si mati tersebut. Jadi semua ini disebutkan hanya contoh di antara keadaan-keadaan yang memerlukan kos. Jadi penamaan akan dapat membantu sedikit sebanyak mempercepatkan pembayaran manfaat insurans dan juga sijil takaful. Jadi boleh membantu keluarga untuk membuat tindakan-tindakan yang penting dalam mengambil langkah yang perlu apabila seseorang meninggal dunia. Di dalam masyarakat kita, saya percaya apa yang saya share di dalam skrin ataupun slide sana adalah sesuatu yang tidak asing, di mana keluarga bergaduh merebut harta, harta tidak boleh diagihkan, tersadai tidak ada aktiviti bermanfaat yang dapat dilakukan kerana tidak dapat diagihkan kerana tiada kos. Ada besar jumlahnya ataupun nilai harta pesaka yang tersadai ataupun terbiar kerana tiada dana yang mencukupi untuk keluarga membuat langkah-langkah yang diperlukan untuk pembahagian. Jadi ini hanya sekadar sebahagian daripada masalah-masalah yang timbul. Jadi penamaan adalah salah satu langkah yang ada yang perlu diambil oleh semua pemilik sijil dan juga pemilik insurans untuk memastikan keluarga mendapat manfaat dalam kadar waktu yang cepat. Bagaimana untuk membuat penamaan? Mungkin ini persoalan yang ada di kalangan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan penonton sekalian. Jadi saya ingin menasihatkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan penonton sekalian, sila hubungi pengendali takaful ataupun penginsurans yang menyediakan sijil takaful dan juga polisi insurans yang anda miliki supaya langkah-langkah ataupun khidmat nasihat dapat diberikan untuk anda memastikan ada penamaan yang sesuai dibuat untuk memudahkan pembayaran manfaat. Jadi di sini saya juga ingin menyarankan jika ada penamaan melalui online yang disediakan di kalangan beberapa pengendali takaful dan insurans sekarang ini, anda mungkin boleh memilih untuk membuat penamaan secara online ataupun atas talian. Walau bagaimanapun, kalau mungkin prosesnya masih dalam penyediaan, tuan-tuan boleh juga berhubung untuk menyerahkan borang-borang penamaan mengikut kaedah yang ada. Dengan itu, saya sekali lagi mengingatkan, pastikan anda ada perlindungan, pastikan perlindungan mencukupi dan pastikan perlindungan itu memudahkan keluarga kita sekiranya sesuatu berlaku dengan cara menamakan seseorang untuk menerima manfaat. Saya harap perkongsian hari ini akan memberi manfaat kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, memastikan perancangan kewangan yang lebih mapan untuk manfaat keluarga anda sekalian. Dan saya sekali lagi berterima kasih banyak kepada hos kita hari ini, Cik Kevin. Dan dengan itu, saya menyerahkan kembali tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kepada hos kita, Cik Kevin. Silakan.
Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Azri. Thank you so much kerana berkongsi bersama kami. Terima kasih penerangannya sangat komprehensif mengenai takaful, penamaan dan program voucher perlindungan tenang untuk pengetahuan anda semua. Kami telah pun beri peluang dari pengikut akaun social media MTA untuk menanyakan soalan-soalan di comment box dan nampaknya kita ada soalan-soalan daripada comment box. Okey, kita ada soalan yang pertama. Soalan dari Rogayah Sulaiman dari Tumpat, Kelantan. Okey, soalan yang pertama. Saya merupakan bekas pesakit COVID-19. Adakah saya masih layak untuk mengambil perlindungan takaful? Adakah COVID-19 dikategorikan sebagai penyakit kritikal? Adakah saya sudah terlambat ataupun ada peluang kedua bagi saya? Oh, ni ada sampai 3 soalan ni. So, Encik Azri.
Terima kasih Kevin. Cukup menarik dan soalan sangat relevan dengan keadaan semasa. Terima kasih kepada Cik Rogayah yang menanyakan soalan yang cukup bernas, relevan dan juga akan memberi manfaat kepada penonton-penonton yang lain juga. Pertama, Cik Rogayah menanyakan sama ada beliau setelah terkena COVID masih lagi mempunyai peluang untuk menyertai takaful. Jawapannya ya. Tapi saya ingin sarankan Cik Rogayah memberi latar belakang yang tepat dan juga mencukupi untuk syarikat insurans dan juga pengendali takaful menilai tahap risiko Cik Rogayah supaya dapat disarankan perlindungan apa dan sebanyak mana yang dapat diambil. Yang kedua, Cik Rogayah juga menanyakan sama ada COVID-19 dikategorikan sebagai penyakit kritikal ataupun tidak. Untuk buat masa ini, penyakit COVID-19 tidak dikategorikan sebagai penyakit kritikal. Jadi kalau ada di antara tuan-tuan perempuan yang ada sijil penyakit kritikal, boleh semak, tapi kedudukannya penyakit ini bukan di kalangan penyakit kritikal mengikut kategori yang diguna pakai oleh pengendali takaful dan insurans. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Azri. Itu soalan dah sampai ke tiga soalan tu. Terima kasih. I hope that would answer your question. Harap itu adalah menjawab soalan anda semua. Ada juga soalan yang kedua. Okey, soalan yang kedua dari Mazri _778 dari Raut Pahang mengenai penamaan. Okey, soalan dia, saya telah menamakan bekas isteri saya sebagai penerima manfaat perlindungan takaful saya. Bolehkah saya membuat pertukaran penama saya dalam setiap polisi perlindungan saya? Bolehkah menukar nama tentang penamaan?
Terima kasih Kevin. Soalan cukup bagus. Pasti dapat memberi pencerahan kepada anda dan juga rakan-rakan di luar sana. Keadaan di mana seseorang telah menamakan dan kemungkinan keperluan bertukar, jadi perlu membuat pemindaan ataupun amendment kepada sijil ataupun policy insurance. Boleh ke tak boleh? Itu soalan rakan kita tadi. Jawapannya boleh, tapi ada tata cara dokumen yang perlu dibuat. Sila berhubung dengan pengendali takaful ataupun syarikat insurans anda. Saya pasti mereka akan menunjuk ajar apa yang perlu dibuat, borang apa yang perlu diisi dan juga maklumat-maklumat apa yang diperlukan. Terima kasih.
Okay, so jawapannya boleh. Alright. So soalan yang ketiga. Okay, nampaknya ada banyak lagi soalan, tapi ada apa-apa lagi soalan, jangan risau. Please email to us. Okay, kita akan jawab soalan-soalan anda semua. Alright. Soalan yang ketiga yang kita ada untuk program voucher perlindungan tenang, Encik Claudius Gerardus dari Sabah. Okey, soalan yang ketiga dan juga soalan yang terakhir. Okey, tapi jangan risau. Kalau ada apa-apa soalan lagi, jangan lupa email kepada kami. Kita akan menjawab semua soalan anda. Okey, we will reply you as soon as possible. Alright. So, soalan yang ketiga. Saya penerima voucher perlindungan tenang. Bolehkah saya menggunakan voucher ini untuk 2 produk perlindungan tenang yang jumlah kedua-duanya bernilai RM50? Cik Azri?
Terima kasih Kevin. Wah, soalan ini juga tidak kurang menariknya. Cik Claudius, saya ingin maklumkan bahawa perlindungan tenang voucher ataupun PTV yang saya terangkan awal tadi, RM50 tersebut hanya untuk satu sijil ataupun satu polisi insurans. Jadi jika anda berhasrat untuk mendapatkan perlindungan yang lebih, anda boleh berbuat demikian tapi dengan menggunakan dana lain, bukan RM50 yang tadi. Untuk penerangan lanjut, sekiranya apa yang diambil menggunakan dana RM50 tersebut kurang daripada RM50, tidak ada jumlah lebihan yang akan dibayar kepada anda secara tunai, kerana dana tersebut semata-mata untuk menyediakan perlindungan untuk satu sijil ataupun satu polisi insurans. Terima kasih. Saya harap penerangan tersebut dapat memberikan penyelesaian kepada persoalan yang ditanyakan tadi. Kalau ada pertanyaan yang lebih sebagaimana saudara saya Cik Kevin bagi tahu tadi, sila emailkan kepada kami. Kalau tidak dapat dijawab hari ini, kita akan emailkan balik kepada penanya-penanya yang berkenaan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Cik Muhammad Azri menjawab soalan-soalan tadi semua. So terima kasih kerana masih bersama kami live sekarang juga. Kepada anda semua yang masih ada soalan-soalan, jangan lupa email kepada kami, okey? So sekarang kita hanya boleh menjawab 3 soalan saja. So pastikan anda semua teruskan bersama kami. Terima kasih Encik Azri kerana menjawab soalan-soalan tadi semua. Terima kasih kepada semua jawapan tadi. Saya yakin penonton sekalian kini lebih memahami mengapa kita perlukan perlindungan dan bagaimana Takaful dapat membantu dalam perancangan kewangan kita. Selain itu, anda kini lebih tahu tentang program voucher perlindungan tenang. Jangan lupa semak kelayakan anda dan mendapatkan makluman lanjut mengenai program tersebut di www.mycoverage.my. Jika anda masih mempunyai soalan-soalan mengenai Takaful, program voucher perlindungan tenang, sila layari laman web rasmi MTA di www.malaysiantakaful.com.my atau follow laman rasmi Facebook MTA dengan carian Malaysian Takaful Association. Dapatkan informasi terkini dan aktiviti-aktiviti persatuan di sana. Baiklah, saya akan akhiri webinar kita hari ini dengan ucapan ribuan terima kasih buat speaker kita hari ini. Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Azri dan terutama sekali lagi kepada anda semua yang sudi menonton sehingga ke akhir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, any last words from Encik Azri?
Terima kasih Cik Kevin. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, terima kasih juga kepada anda semua kerana memberi perhatian untuk bersama kita. Sedikit perkongsian daripada saya tadi, saya percaya akan dapat memberi manfaat bagi membantu tuan-tuan untuk menyemak perlindungan yang sedia ada. Bagi yang belum ada, jangan lupa layari mycoverage.my untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut tentang pelan apa yang diperlukan. Juga jangan lupa semak sama ada anda salah seorang yang layak menerima voucher RM50. Mudah-mudahan dengan maklumat yang dikongsikan hari ini, kita semua akan lebih mendapat panduan yang sepatutnya dalam bertindak untuk memastikan perancangan kita berada di tahap yang optimal. Sekali lagi saya berterima kasih kepada Kevin, kepada Malaysian Takaful Association, Life Insurance Association of Malaysia dan juga kepada semua yang terlibat menjayakan rancangan ini. Terima kasih Jumpa lagi.
Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Azri. Thank you very much once again to all of you who are watching. Terima kasih kerana mengikuti kita sehingga ke akhir webinar ini. Thank you very much. Stay safe. Take care. Sekian, kita berjumpa lagi. Bye-bye.